As chair, we are going to go around the room. If you could just introduce yourself and say either what neighborhood or what department you work with.
Victoria Aguilar. I am with Landscape Management Division and General Services.
Erin Oliverio, General Services.
I'm Donna Bowles. I'm president of the North Carolina Wildlife Federation chapter, Charlotte Wildlife Stewards.
Hi, Alden Picard. I'm with the North Carolina Wildlife Federation.
Hey, I'm Jonathan Hill. I run Keep Charlotte Beautiful within the Housing and Neighborhood Services Department.
I'm Jessica Fries. I work as a training coordinator for Code Enforcement's Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Kirk Young, Operations Manager for Code Enforcement and Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Hi everyone, I'm Warren Wooten with Housing and Neighborhood Services. Good to see you.
And we're gonna jump over.
Hi, Nan Peterson with the Planning Department.
I'm Fred Dotson with Dream Key Partners.
Rodney McGill, concerned citizen.
Gail Whitcup, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Kay Cunningham, Mayor's Office.
Kimberly Owens, I represent District 6.
Again, I am Luana Mayfield. I serve as a council member at large.
JD Masueta Arias, serving District 5.
And my colleague that's joining us online. We cannot hear you. Hit your volume, Renee. The mic is showing that it's on, but we're not able to hear you, Councilmember Johnson. We're gonna have our IT team check in on that. We also have our representative from Holland and Knight. Okay, so it must be something on our end because we can't hear you either, Shauna. So we're gonna be working. And that's the beauty of starting a couple of minutes early, because it's not officially 9 o'clock yet. Shauna, try that again. So we have Shauna Watley with us of Holland and Knight, and unfortunately, we are not able to hear her or Councilmember Johnson right now, but staff is working on that right now. But I am turning it over to Monica, to you first.
Yes.
To Ms. Monica Allen. Thank you.
Monica Allen, City Manager's Office.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Jerry Green, Housing and Neighborhood Business Services.
Anna Schloina, City Attorney's Office.
And Ms. Allen, if you would kick us off, because the mayor referred to us on December 17th, our pollinator habits and naturalistic landscapes that we will be getting into this morning.
Yes, ma'am. Well, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. As introduced, I'm Monica Allen, Deputy City Manager with the City Manager's Office. And today we have two items for you this morning. The first one is that policy referral focusing on pollinator habitats and naturalistic landscapes. And so Rebecca Hefner and Jerry Green are going to be presenting that item. And then we have a second item, which is on affordable housing innovation, where we're proposing some new models and strategies on housing, and Rebecca Hefner and Warren Wooten will be presenting those. So I'm gonna kick it off, or punch it over to Rebecca.
Excellent. Well, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Bright and early on this first Monday in January. But we have actually a great couple of topics to kick off with you for 2026. We're going to talk a little bit about the mayor's referral today. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So you have a copy in your packet. So the mayor referred in December pollinator habitats and naturalistic landscapes. So today we're going to talk a little bit about how that relates to the nuisance, the health and sanitation ordinance and the section on nuisance vegetation. A couple of things. So the city has an existing registry program for pollinator habitats that's been in place since 2023. And it does provide exemption from the nuisance vegetation ordinance. And last fall, as you were hearing from so many stakeholders at council meetings and in your email, we were working closely with those same stakeholders to enhance that registry program. We'll talk a little bit today about how that works. And then The last piece here, we're going to propose a amendment to the ordinance to codify this exemption, but we don't actually have any proposed process changes for you today, as we have just updated the program. Next slide. So in your health and sanitation ordinance, residents and property owners are required to cut grass, weeds, and vegetation when it exceeds 12 inches in height. And violations of this are subject to a civil penalty of $150. And the ordinance itself does not provide any specific exemptions for specialized landscaping. But the city of Charlotte is a B city, and in alignment with our sustainability work, we do encourage the creation of pollinator habitats and naturalistic landscapes. And so within code enforcement, your code manager, Jerry Green, has the ability to say that pollinator habitats and naturalistic landscapes are not overgrown vegetation, and so they're not currently subject to enforcement under the ordinance. So what the committee has been charged with from the mayor is to review the ordinance, explore best practices, what other NC cities and other peer cities are doing, review the current registry process, and then determine whether you'd like to make any recommendations to full council. So with that introduction, I'm going to hand it off to Jerry Green.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So what are, next slide, Harold. So what are pollinator habitats and naturalistic landscapes? These are green spaces designed to support the biodiversity and health of pollinators. And they often have a diversity of plant species, sizes, forms, and textures. And some of the benefits include support for pollinators, native wildlife, a healthy ecosystem, and reduced environmental impact. Next slide. So in 2023, like Rebecca just mentioned, the Pollinator Habitat Registry Program was started. And this program is a collaboration between code enforcement, landscape management, Keep Charlotte Beautiful, and the Office of Sustainability. Property owners with maintained habitats that are not currently registered and receive a notice of violation are still given 30 days to complete that registration process. Next slide. So this is a screenshot of the website and the registration for the Pollinator Habitat and Naturalistic Landscape registration form. This has been redesigned, so it also adds some of the key elements, frequently asked questions, things of that nature as well. Landscape management evaluates all applications and approves the certification. If the landscape is designed and maintained with 50% or more native plant species. Now, when we talk about complaints, which those will come to code enforcement, if a complaint is received for an unregistered property with possible qualifying landscape, the code enforcement inspector proceeds to issue the notice of violation. They'll leave a door hanger and also provide the owner with program information. And as well, they'll be given 30 days to register the property to qualify for the exemption. If a complaint is received for a registered property, no notice of violation is issued, and the complainant is notified of the property's exempt status. And it's key to note that certification may be revoked due to failure to maintain landscaping, example, the turf grass is over 12 inches, or any changes in ownership. Next slide. So this morning we want to highlight some of the recent program enhancements that we've made in November. The first is expanded the eligibility to include naturalistic landscapes, but also to streamline the registry process, and we added specific references in there to exemption from the nuisance ordinance. Created new program handouts, frequently asked questions, and an opt-out option in the mapping application for owners as well. And then we jumped down to yard signs. We developed yard signs for participating properties to not only identify the property, but to promote awareness. And then lastly, code enforcement has added a registered garden banner in their field application. And this is for inspectors when they pull up to a property they automatically see that that property is registered garden. Next. When we talk about outreach and marketing, we want to enhance the program with marketing through social media and other communication platforms. And as I mentioned in the previous slide, the yard sign development, we want to begin that distribution in early 2026. Along with that, schedule some outreach campaigns in early spring to align with the spring and the early planting season. And then lastly, community groups can also request staff presentations through the Need a Speaker program. This is a screenshot of other U.S. cities that have pollinator ordinances currently. The closest one to Charlotte is Winston-Salem. Next slide. So if we were to move forward with the proposed ordinance amendment, the exemption would need to be added. So if you drop down to E, it's highlighted in red. The exemption states this section shall not be construed to prohibit pollinator habitat and naturalistic landscapes when registered with the city and properly maintained by the owner. Now, along with this, we would need to add two definitions. So if you would skip to the next slide. Two definitions that we added would be naturalistic landscapes and pollinator habitats. So the process for amending the ordinance would be present topic and ordinance amendments to full city council at an action preview meeting, place ordinance amendments with red line attachment on council business agenda for council vote. And then lastly, speakers can sign up to speak on the policy item, but a public hearing is not required.
And if I could, with apologies, because 9 a.m. is not my best brain time, I did neglect to thank our partners who are here today. So I just want to thank Vicki and Aaron in landscape management who are instrumental in running the program as well as making sure that we understand the definitions and have been helpful with code. Donna and Alden who are with the Wildlife Federation, who have been really instrumental, Alden and his coalition, in helping us to advance the program amendments and vet the language and take a look at things for us. And then Jonathan in Keep Charlotte Beautiful, who is helping to advance this work. And of course, our partners in code. So, and we have sustainability in the room as well. So thank you for letting me take just an extra moment for that.
And I heard from CorpCom that our system should be working now. I would like for us to go back to have an opportunity to have Councilmember Johnson say good morning, as well as recognize our representative from Holland and Knight. And then we have some people in-house. Councilmember Johnson?
Good morning.
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Good morning. Happy New Year. I'm Renee Johnson, and I represent District 4, and I am a committee member.
Thank you so much. And we are also proud to have not only our Mayor Pro Tem, but also our Mayor here, if you would like to say hello.
Good morning, everyone. This is an important effort that every one of us have been thinking about, and it's really great to see it in action. Thank you all for doing what you're doing.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee. Just glad to be here. Happy New Year to all.
Thank you so much for joining us. I do have a couple of questions, but I want to look to my committee members to see if you all had any questions regarding the presentation.
I do have a question. I think it's a great process. I'm a huge fan of increasing biodiversity and thinking of natural landscapes. Part is going along with my job, but the one worry that I do have particularly is with seniors or people who may not be as well versed with using technology with the application process. So that would be kind of my only hesitance about how do we assist. I mean, I know we have 311 so people can call in, but if someone isn't great with using the computer, how are they gonna do that registration process? Do y'all have a process or a thought through how you're gonna assist so that all of our residents can take advantage of this opportunity?
Sure, and thank you for raising the question, Councilmember Mayo. It's something that we have to think about with all of our processes, and there are a couple of options, and it would start with being able to call landscape management to go through that process over the phone. If they do indeed interact with code enforcement, there's always a phone number, and code enforcement can walk folks through what to do, as well as get them connected. And then at the other thing, so the screenshot that you saw of the CLT Community Hub, right, that's all of our digital tools in one place. But we know that not everyone can utilize them or even get connected to the internet to do so. So we always also have the option of leveraging our neighborhood engagement staff to support residents in that process.
Yes. Are there any opportunities for like office hours so that people can potentially go to landscape management for, let's say, I don't know, they have like an hour window, 2-hour window? I just know oftentimes with my job, that's something that I provide, just because it can be challenging for some of our seniors, even over the phone. They just kind of prefer like a hands-on approach. And I think that, you know, if we have the ability to do that, we want everyone to participate in this opportunity. We don't want our most vulnerable citizens to not be able to receive the positive benefits of pollinator gardens or naturalistic landscapes. Is that something y'all are amenable to?
We'll discuss it and see how that works best, but with landscape management, and I think our goal is the same, to make sure that everyone can participate.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilmember JD.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair. I first want to acknowledge Donna from the Charlotte Wildlife Stewards. Appreciate you engaging with the city, for being part of the conversation. You attended 3 council meetings last year, and I want to thank the mayor personally for referring this to committee. I do have some questions. When it comes to the registration, after they register, what does that process look like to be verified, and how long does it take?
Yes, I could go. So the registration process, completing online shouldn't take that long, but in regards to completing the process, we work with landscape management, so they would have to go out and do a site visit. So I'm thinking maybe a week or 2 should be the max.
From applying to register?
Yes.
The goal would be to complete the process on the staff side within that 30-day window. And if for some reason there were a delay, as long as the registration process is ongoing, we would still not proceed with enforcement until landscape management made a decision.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you so much. My other question is this solely through online portal, or do you all also accept paper applications, to Councilwoman Mayo's point, and being accessible to other communities that might not have tech access?
Yes, we will accept paper applications. Accessibility, we think about very broadly in terms of digital accessibility, people who can't use online or don't have internet access. We provide both the online portal and our other services in English and Spanish, as well as accessibility for additional languages and additional accessibility upon request.
Thank you. And then my last question is the criteria for this to, if it's a naturalistic landscape or a pollinator habitat, right? We have the definitions. If we defer this out of committee for staff to work on it and then have full council for consideration, will this criteria be presented to us?
Yes.
That's it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Johnson, we noticed your hand is up.
Did such a great job. I know you came into quite a few texts from me over the weekend regarding trucks and litter, I'm sure. So thank you for that presentation. And I think that the yard signs and the banners are very important in designating what yards have already been registered. Because, I don't know a lot about it, but I would wonder how a neighbor would know the difference between the pollinator garden or the natural or native flowers and just someone who's not maintaining their grass. So I think it's really important for education and communication. Thank you, Councilmember Mayo. I think that's important, those office hours. But I'd also like to see a webinar and us to be very intentional about educating residents who would be interested, but also HOAs and the public. So I wanted to know, is there a plan to work with HOAs? And I wonder if there's a bylaw that would prevent this, and if we could, again, educate HOAs on the benefits and perhaps changing their bylaws or, being more open to this. I'd also like to lift up District 4 Coalition it's a coalition of residents and subdivision leaders for training on this. But I think the training and communication is going to be very important on what this looks like in neighborhoods, and again, working with the HOA. So I just wanted to know how that's currently being done and what that plan is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. We don't currently have a plan to work specifically with HOAs, but we will add that to the list. That is an important consideration, as they often have other restrictive covenants beyond what the city requires. And then as it relates to training and education, in addition to the standard opportunities that we'll provide through our neighborhood resources and training team, we will also rely on the partnership with our partners. Don and I were just talking before we started about the work that they will do to also promote education and awareness. And it'll really be a partnership broadly between sustainability, landscape, and housing and neighborhood services. We'll add the HOA part to the plan. Thank you for that.
I appreciate, I think, did I hear you say that a public hearing was not required to change this ordinance?
So there's not a required public hearing, but when if you propose the amendment, then when it goes to council, people can sign up to speak. Anna, do you want to clarify?
I mean, Rebecca is correct. The statutes don't require a advertised public hearing for a change to just a general police power ordinance, which Chapter 10 is. But as with any policy item on council's agenda, speakers can sign up.
So I'd like to see this on our social media. This is an important change that affects residents, those pro and against. So I think we need to be very intentional about the communication of this potential ordinance change. I mean, if there's a neighborhood or subdivision that has restrictions or they're not used to seeing that, I just think us being a good neighbor, it's important for us to communicate this to residents.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. We're already in alignment because the question I wrote down was in regard to HOA as well, but I want to recognize Councilmember Owens.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to amplify what Councilmember Johnson was speaking of with respect to the HOAs. I had made myself a notation as well that I think it's incumbent on each of us as representatives of the districts to also use our platforms to get this out. I know that I knocked a lot of doors and I saw a number of yards that I believe themselves to be in consistent and harmony with this proposed change, but I didn't see any signs. I think the signs are essential. I do, again, want to amplify what Councilmember Johnson said, is it really is a function of being smart and being out in front of this and having those signs so that we're not fielding questions from neighbors and then swatting that down. It's a process that we need to get through. I also would be interested to see if some of our, some of like your Pikes nurseries or some of the nurseries as they start to get into the spring season, if we could have some advertising at some of these places of some flyers or something that suggests to people you may be thinking about redoing your yard, here is something that is a change. And I think some of those places may be ripe for that kind of information to be disseminated. But I'll take on me for District 6 to be able to share this. I'd love to have a speaker and come, and maybe we can work something out in the spring planning season, because I am very supportive of this. Thank you.
And what I'm hearing is about the importance of intentional and planned communication. And so what I would add is, if this does get voted out of committee, then when we bring it to full council, we will also bring a communications plan.
Thank you, and it's 9:25, so I'm gonna try to condense my questions and you can follow up via email. The possibility of us utilizing our partnership with Charlotte Water, their inserts as one of the ways to get the information out for those who may not be online. Also partnering with our libraries, because we have quite a few people where they have the board up in the libraries where you can go in, they're in there every day, utilizing the services. That may be a good opportunity. The question on the landscape management, how we evaluate the applications, we say the applicant demonstrates that habitat/landscape is designed and maintained with 50% or more native plant. If you're new, you need to get to the 50%. So as we're also looking at the communication, utilizing or building upon what Councilmember Owens said with trying to partner with our nurseries, basically having a training, but also acknowledging that beginning stage before you get to the 50%, so that we know that we'll put signs out that identify the area, but as you're starting to move into that space, as well as hopefully being able to provide the information of, here's how you check with your HOA. Here's the biggest challenge with HOAs. Say you have a community with 200 homes in it. A lot of those homes are now owned by investment companies where the notifications goes to that owner, not to that house. Out of 200, maybe 30 residents participate. So if there's a HOA rule that needs to be voted upon, the neighborhood might not receive enough support. Yet, ensuring that our language is would not cause a conflict in case you do have residents that want to ensure, because some of us actually like beautiful birds and have trees around. And, you know, the idea of oxygen is something I think we all could agree upon. So you might have some that want to step into this space, one, the training, learning how to do it, but also not penalize them as they get up to the 50, because they might have a lot that's 5 feet between their house and the other house, 1,200 square foot or smaller lot, and want to do this. Will we have language in there to basically look as a case by case, but have some flexibility in those cases? And my last one is Trees Charlotte, that partnership, because they do an amazing training program when you go out and you have access to trees, teaching you how deep the hole needs to be, how to water it. If there's a possibility where we can have one of our people out with them as part of the training, maybe quarterly or biannually, to start talking about this, so when they're ordering the plants, they will know that these are plants that will fall under this habitat registry. So again, that's just added for the additional communication. And I wanted to just check, Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any question? So thank you so much, team. This is amazing work. Mayor, thank you for referring this to committee. I'm glad we were able to start working on this at the very beginning of the year. Ms. Allen?
So, Chair Mayfield, do you want to
We need a motion?
Yes.
So at this point, I would like to entertain if there's a motion and support. The actual language for the motion, we usually have it right in front of us. Oh, actually, Councilmember Suarez does have an additional question.
I would also add that I think this is a perfect opportunity to collaborate with the county when it comes to Parks and Rec and things like that. I also think, you know, speaking on behalf of District 5, we have a lot of natural preserves already in the district, right? And so I think this to all of my colleagues' point, being intentional with the communication, the education, the awareness, I think this is a great opportunity for intergovernmental collaboration as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for that. So I would entertain a motion for one, to accept the proposed ordinance amendment E, exemption. This section shall not be construed to prohibit pollinator habitat and naturalistic landscapes when registered with the city and property maintained by the owner, as well as the proposed ordinance amendment, section 10-1, definitions of naturalistic landscape, as well as pollinator habitat, included with the recommendations from committee.
Second.
No.
So moved.
It has been motioned and second. That was motioned by Councilmember Monzares and seconded by Councilmember Mayo. Councilmember Johnson, did you have anything additional? Thank you very much, team. We got our first piece done. Yay, us. So now we are going to our affordable housing innovation, new models and strategies.
And before we do that, just really quickly, so thank you for moving this forward. So it could go to action preview on the 12th. I believe staff may be trying to get that on the agenda for next Monday. If not, then we can do, I think, February 9th, which is that second Monday of February.
Oh, you know what? Let me back up, because it's a brand new year and not my first day back. We did get a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand. Councilmember Johnson, we're pulling you back up on the screen.
Aye.
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 That is by unanimous vote. Thank you very much. See, Councilmember Owens is always wondering. Thank you. It takes a village, people.
You're like this far away from getting it done.
Exactly.
For someone that has the county mulch in their garage already, I really love this example of what we can do better for our community. So to all of the team, thank you.
And Ms. Allen, we're starting right with Ms. Tefner and Mr. Wooten? Yes. Okay.
Now, this one's easy. Mr. Wooten?
Wow. Well, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Go ahead and go to the next slide for me, please. Yeah, thank you so much. So this is some work that your staff's been doing for you on your behalf for several months now, working at ways to think more broadly about how you make affordable housing change in your communities. And so the topic here is exploring innovation in how we do our affordable housing work, specifically focused on scalability and sustainability. And kind of going to the end, you know, what you're going to hear is that you've got some great tools that are already in your tool belt, but to really accomplish what we hear council saying they want to do, we need to broaden kind of our playbook and look at some other options for doing this work. And so we're looking at ways that we can provide models that are more collaborative with the private market and incentivize what they can do, and also incentivize some other policy that you've already put on your books, and then get your feedback on these models so that we know how to proceed. So that's what you're going to hear from us today. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So where did this come from? It's coming from a lot of places. So what you're going to hear is us exploring some recommendations that came from NEST, from the NEST committee. You're going to hear us expanding on your affordable housing funding policy, where you talked about exploring innovation and new ideas to build affordable housing. We're also going to be bringing to you some partner feedback and how our partners have been talking about this innovation. And then just wanted to reference that on October 30th, there was a memo that went out to council that talked about this. And why are we talking about it now? Well, there's lots of really important things that have happened in the life of our city in the last several months. Mobility passed, and so there's going to be a huge expansion of our mobility network. And through that, we want to make sure that we look at strategic sites that are going to come into play and how we leverage and utilize those sites to deliver on the affordable housing goals that the city has. And then we also recognize that we're in a constrained fiscal environment. $100 million is in amazing amount of money to be inside of the trust fund that we've been deploying, that you've been deploying in your community for the last year. But even with that amount of investment, there's still more work to do. So how do we go about that work given our current fiscal environment? And then one of the things that, you'll notice from this map of where you've made funding investments is that a lot of those investments are in the Crescent area, right? And it's just very difficult, given the tools that we have in our tool belt, to get affordable housing investments in District 6 and 7 due to land costs in those areas, and then some particulars with how the low-income housing tax credit program works in North Carolina. Given those two things, very, very difficult to do. And so some of these models might give us opportunities to expand affordable housing into those areas and also do it at a lower cost than you've seen in the past. Next slide, please. So here is kind of a diagram that shows kind of the ecosystem of affordable housing, of housing here in Charlotte. And so on the bottom end, you've got your traditional housing authority market where you have deeply affordable units that are at the kind of the 30%. This is where your supportive housing investments go. This is housing for very low income. Moving up, you'll see that the Housing Trust Fund, it enters into this area, but it's also really targeted at that 60% AMI is just the way that program's designed. And then you'll notice by the cranes all around the city that the market rate developers do a really good job at the top end of that market. And so one of the things that we're trying to figure out is how do we make investments in that gap there that are kind of at the 60%, but also go up into that 80%, 100% area, where we've heard you comment that there are citizens or residents in the city that need affordable housing in those areas, and they're just having a hard time finding it. So some of these tools will look at how do we work in those spaces. So that's kind of a layout, and then I'm going to go into the two tools. Okay. Next slide. So this is a tool that we've been thinking about, tax revenue supported investment. We call it, sometimes you'll hear us talk about it as TRESI. Go ahead and go into the next slide. And so what are we talking about here? And so really what this model does is it's thinking about how economic development does some work with tax increments in bringing economic development to the city, and using that same kind of thinking and modeling to activate some new affordable housing. This would have to be a collaborative approach with our county partners because it would require a tax revenue rebate or synthetic TIF back to the developer to fund this. And as you know, a lot of that tax revenue, that property tax revenue goes to the county, and so we would need them to participate. You say, well, this sounds very familiar, and it should. This is exactly how your NOAA product works. So what you've been doing over the last several years is you've been using some housing trust fund to purchase naturally occurring affordable housing developments, and then also rebating back to them through a nonprofit their taxes, their property taxes, to provide deeper affordable housing and more flexible affordable housing options in those properties. This is a very similar approach. The difference is this would be with market rate new construction rather than a NOAA product. So under this TRESI agreement, there would be an agreement about what that revenue sharing would be back to the developer for affordable and how that they would market it. And then to make this legal under North Carolina law, you have to do that second bullet under the I'm sorry, that's confusing. Under the third bullet, there's a second bullet there that says provide at least 20% of the units to households at 60% or below AMI. That is the definition of affordable housing that allows the city of Charlotte to participate in these types of developments. So the developer would have to do that. And then the affordability period would extend through the life of the grant agreement, meaning that they would have to honor whatever they would agree to partner with you on while they were getting that rebate of taxes. All of this sounds very confusing, so let's break it down a little bit. Let's go to the next slide. So here's how this works. It uses the change in that taxable value, the increment, from going from raw land to an improved property. And here's an example on this slide. You'll see that there's a piece of vacant land where they have a $3,000 tax building. And by the time that they get done improving that property, the taxes that they would be paying on that property are no longer $3,000, but they're over $250,000. And what this approach would do would be to provide some of the money that they're paying to you in taxes back in exchange for them providing affordable housing. And so that it would create a small amount of affordable housing in those units. Next slide. So here is that example. Here, in this example, we're picking a 75% increment because we do recognize that the reason that those taxes are being generated is so that the city can pay for those services, right? So we've got to continue to provide those services. But in exchange, here we're saying 75%. It would basically create a $200,000 a year dollar amount to support affordable housing. And we could do that with some flexible options inside of that development. It could be a fixed unit approach, meaning that a certain percentage of those units are fixed. It could be more of a local voucher style program. This is some feedback that we've gotten from Councilmember Mayfield, especially looking at our seniors. How do we create affordability and keep it affordable for seniors? Well, having kind of a flexible voucher approach might be a step in that direction. And then also funding those types of connected resident services that support people staying in place. So it's not just the affordability, and your programs recognize that. It is those wraparound services that are needed by residents at those income levels to help support them in their quality of life that they are in that development. All of that could fall under this program. So I'm going to go on to the next model. Then we're going to talk about how these tie together, and then I'm going to land this. So this next one is a public development model. And this is something entirely new that you have not heard us talk about, but it is talked about kind of in the community. It's something that's been going on in our nation. It's a new and upcoming model. And so this strategy delivers quality, affordable rental homes in mixed incomes at diverse price points with reduced municipal capital funding. So how does this work?
Warren knows that makes me smile.
It was for you, Ms. Mayfield. The city would issue tax exempt revenue bonds. So this is a new bond type that the city would exempt. And here's the new thing. The city would own the real estate. You would own the real estate. Yeah. And then we would work with the developer to set the affordability goals, priority policy. And then the private sector would be a fee developer, so they would develop the project, they would operate and manage the project, and they would also be the asset manager and manage the long-term performance of both the financial and the physical structures. So the city would own, but the private market would still do many of the pieces that they're already doing inside of a program like the tax credit program. So how does this differ? I think I've already pointed out, the city is not the lender in this model. The city is the owner in this model. And that affordability is achieved through really two different ways. One, you have access to this tax-exempt bond that you're able to have money lended into the project cheaper than the private market can, and also you own the asset, so you're not paying taxes on your own asset. So those two things then achieve the affordability. Still in this model, 60% of the units would be affordable, but the other 80% would be mixed up to market rate. And that would be a requirement of doing this because you need that mixed market rate income to pay for the bonds on the project. So very different model than you've explored in the past. The city both assumes upside and downside risks. So there's lots of upside on this, but there's also some downside. It is a riskier model than models that you've been involved in the past. No city funding is required. So we've modeled a couple of different projects with a couple of different developers that do this. $0 of your trust fund would go into this model, which makes it very attractive to people like me who are trying to stretch your dollars as far as possible. And the city controls the asset, and at the end of the debt period, and this is what's really intriguing to your staff about this, is that you're able to refinance, and this is typically after a period of 10 years, where you may actually be able to create additional affordability as you refinance the product going into the future. And again, I don't want to oversell this. We're looking at models. Models are just that. They're based on what developers understand of the norms of the market. And if the market goes outside those norms, we're taking some risk. But this is, in general, the way that this product would work. We've talked to a lot of your internal staff. We really want to appreciate our colleagues in legal, in finance, in risk management, who all looked at this with excited but skeptical and cautious eyes, and really looking at how to manage risk, and that's the next slide. And so we have a lot of questions about this, but what we wanted to show you is that there's actually layers of protection on the city that go into this, and that you've got layers of different people who are doing different things and providing different backups for this type of model. And so, the developer is at risk during development, really conservative underwriting assumptions. And the city, your staff is not building this housing like we do when you're doing your roads. A for-profit professional developer is involved in this project, and we are acting as the owner. Next slide, please. So assessing these new models and how they might be deployed here in Charlotte. So core components of this, like why are we even interested in, why would we as staff whose job is to protect you from risk offer things up that might be a little bit more risky than what you've done in the past? And I think that this is some of the answers here. So improved debt coverage, these are the reasons why the market rate comes into these deals, is because we need them to bring the bonds into the deals. You need them to pay the taxes on the Trezzy model. Less reliance on the subsidies, this very precious subsidy dollars. So that's your housing trust fund. That's also your federal funds. And what that would allow your staff to do is move and target those funds lower down that income train to get you more of those very low income units. If models like this could be moved in to take care of those higher income units that we still need. And then, why do this? Long-term financial stability, long-term assets. So these are assets that would stay on your books, that you would control, the private market wouldn't control, and then helping us really be very granular on improving resident outcomes. We've heard you loud and clear that this is just not about building affordable housing. It's about building sustainable opportunities for long-term social and economic development of our residents. So we understand that affordability is a piece of that, but really targeting and looking at the lives of our residents and how we support them going forward. We believe that both of these models are really poised to have resident services forward approaches. Next slide, please. So I think I've already mentioned a lot of this about how this ties into your council priorities. Again, giving you more tools, especially to look at anti-displacement. How do we get more assets into your communities, especially in these transit-oriented locations? How, it preserves more of your transit, your housing trust fund dollars so that we don't have to rely on that. And then it does more rent stability, creating more units that are more stable for a longer period of time. It allows you, when you own the asset, you get to make up way more of the rules than we're using those housing trust fund. When we do housing trust fund, it's a great program, great partners, but there's lots of things that we can't change in that program because it's a federal program. And then it really increases your ability to leverage public and private partnerships. I want to stop here just for a second because I think it's one of the things that when your staff is looking at really meeting your needs, it's one of the things that we're most excited about. Housing trust fund development, especially with the low-income housing tax credit program, is hugely important and very valuable. You want to continue to bring as much low-income housing tax credit investment, both the 4% and the 9%, into your community as you possibly can. That being said, it's an extremely inflexible tool. There's lots of things that you talk about, like doing mixed use and mixed income development, that is very hard to impossible to do with a tax credit program. It is not hard nor impossible to do with these types of tools, which allows you to get more flexible when you're looking at how your community develops. Next slide, please. And I'm ahead of myself. I just said all of this. But I also do want to point out is you all did some great work with your UDO, putting a lot of affordable housing incentives into that document. As of today, they have been very lightly used by the development community. And the feedback we hear from your market rate developers is that they want to participate. It's just what they need to get there to meet the requirements. They're just having a hard time penciling these programs out. So something like this TRESI model may in fact activate the good work that you've already done through the UDO and giving developers new options and tools where they use the TRESI program that then incentivizes them to open up the UDO and get additional density in those developments, really able to layer these projects. Doing works where we can layer in the housing, these affordable units with the great voucher programs that you already support. So you have a great low-income housing tax credit program, you've got a great voucher program, you have the Away Home program, that's your private investment that's doing some voucher work and other types of investments. Being able to layer those into these new types of investments where you actually are able to create 60% units and then even put a lower income unit into a lower income tenant into a truly mixed income development. That's what you've been asking us to achieve, because what we know from the CHESI study is that those zip codes matter, and having our low income residents in with a vast variety of people from different walks of life, doing life and working together are some of the best tools for outcomes. These programs are the types of things that would deliver those outcomes. I'm about 2 more slides and then we're going to turn it back over to you. So these are models that we have been thinking about. We have been thinking about them deeply. We've been doing research. Like I said, we've already reached out to some of our internal partners. We have some additional work to do. We have some questions about how doing especially on the publicly owned model, how those bonds would impact your overall bond portfolio and bond rating, which is very, very important to the city and your priorities. So we have some questions that we need to ask to bond counsel and just do some more investigation. And here's some questions that we're already asking about. How do we mix these programs together? What's the optimal AMI levels? How might the city and the county need to account for changes in those? So another group that we've already talked to is we've already talked to your budget office about, hey, we're going to be talking about this. How do we need to think about this and inform council about how to think about this as they're making financial decisions? And then the public ownership models, what is the risk? What is that bond rating risk? How will the city manage those risks, and in what ways can the city hold property? I don't want to leave with any disillusions. These are very complicated models and are going to trigger lots of very complicated questions. But in our assessment, as we've looked at a variety of models that are out there and that are being used, we believe that these are some of the best models that we're seeing that have the highest opportunity to achieve the things that we've been hearing you say that you want to achieve in your community. So about to turn it back over to you. These are mixed income models. They primarily create 60% AMI units. And again, with the mixed income, you'll also be creating market rate units and units that are over the 60%. They'll still require, those most vulnerable households that we talk about, they're still going to require layers of subsidy to make them successful. And so there are trade-offs. For instance, the Trezzy model doesn't require upfront investment from council, but it will reduce your future spend. There's a trade-off there. The public development model doesn't require upfront resources from the council, but there are new risks that we're going to need to explore and mitigate. And so, questions for you as we turn it over. Do these models align with council's policy goals? What parameters for the affordability mix, and what are your parameters for affordability mix and appropriate guardrails as we explore these? Are you interested in these models and want us to pursue them further? And anything else that you'd like to discuss? Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Team, thank you for the work that you've done in this. We've been having this conversation for many years. I personally am extremely excited, and for a committee and for a community that may be watching, the manager, myself, as well as the county manager actually started conversations as well as Director Hefner last year to talk about what would it look like if we just flip housing on its head. If we do something that is very different than what we've seen, mainly because when you think of LIHTC, one of the challenges we have, and this is an example that I will repeatedly use, we have an elder who is on a fixed income. She brings home $987. 30% of her income should be around $271, $291 a month. Because the language in LIHTC, of which the General Assembly could update that language, states that there is an escalation clause, that rent can go up. How does that play out real time? We renew your lease today. In 2 weeks, you receive a notice advising you in 30 days your rent is going up. Her rent has now increased to $475 because it is the MSA and the federal government that identifies 30% AMI. According to the average numbers, and staff, please correct me if I say any of this wrong, you can earn up to $26,000 and some change at 30%. You can earn up to that. That is not what she's earning. She is bringing home under $12,000. Her rent should be at her 30%. So if we have a little more control in this conversation between the county and the city working together, then we can offset, because I personally would love for us to get as far away from subsidies as possible, because what we're seeing under this administration is people's funding has been cut. Then what do? If you can afford $500 a month, and that does not create a hardship for you because that's what you can afford, then how do we create a rent in a safe and healthy and environment where you can thrive, not just survive, at your $500 level, but still have others that are able to pay more, them in that space, because you can't tell the difference from one unit to the other if we build it right. So it is these conversations that we've been having for years, which is why I just, again, I'm going to reiterate, staff, thank you, because I fuss at y'all a lot. So I'm going to publicly say thank you, because this is that innovative, transformative, how do we do something different to address the needs of our community that I think we have been looking for. And with that, I would love to open it up to my colleagues. Councilmember Owens?
Yeah, definitely. So I want to leverage what was just said and not take away any of my enthusiasm for hearing this. This is definitely the direction that I had hoped to see us go, which is around innovation for housing. A good deal of my campaign was spent talking to people in District 6, of course, and seeing that we have not, because of land value there, been able to expand many of our solutions to really meet the needs of people in District 6 and 7 is encouraging and heartening to me. I do have a couple of questions, and please don't interpret those questions to be anything other than legitimate questions. I'm not sure how this all maths together. So if I look at the Trezzi model and I look at now taking only 25% of what you would have had in tax value, how confident are we, or what resources are we drawing on to really have confidence that our stormwater system, our sewer system, our roads, all of that, because that is a critique that I hear, and it comes across and is immediately dismissed as being NIMBY when somebody says, I don't want this next to me. It is really a function of fear and the unknown, and if you couple that with the fact that we're now going to be diverting some of the tax dollars that would have supported that infrastructure, can you talk me through that a little bit and give me some comfort there? Or is that just still exploratory?
It is still exploratory. I can talk you through a little bit of that. So this is one of the reasons that we reached out to the budget office so that we could better understand their process and how they think through this funding sources. I think we all share that concern because we all like a working water sewer system. When we dial 911, we want someone to show up. So we recognize how important all of the other things that City Council does. This is not a new space. You've been doing this tax increment work for years now, mostly focused on the economic development. There is some policy in the budget office, and please don't quote me because I'm not a budget staff person. One of your policy documents says that you can use up to 3% of your revenue for this type of work. And in my last conversation with them, you had not achieved that yet. So what I'll say is that there's been some thinking around that since when you began doing this type of work for economic development years and years ago, putting some guardrails on making sure that you only use, so while it's in this model, and that 75%, the 75% increment was just us throwing a number out there. It can be anything that you set. So that's the number on that particular project. But when you think about your portfolio as together, there's also a guardrail on how much of this do you do across your entire tax books. So, and that's a way to really put some guardrails for staff and give us an idea of the max that you might ever want to spend doing all of this type of work that you can continue to talk about with your budget staff to make sure that we're doing this in a fiscally responsible manner.
No, that's very helpful. I did also have, if I can keep the floor, I did have another question. The Trezzi model is very interesting to me, and I'm sure it does prompt many questions that we'll dig through. But the other model that you discussed where we would hold the property, can you give me a bit more of a sense of your comfort and confidence that whoever we retained would not sort of drag us into where I feel like our economy feels like it's going with almost a predation of tenants? The immediate eviction if you miss a payment or if you get a little bit behind.
Sure.
The rush to churn people through properties. I mean, landlords have really been using a system, not all landlords, but some landlords. I would want to be very thoughtful about who we chose to manage these properties.
Sure.
So that we're not exacerbating a situation of really using leverage over people who have the very least among us.
Yeah.
That's just a concern that I
Sure.
want to bring to this,
Yeah,
because I
that's a
don't
very
want that
thoughtful
reputation.
question, Councilmember. So I'll answer it two ways. And I want to take just a moment because you walked in the door. I want to thank Michael Engelhardt, who's your Housing Trust Fund manager. He's done a lot of the heavy lifting on the research of this, so thank you, Michael. Two answers. One, there are several, but only a handful of developers in the United States that are doing this model. And while we would go through a public procurement process to determine how to do this, your staff would be conservative and go with someone who has a track record for doing this well other places and not picking an unknown quantity. So that's on the going with someone with a track record. On the tenant relations piece, and I think one of the things that we're so excited about this is that you, council, will have much more control over these things than you have on your other projects, where you get to decide how some of this works. And I've seen some really encouraging models from market rate developers that are active in your community, where they're thinking a lot more deeply about the you're a day late evict approach of the past. I've seen some, in just a few of them, but some property managers who are actually bringing separate firewalled case managers onto their own staff and that's the first stop for someone that misses a payment. And there's also some great technology that's out there that helps residents be more flexible around payments and how they manage their finances and paying with their rent. These are things that we're already researching because we want to encourage our tax credit developers to follow in these models. And these are definitely things that we can explore to provide an outcome that is sustainable and meets your objectives. That's not just evicting someone who is 5 days late on their rent.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate that.
And with that, I would like to acknowledge our colleague, Councilmember Johnson. You have some questions and/or comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, of course I do. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Warren. I just have a couple questions. If you can go back to the slide with the details, I want to make sure I understand.
Which program, Councilmember Johnson?
The Tracy model example or the other one? This one?
Start with the Tracy, the Tracy model. That sounds like, almost like a TIG, or that it kind of duplicates or mirrors Mark Etheridge. I can't think of the name of the program, but is it sort of like that?
It's very similar to that. In this case, so yes, the way that Mark Etheridge's program works is funding. He pays taxes on his developments, and then that value is then entered into a contract with Housing Collaborative, who provides a subsidy program in his properties. So that is the Mark Etheridge model. This is different in two respects. One, you're basically granting him money that's already on the books because those are NOAA properties that have been paying taxes for years. In this, it would actually be true new revenue that would be coming onto your books. And this is different in a second way in that, we're intrigued by that voucher model, but there's other ways developers could use this funding. It could be used to support subordinate debt so that they could restrict specific units. Or it could be used to provide services to units that are already affordable under another means. So there's a couple of different ways that this could be used. But yes, Councilmember Johnson, it's very similar to the Mark Etheridge program that you're familiar with.
So most of you know I work on the front line with individuals with behavioral health and substance use and vulnerable populations. So Mark Etheridge is doing a great job. He also works with individuals in the vulnerable populations under 60%, more like 30 and under many times, sometimes. So what income level would this program accommodate?
So, Councilmember Johnson, right now we're talking about strategies and approaches. We haven't talked about a program yet, so that's part of our conversation today.
Okay, so I know the other program, you mentioned 60% specifically. If we go to that slide, I think it said 20 or 25% at 60% AMI, is
So
that
now
correct?
we're talking about the public development model. So let's look at slide 11.
Okay.
So here, under this strategy, the rents the models that we have been looking at are 60% of the units, or I'm sorry, 20% of the units at 60% AMI, and the rest would be at an AMI that is over 61 and up to market. And again, that's due to the limitations on the bond financing model, that you need the revenue to support the bonds.
Okay, I'll ask questions about that in a second.
I'm sorry,
but-
one more slide. It's a 12.
Yeah, thank you.
Here it is, I'm sorry. But for instance, here, Councilmember Johnson, this would give you, 20% of these units at 60%, and it would also allow you opportunities for one of the challenges that we struggle with in our voucher programs is just finding housing that will take the vouchers. We've got lots of vouchers out there. Oftentimes, it's very difficult to get those residents placed. This would give you an additional flexibility and option to place those residents that do have those vouchers, along with having the native 20% at 60.
Right, but this would be city-owned property,
Correct.
60%?
Right.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't support that. Secondly, in contrast for the Tressie model, what would be the income level for that? We don't know, or we don't have the details?
Right, that is just a strategy. The actual income levels would vary from property to property.
Okay, so when I moved here, I think in 2015, there was a housing deficit of, I think, 30,000 units, affordable housing units. Do we have a current number?
We do. So that the number has been crunched by your data team and has not been published yet on your dashboard. But the new gap number at 50% and below AMI is somewhere a little north of 40,000 units. And Harold, if you could go to slide 17. One of the things I just want to reiterate that Warren shared is that these are models and strategies that wouldn't necessarily stand alone. We recognize that having 30% units is one, necessary, it's our biggest gap, and two, a council priority. And so by layering these with other approaches that we already have in the toolbox, you can achieve that deeper affordability. You can achieve units at 30%, but more importantly, as Councilmember Mayfield shared, you can achieve the opportunity for households that are even below 30% to only pay 30% of their rent.
Yeah.
What is the AMI number?
Of what?
We're talking 30% of AMI, what number? It was 120,000. What number are we using for AMI?
That's the current.
112?
And that was the median family of 4.
Yeah, so 112 is area median income for a family of 4. We can get you the AMI table, Councilmember Johnson.
So the area median income is 112, so when we talk about 50%, what is that, right around $56,000 a year?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, my concern would be, years ago with the Ballantyne Reimagine project, there was, people were really excited about that, but there's a stipulation that no one, under a certain income level, I think it was 30% back then, could live there. And I just had a huge concern with the city not providing resources for our most vulnerable residents. $56,000, we know that our airport workers who we're fighting for and our service workers are under that level. So I think we, as the city, it's our responsibility to ensure that we are taking care of our most vulnerable residents as well. I know that there's a need, but I'd like to see if there's a 40,000 unit deficit that we know of, that we're not even accommodating with the city-owned property, that would be concerning to me. I think we need to go back to the drawing board, and thank you all. The 60% is important, but I think we need to be very intentional. I use that word weekly, but we need to be intentional about ensuring that our most vulnerable residents, such as the elder who's receiving $900 a month, would have access to these units as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Johnson. And just as a level set, of which I'm quite sure we're going to go into it deeper during our upcoming retreat, but to remember, city's role, county role, school board role. City of Charlotte, we are hard services, police, fire, sanitation, economic development. We stepped into the role of housing many years ago when the county had a financial deficit. We just never figured out how to transfer that all back to them. So the beauty of this conversation is the fact that we are reinstituting conversations with our Board of County Commissioners and with our manager of the county, because the county has stepped into housing development themselves recently, recognizing that when we think about social services, wraparound services, that falls under Health and Human Services, that falls under the county. One of the things that we have been having conversations about within committee, as well as conversations that I've had with staff as vice chair of housing and even as chair of housing many years ago, is around the fact that we are seeing this great divide of our workforce that can't afford, and those who aren't necessarily in need of subsidy, but also recognizing Charlotte Housing Authority, now in Libyan, has changed their model considerably over the years, because that was the creation of the Housing Authority, was the focus of those in that 30% and below area median income. Now, the city cannot be all things for all people, but the reality is, with that $100 million, that community believed in our ability enough to support, and the reality is, let's go ahead and throw it out there on January 5th, we're gonna have another conversation about going to the community about another $100 million, because there's no way to go back to 15 or 50 after this. But I think it's also, when we're given the numbers, it will be helpful to also look at, as Councilmember Johnson said, she came in 2015. I moved here in 1988. We didn't have the population in the city of Charlotte in 1988 or 2015 that we have today. So when we look at a 40,000 unit deficit, what we're not saying in that conversation is that we have more than 100,000 single family homes that are owned by investors. We have multiple developments that have been built as single family rentals that are owned by investors. So if we're going to have these numbers, whether the media or anybody puts them out, let's level set that with the totality of the conversation, the growth we've experienced, the number of private investors that own, and what we have funded over more than a decade to try to address the needs. But I do know my colleagues also, but I just wanted to level set that as we starting off a brand new year. But Councilmember JD and then Councilmember Mayo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, staff, for that presentation. I first want to start off with some questions before I get to my excitement about the public part. And this is more so kind of like, you can provide this in email. Would love to know how many deep affordable units compared to the medium 30 to 80% AMI there are in the city currently. The other thing is, when it comes to Tracy, the affordability period extension through the life of the grant agreement, would there be a possibility to look at kind of minimum, right, of like maybe 10, 15 years for that?
We're gonna say 30. Go higher.
30 years, yeah. The other thing is, one of my concerns for the Trizzy model is, you know, how do we incorporate this with single-family homes consideration and deep home ownership, right? Because I think when we talk about affordable housing, community and a lot of folks oftentimes think, including myself when I first started with being a policy wonk, apartments, right, and multifamily and high density. To the idea where the chair said about, you know, flipping this upside down, what about single family communities, right? Mixed in with multifamily units, right? Where we actually are providing and fulfilling this kind of 10, 15-minute walking communities that we want to build throughout the city. So I would love to kind of have a scenario of what that looks like. The other thing, one thing I did like is the fixed affordable units. I think that's so important. To the chair's point, we are living, and to Councilwoman Owen's point, we are living strapping us funding across all the country, and we can't be so reliant on these national programs as much as we used to be. So I think that's really appealing. Okay, now my policy wonkiness is coming through, and I'm super, super, super excited, and thank you for all the work you've done. Thank you for all the work you've done. This discussion around a public development model, I think it's incredible. During the campaign, I spoke about the need for municipal governments across North Carolina to be a little bit more stronger in the face of funding cuts, but also to operate within the limitations of state statute, right? And because I know that's really important here. And so this is really incredible. I think it does truly redefine what affordable housing looks like, and it makes it attractive again. Prior to the Fair Cloth Amendment being repealed at the federal level, affordable housing, public housing, was really appealing to every American. It was actual luxury, quality style public housing living that folks, there was typically wait lists to be in public housing. And so this really redefines that and makes it a reality again. I would like to see the numbers for deep affordable housing. So I know in slide 12, it says most development would have a mixed income structure. To my colleague, Councilwoman Johnson's point, I would like to see what the numbers might look like or a scenario look like if there's at least 10% units of 30% AMI, right? What that might look like. One thing, Councilwoman Owens was talking about landlords. I would like to, have further conversations about a criteria for landlords, especially when it comes to hiring locally. Like, how can we use this public development model to create local jobs and to hire Charlotteans, as well as looking into how can the city provide quality of life for tenants, with the acknowledgement that Mecklenburg County does health and human services, but we also provide hard services. So what's that going to look like for, trash, sewage, as Councilwoman Owen said. And then the managing risk model. I love this because I've been a big proponent of two truths can be held at the same time. We can be a strong local government, but our models can be decentralized. And so seeing the City of Charlotte be owner, and then senior asset manager, and then bondholder representative, active asset manager, property manager, and then the housing development, that layer of protection it's so unique and innovative for us to be a city that wants to be strong in local governance, but also rely on partners and be decentralized in that way. So thank you. That's it for me.
Councilwoman Mayo? Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity as well. Excited to learn more about it. What I'm really thinking more about is kind of that mobility plus, particularly as, the PAVE Act was just passed, particularly in District 3. A lot of concern was around the Silver Line and potential displacement as a result of that. So just hoping that we're really thinking through how can we start land banking now when we know that potentially, the rail could cause displacement from long-term residents in that area. So as JD was mentioning, how do we have diversity in housing, for sale, for rent, for residents who have a long-term been there. One thing I'm really excited about too with this, particularly with us remaining or keeping the land as an asset, when we think of properties like Little Rock. I'm a former CMS teacher, as I always kind of tell people. But one thing I've liked that CMS has done in maybe the last 10, 20 years, when they're rebuilding a school, they're not just displacing the students. They're often rebuilding on another section of the school And then, once that building is done, they're moving the students into the school on the same property, and then they're bulldozing. So how are we thinking through models similar to that? So that, I mean, everything has a lifespan, right? All buildings are having that. But because we're now gonna maintain potentially the property or the land of the property, I think that gives us opportunities to rethink, to reduce potential displacement. And I'm sure that has some more engineers would have to think through that, like how would we build this? And I'm not an engineer, but I do think that CMS has thought really innovatively about that. And I would like for us to kind of explore that as well, because I know that that can be a hardship for people, long-term residents who've been there 20, 30, 50 years, and then, now it's attractive to live along the Silver Line, and then they may have to be displaced. So how can we think through different models so that long-term residents can still live on the property or in the vicinity, while we can still update units and housing options for them. So that was just kind of my main thing. I'm still just thinking through a lot of things that I'm hearing about in District 3. So excited for this model. I know, Warren, we've talked about other stuff too, so I'll be hitting you up for more conversations, particularly as we talk about city-owned property. And I know y'all just did an assessment or an evaluation of that. So excited to see how that correlates with some of council goals.
And for my actual question, and being respectful of time, I want us to also consider strongly, it was mentioned that we want to try to find expert developers. We have invested in developers through LISC. We have local developers because the challenge that I have is this will be an amazing opportunity, as Councilmember Mayo just mentioned, again, the level of alignment. How do we support local and how do we support local growth? Here's an opportunity to utilize that funding that we've already invested and to help train our developers on what we need, because as the only, that I know of, the only sitting member who lives in a development that is a True Homes development, the perspective that I have regarding the development and the concerns that I've seen are concerns that I do not want others to face. So if you are getting into new construction, if we are able, since we did allocate funding for home ownership, if you get a new if you're going into a new development, at minimum, your idea is the first 3 to 5 years, you should not have a major expense. If you are already financially in a position where you are considered one of our vulnerable or most vulnerable, and you get hit with a HVAC repair that's thousands of dollars in that first year, or if you learn, like one of my neighbors shared, a water pipe was burst during development, they had to tear up the whole front walkway. 4 years later, that was repaired. They had a wood panel on. A new resident, a new homeowner isn't going to be able necessarily to withstand that cost. The development is 6 years old now. I've already seen a neighbor put a new roof on. If you can absorb those costs, that's one thing. But if you're using down payment assistance or using other funding, and you're having to absorb these type of costs, or you have a HOA that goes up. 2025, we spent over $6,000 of our HOA dollars in lawsuits against True Homes. That is a challenge. It is only through grace and mercy that we are in the position that we are in. Yet, I think about those who we identify as we're creating an opportunity for you. Is it an opportunity, or have we opened the door for a burden? So what I want us to consider is we have put investments in a lot of programs into developers in creating something through CBI, through LISC, through other partners. Here's a great opportunity to utilize some of them. Here's a great opportunity to utilize the partnership that we have with Dream Key, that we have with Laurel Street, to help develop and guide this, to create that mixed income, to give people at least I want you to have the opportunity of choice.
Yes.
But I want, for government, if if tax dollars are going in it, I want you to be able to choose a high-quality product.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the ability legally or through statute to follow up to what happens afterwards. With this model, if committee moves forward with it, and if we say that staff is on the right path along with the questions that we've asked, we very well could, again, change that whole dynamic and create something good generations long after we're no longer around, but we put something in place. So when we go back and look at what are the questions, do these models align with our housing policy goals as to what we are understanding those goals are? Do we feel that there's alignment in that? And I'm
Yes.
also looking to, and Councilmember Johnson, we definitely take into consideration your concerns with those that are in the 30% and below. What parameters for affordability mix and appropriate guardrails? I think, and I do see, and I will be coming back to you, I do see that from the questions that staff have been given, you have an idea of what we're looking for in that affordability mix, the
Harold, can you
guardrails.
go to slide 19?
Oh, slide 19, thank you. Where we have it in there as far as, yes, thank you. As far as the questions and the interest in further evaluation, I am hearing there's definitely interest with the additional questions. And with that, Councilmember Johnson, I want to recognize you.
I know we're short on time, but I love your comments, Madam Chair. You have district reps from 3, 4, 5, and 6. I'd like to talk about we capturing the bad actors, the developers. We need to consider that before we're expanding these developments in our city. And I've mentioned that before. I had a project in District 4. Residents were having problems with 5-year-old units. I encouraged that developer to fix those issues before the next development was supported. So I think that's something maybe for a future meeting. If we can talk about keeping track of these types of issues, I think that's only fair to our residents as we're growing so exponentially. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And for the questions, since we have you up, for today's questions, are you comfortable as we move forward with the questions that you and all of us have asked to let staff know that this is the direction we want them to continue?
I can't support anything that doesn't address the 30 or under 50%, 30 to 50%.
But that's not asking the question. Do the models align with our goals? Are the parameters and the mix appropriate based on the fact that we've identified some other questions in there, as well as the conversation with the county for them to come to the table? And ultimately, is there interest in further evaluation and refinement of the models?
Yes, there's interest in further refinement, but I can't support it as is today.
Thank you for that. It is definitely noted, because y'all didn't need a recommendation, you just needed to know. So what you have is, yes, we want you to continue. Please bring back the information, but also the concerns that have been shared. With that, all hearts, minds clear. Is there any other comment that committee would like to know? I would accept a motion for adjournment.
So move.
Second.
It has been motion and second. Thank you all so much for our first meeting of January 2026.
Yay.
here, and we're going to start a little early. Oh, no, it's 11 a.m., so Councilmember Mayfield will not fuss at me. So first, so we'll know everybody who's in the room this morning, I would like to start to my far left, to the young lady in the blue suit. If you could introduce yourself, what department, what organization you are representing today, I would appreciate it. Go ahead, Ms. Lloyd.
Christy Floyd, Economic Development. Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Tim Sidham across in Southeast.
Sherry Jones, the Office of Workforce Development. Danielle Frazier, Office of Workforce Development.
Raymond Canty, Eastland Yards.
Greg Ashudo, Charlotte East.
Carol Milton, long time, East Side, never really heard committee leader.
Philip Patino Boros, Santa City Partners.
Okay. Sir?
Jordan Duke, Office of Workforce Development.
Matthew Four, Economic Development.
Kasheen Alexander, Economic Development.
Eric Spanberg, Charlotte Business Journal.
Brandon Grant, Office of Workforce Development.
Nan Peterson, Planning. Alexis Gordon, Economic Development.
Rodney McGill, Concerned Citizen.
All right, right.
Caleb Porter, we're here representing Dr. Sheree Smith.
Anna Cooper here representing Dr. Sheree Smith.
Okay. And those here at the mid-table, I'm going to start off the young lady who made lunch and make sure everything was perfect for us.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
James Carter, Economic Development.
Robert Bolton, Eastland Sports Campus.
Kimberly Owens, representing District 6.
Dante Anderson, District 1.
LaWanda Mayfield, Councilmember at Large.
JD Mazrera Arias, proudly representing District 5, the east side.
Okay.
Allison Craig, Deputy City Manager.
Shahid Rana, Economic Development.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
And last and least, Anna Schloines, City Attorney's Office.
Now, you have the hardest job because you got to keep me honest, all right? So thank you, everyone. I'm going to turn this over. We have 3 agenda items, and I'm going to turn it over to Deputy City Manager to kick us off. Ms. Craig?
All right, thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem. Today we have 3 items on our agenda. The first is an update on Eastland. We're going to talk about the overall project, but more specifically, also go over the commercial leases, subleases for the project, because those are coming to council for a vote on January the 12th. So this is an item that you all will vote on in committee to refer to full council today. Second item is talking about small business. We know that small business is really important to city council, to the community, to staff. And so there's a lot of conversations going on as it relates to small businesses. There's some of the work that we're talking about with the mobility and the sales tax, and some of that work that's coming to the city of Charlotte. There's the referral that we had from last year talking about concerns about small business displacement. This is really looking at sort of an umbrella, overarching umbrella of everything related to small business, and making sure that we understand the ecosystem as we contemplate future implementation actions. And then the third is an announcement talking about small business and workforce development requests for proposals. So with that, we will start with Eastland, and I will turn it over to Todd.
Thank you, Allison. I can't think of a better way to start the new year than talking about Eastland Yards redevelopment. So happy New Year, everyone. Really excited today. Next slide, please. To provide an update on overall redevelopment of the site. Some of the key takeaways is talking about how the site continues to evolve, progress that continues to be made every single day. A few upcoming project milestones, talking about some of the agreements, groundbreakings that could be coming up soon. And then lastly, we do have an action request, as Allison mentioned, for some of the subleases, about half of the space that we're prepared to come to council for a decision on the subleases for that ground floor commercial space. Next slide. So before I get started, I do want to remind everyone just about the importance of partnerships. And so this region has had a long track record and a great history of successful P3s of various scales and sizes that have catalyzed significant private investment, created job opportunities, and created exceptional places throughout our region. We're often looked at by other communities around the country as sort of a best practice of how do we actually create meaningful P3s that have a meaningful impact throughout the community. And I think this project is a really great example of that. This project would not have been successful without the collaboration and the partnership with Crossland Southeast, Eastland Sports Campus, Mecklenburg County, and the city all coming together and working well under a partnership in a collaborative manner. The next several slides, just going to walk through some of the progress that is occurring every day. Now, in our committee meeting in August, we talked about some of this. Some of this I'll go quickly, so please raise your hand if you need me to slow down a little bit. But some of the things haven't changed because we've moved on to other parts of the project. We'd like to start from west, and then we'll eventually kind of meander our way through the eastern part of the site. This also happens to be where the first project was delivered. Next slide, please. This is the Evoke Living at Eastland Yards. It is a 70-unit senior affordable community. It was opened in November of 2024 and is 100% occupied. This is a great product that Cross and Southeast put out. I think this is a great testament to affordability doesn't mean lower quality. And it really speaks to also the market demand for this type of product in the community because it was leased up really quickly once it opened up in November 24. Next slide. Moving into a little bit east of that project are two projects that really complement each other and help establish the there on this site as well as in the surrounding community, which we think is going to be a major activity hub for East Charlotte. Next slide. So starting with the Solstice at Eastland Yards, these are the two mixed-use buildings. They will total 274 units. Building 1 is 131 units. Building 2 is 143 units. Leasing is currently underway and expect the first residents to take occupancy later this month, actually, in one of the buildings. And then the other building will looks to take occupancy in February. There's also a 150-space parking deck that would be available for retail users and the general public that is situated behind the multifamily building. Across the street, actually before I get to what's across the street, underneath is some ground floor commercial space that I'm going to get into in a little bit, in a few slides. Really speaks to our role in trying to be a little bit more assertive in response to council's request in terms of being more intentional and more assertive about helping create opportunities for small businesses to be part of the development as it's implemented. But across the street, we have the Eastland Park. Really excited about what's going on there. Really excited about how all the different uses come together and how they complement each other. This is a 4.5-acre park across from those buildings. The city conveyed the parkland to the county in the spring of 2025. There's a groundbreaking by the county for the park in October of 25, and have expect an opening of the park in late 2026. So everything is aligning really well with when people are moving in, people taking residency on the site, with single-family development, multifamily development, everything is moving really well. And we certainly, again, I can't underscore the appreciation we have in the partnership with Mecklenburg County of helping deliver what we think is going to be such an important amenity for the East Side community. Now, ground floor commercial space. This is something we've talked about for years when we're talking about this project and how do we create opportunities for small businesses to really be part of this transformational redevelopment. And as some of you may know, we are limited in what we can and can't do and how we support small businesses, particularly from a financial perspective. And so we went through a couple different strategies. Is it underwriting land value? Is it doing other things? And where we ended up a few years ago was, why don't we just lease the space? So in that sense, we have greater control, greater influence on who actually tenants that space, as long as we're also maintaining the legal boundaries of when you're leasing space in real estate law. So we've never done this before. I don't think many communities have ever done it like this before. I haven't really found any case studies to look at to say this is something that is a tried and true. So I say that, and I've said this, I think every time we've spoken, is this is untested. We're not really sure how this is going to work. There's going to be some mistakes along the way, so we ask for some patience as we're trying to work through this. But we're also appreciative of the guidance that you provided to us and allowing us to do something like this, which allows us, again, to be a little bit more assertive and intentional in creating opportunities for small businesses to take part in the space. So the master lease agreement with Cross and Southeast was approved by council in 2023. It's 16,000 square feet. Each lease or each sublease will require council approval. So that you will know who is going to be in that space every step of the way. Our goal throughout this has been to create a tenant mix that reflects the East Charlotte community and also not creating businesses that rely on recurring public subsidy. Again, this comes into limitations. We cannot offer free rent. This has to be market rents. But what we can do is create flexible terms that a traditional private landlord might not be able to do, but we're able to, and we may even take a little bit more risk on tenants who may not be credit tenants like a franchise or something else. So it allows us more opportunity and greater flexibility to get those small businesses into that space and operating and allow the businesses to expand and thrive. So we also talked about in those meetings was how we're going to start looking at those tenants and which tenants do we want to start to, aside from the types of uses and how they complement each other, is what's the step, who we're going to prioritize, how does that look? Because it gets into a whole level of situations of what's good, what's bad, are we picking winners and losers? What we wanted to do is start with those who graduated from our small business programs and really emphasize those businesses first. And we had a meeting with those graduates and those who are interested in this space. It was a great meeting. We filled one of our conference rooms. Crossland Southeast was really helpful walking through the space, the physical dynamics of that. We couldn't do this without them, just because we don't have the technical expertise of doing that. We don't build and lease space. We just don't. That's just not what our bread and butter is as a public entity. So having them there was really helpful. Identify, okay, what are the businesses? What are they interested in? That way everybody kind of gets to know, is this a good fit? So it was trying to figure out what businesses are a good fit for this space and which ones are we a good fit for them. So we also went to our small business team and started to establish some criteria and some questions we wanted to ask each prospective business. As some of the basic things, what is your annual revenue? How many employees do you have? Is this an expansion? How much space do you need? Do you need a grease trap? What are some other unique things that you might need in your space? Because all that has a play into whether they get located in one bay or another bay, or whether they can even fit into the space at all. So a lot of nuances to how we can start to figure out who fits and who may not fit into this specific space. So we reviewed the information that was submitted from those prospective tenants. We had, I think, about 8 to 10 that came out of that prospective tenant list, and identified which were ready for the space. For example, if there was a business who was just starting out and the revenue numbers just weren't very high, or seemed to be high enough to actually be ready and be well positioned to take on rent as well as upfitting a space and even be sustainable over time, we didn't want to put them in a situation where we're setting them up for failure or not being successful. So we also wanted to look at which ones were fit within the context of the redevelopment. What are the space needs? Again, the business type. Is this a type that's going to complement a use that's next door to it or across the street, or is it going to be contrary to it and there's going to be a lot of problems or conflict points along the way? So those are all the things that we really took into consideration as we were evaluating prospective tenants for this space. Again, we couldn't have done this without the partnership and collaboration from Crossland Southeast. We benefited significantly from their willingness to lean in and not just wait for us to fill the space, to be a partner with us to fill that space. Sure, we're paying them rent on that space. We're going to be paying them rent, but they're covering the tenant improvements for each of the subtenants. So we're not covering the TI that's going along that. They have volunteered to do that. They're leaning into that. They have been instrumental in working with each of the prospective subtenants to understand what their spacing needs are. That way, we're all being set up for success along the way, and it's really a true collaborative partnership every step of the way, where we're really leaning on their expertise and their experience to help deliver a successful subtenant space, and that way it reduces the conflict points and the complications that could come down from the city not really knowing what we're doing on some of this stuff, and we're learning as we go. We've also leveraged some of their networking and looking at other prospective tenants to fill some of the remaining space and kind of get the feelers out as they're talking about other projects like with the Excelsior Club or other projects they have going around. Who are some of the other tenants they're coming into contact with, or other small businesses who might be a good fit for this space? And that's something I want to talk about a little bit later as kind of the next steps in sort of the outreach of how we're identifying some of the potential subtenants. Again, so we see this approach as it builds upon the longstanding commitment we have for inclusive prosperity for this property, and it really outlines, which was outlined in our prior updates to City Council and to the committee. And we also see this as a positive and strategic step forward in realizing Council's vision for a transformative redevelopment of this space and of this property, and a site that creates opportunities for small businesses to be part of that transformation along the way. Now the work continues. Each step along the way, it's great to celebrate the successes that we have, but there's a lot of work that yet to be done. But we do see these first set of subleases representing the beginning of the broader, more inclusive effort, and how we're able to allow for these small businesses to kind of be part of the transformational development and not have an opportunity to be part of it. Next slide, please. So what you see here is basically a site plan or a floor plan of the 2 residential buildings, and you've got the parking garage behind it in gray. And what's highlighted in yellow are the 4 commercial space bays that we are leasing from Carlson Southeast. We do currently have signed letters of intent, or LOIs, with 4 subtenants, in which I'm going to walk through each individual one of those over the next several slides. Next slide. So, starting again from west to east, I'm going to start with the Rumbao Latin Dance Company. We're so excited to have her and her business as part of this development. I can't adequately explain how excited we are for this one. This is the owner's an AMP Up graduate. She's never operated out of a brick and mortar space, has wanted to. She's been looking at satellite locations, so this is something that she's run a successful business, but having a standalone, single brick and mortar space is going to be really helpful and impactful to her business as she looks to expand it even more. Again, AMP Up graduate, this is exactly what, when we started thinking about how we're going to do this space and what we're looking to accomplish with this space, this is the type of tenant that we were envisioning that we really could take advantage of this opportunity and really be a great partner for the space. So she's looking at just over 3,200 square feet. Again, it's a dance studio, look at a 5-year sublease term with an option to renew for 4 years. So some of these lease terms are pretty consistent along the way, but I think, again, we're super excited. Can't say enough about how excited we are about this one and to work with her along the way and really see her grow, because we also see it as a complementary use, not just with the park across the street and being able to utilize that space, but also with some of the other uses adjacent to her. Next slide. So the next one is this Suites by Alvarenga collection. This is a salon suite style business. This one also came to us out of their meeting with prospective tenants from our small business program graduates. The owner herself is actually not a graduate of the program, but her broker actually was representing a different owner who thought that this business would actually be a better fit or a really good fit for this space. And we got to meet the owner, Jayla, and we found that I think where her uses are and where she's looking to go on is actually quite a good fit for this space as well. We're excited about working with Jayla as a young entrepreneur and looking at introducing her to new programs that we have from the small business side and figuring out how we can continue to support her business as she continues to go on her entrepreneurship journey and really expanding in this space as well. Moving further to the east, we have Higher Grounds by Manolo. I think most people are probably familiar with Manolo and his work on the east in East Charlotte. He's been in conversation with the development team for years. He's been a staple in the small business community as part of our small business programming and as a stakeholder. He's shown interest in this site since before we even engaged with Carlson Southeast on this. Has always been wanting to have a part in this property, and we couldn't think of a better use in a better location for this. It is right across the street from the park. It's also right across the street from where the Eastland Sports Complex is going to go. So I think this is a fantastic use of that space, a great community amenity, and it's something I think is going to be well valued by the residents who live in the buildings above it and then housing around it, as well as those who live in the adjacent neighborhoods. Again, another tenant, another business that we're really excited about. The next one, which is right next to that, is another one that's also owned by Manolo as a primary owner. This was Artisan Jello. This is another fantastic use of and type of business that we're really excited about for this location. When we had earlier conversations with the owner about what their needs might be and how they might look at this space, the original conversations were about 2,000 feet and one business operating out of 2,000 feet but selling different products. And that eventually evolved into the need for 2 separate businesses needing 2 separate spaces. So while the original concept was still looking at 2,000 feet, but now it's being broken down into 1,000 feet for each specific business, one for the coffee shop and one for the gelato shop. But both of the concepts offer great amenities for redevelopment in East Charlotte. And this is something that I think speaks to, go to the next slide. It just kind of speaks to the space, when that pulls up, you see, of how we're looking at how the space gets actually built. And we have these larger bays, it could be 8,000 square feet, but how that's actually articulated and how the walls get built is really kind of based upon the customization and the specific needs of a specific tenant. So as you see here, these are the 2 remaining bays or spaces that we have left to sublease. One is just over 4,100 square feet, the other one is just under 3,800 square feet. But that doesn't mean that we're looking for a user that can fill exactly 4,164 square feet. This means is that that's the space we have available. That could be broken down into 2 tenants. But there are consequences to some of that as we look at that. If we have limited amount of space or capacity for grease traps, so we couldn't have multiple food and beverage that require grease traps. So we got to think about that. If a business wants to, if a full-service restaurant wants to take 2,500 square feet, it means we got to sub that mean. What is the cost of doing that subdivision? Who's taking that cost? So those are things that we're going to have to continue working through as we get down to the last remaining space and making sure that it's a good fit for us and a good fit for the business as well. So, as I mentioned before, we wanted to start with the graduates of our small business programming that have been involved over a series of years. And I think as we look at the remaining space, we are exploring partnerships and looking at a third-party brokerage help, and that is to do a more traditional look at listing in some regards, as well as getting some technical expertise on the leasing itself. I will say, if you may be familiar with the city's traditional process of leasing, it is pretty, it's essentially, we have 3,000 square feet. We're asking if a tenant's interested, their broker comes to us and says, okay, I have a tenant who wants 3,000 square feet. Let's get the terms together and we'll sign it and we'll move on. This, I think we'd like to be a little bit more intentional about. And I think we want to blend a traditional approach with something that's more intentional that still aligns with the priorities and objectives of council for this space. While we're not necessarily looking to achieve this to first come, first serve here. It is making sure that the business who we're looking at here fit with what the overall construct and intent is for this site. So what we're trying to get from the brokerage help is we're going to be looking at a marketing plan, and certainly getting on the listing services like CoStar and LoopNet to make sure it's out there in the public more than it already is. More targeted social media interactions and marketing, as well as continued partnerships with our small business partners and making sure that folks are aware and those who are interested know what the steps are to kind of express their interest in taking place in one of these spaces. So, and we're looking at continuing the evaluation of the metrics to use as a guide, again, to make sure that we are ensuring the intent, that we're living up to the intent that we originally set out to do. But again, we originally said we're going to start with those businesses who are graduates of our small business programs, and after we've kind of explored those, then let's take that next step and see who are the great fits for this space as we move forward. Next slide, please. So as we move behind the spaces, we have the Central Village at Eastland Yards. We're really fortunate to have Saucy Burbank as a builder here. They produce a really great product that aligns with the overall goals for the redevelopment, which is a mix of product types, walkability, quality design. Again, really thankful for their contribution and their partnership along the way. Next slide. So their project will include 158 units, 94 detached single-family units, and 64 townhomes. They had their first closing in October, and the prices for the single-family detached start in the mid-400s. We're really, again, super excited about what they can bring to the table of having that mix of owner, renter, mix of price points along the way. And it really creates for that really strong mixed income, mixed use type of development that really creates a really sound, strong neighborhood and community. Next slide. Now as we move farther east, we have the Eastland Sports Campus. Next slide. So the Eastland Sports Campus, we're continuing to work well with the development teams to draft, negotiate, and execute multiple agreements, which I'll get into in a subsequent slide. As a reminder, the program for this space is currently composed of 6 soccer fields that will be constructed and operated by the Charlotte Soccer Academy that can be used for soccer and other outdoor sports tournaments and events. Edge Sports Global and Bolton Ivory Canty are partnering on an indoor facility that will comprise 100,000 square feet currently. And right now looking at building a minimum of 10 basketball courts that can be turned into a number of other sports courts to allow for greater flexibility with the types of events that can be offered there. Based on the current scheduling, we're hoping, fingers crossed, we can schedule, have a groundbreaking shortly, and then start construction on the infrastructure and some of the horizontal work, and that will take about 12 to 14 months to complete. And from there, the soccer facility could be complete within 8 to 10 months from the completion of the site work. And then the indoor facility could be complete within about 12 months from the completion of the infrastructure work. Obviously, I think we're going to make sure we work with the team to identify any potential efficiencies to speed up the process, because I think we're all aware that there is a huge built-up demand for this type of space in the community, and there are already people knocking on the door and trying to get access to it and figure out when it's going to be open so we can start booking events and moving on from there. Next slide. That's not the one I thought. Okay, so what's not shown on this slide is a list of outstanding agreements. So what we have now is basically 7, maybe 8 agreements that we're working on with the development team. And I've categorized by the different players or partners of those agreements. So the Eastland Sports Campus team is made up of the indoor and outdoor facility. It's a combination. They have an operating agreement. They're working together really well to do that. Then they have their own separate agreements with the indoor facility and the outdoor facility. With the Eastland Sports Campus team, which is that larger parent company, if you will, we have the CIP reimbursement agreement. We have the Amateur Sports and Recreation Site Improvements Agreement. And then we also have a purchase and sale agreement for the out parcel, for that food and beverage out parcel that will occur probably a couple months, a couple years after the work is done, or it's actually operational. We're also contemplating a master development agreement that right now it's listed as tentative, but it may come into play because the intent of that agreement is to basically summarize all the other 7 agreements and to kind of fill any gaps that may have taken place amongst those different agreements. So that one is, I think it could be some use to it, but we're not sure yet, depending on how the other ones go. The CIP reimbursement agreement, I think we should be ready to get that one signed hopefully within the next 2 weeks, and should be ready to move on from there. The others, I think, are moving along well. The biggest one, I think, at this point in time, from a priority perspective, is the reimbursement agreement, because that's the one that lays out and allows them to start working and start getting the work underway on the site work. So from Council's 2024 approval, that covered the CIP reimbursement agreement, which was $18.9 million, the hospitality agreements, which was $22.3 million, and it also outlined the general terms for the various transactions for the ground lease and for the purchase and sale of the food and beverage pad. So the real estate transactions do require an additional council approval. So what you'll see come back to you when they're ready is approvals or request for approval for the ground lease for each, the indoor facility and the outdoor, the soccer facility, as well as the purchase and sale agreement for the food and beverage pad. So a lot of work has been done on this site, and we're still seeing a lot that has to be done still, and so I think there's a lot left to do. We're really excited about creating sort of a central hub of activity for East Charlotte and the surrounding community. You know, considering where we've been and the obstacles we've faced over the last 5 to 6 years, considering COVID, price escalations, volatility in the supply chain, and so many impacts that could have derailed this project pretty severely. But thankfully for the partnerships, the collaborative effort with the various partners that have been involved, we're still moving forward. We're excited about where we're going. We're excited about where we are. And we're even more excited about what's to come in the next several years. Next slide. So today, again, we do have a committee action request, and that is to refer the following subleases to City Council for council consideration and recommend approval during the January 12th, 2026 council meeting. And these are the subleases that I kind of went through a few minutes ago. Next slide. And then lastly, just to kind of end the conversation, these are things that we see as coming soon. One is the subleases I just mentioned, looking for a potential city council request for a First Amendment to the Master Development Agreement with Crossing Southeast. These generally they're cleanup items. Some of it is regarding a takedown schedule. And for example, they've already exceeded the schedule and the requirements for taking down the land for where they are today. What they're not currently getting credit for is exceeding and going above and beyond what they needed to do. So we want to kind of clean up some of that language that gives them credit for that, and it allows the schedule to change a little bit. And then the transaction price. Crossing Southeast, they've requested to extend the period by which we sell the land to them for $3.19 a foot. At this time, we don't have any concerns with that based on how things have been going. We think that it's been implemented in a way that aligns with the way we've set it out to be. They've been a great partner, leaning in on aspects that we weren't anticipating they were leaning into. They've also helped tremendously with subleases, with the TI and everything else. So we look forward to continuing the conversation on some of these terms, but these are just giving you kind of a glimpse or a snapshot of what could be coming in the future as we continue the conversations with the development team on that. And then lastly, the groundbreaking. I think a lot of this is going to be consistent or aligned with where we are with the CIP reimbursement agreement, whether that is February, March, or April, but I think we're trying to get this as close to February, March as we possibly can. And with that, Mr. Chair, I turn it over to you for any questions or comments.
So, first of all, I'm gonna let the committee have conversation, and I make some comments, so I'm gonna yield to Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Really great to see the vision and the new thumbprint on a space that's so dear to all of our hearts and for the East Charlotte community. So I really love the vision and how it's coming to life. So thank you for the update. Also, the partnership with the county for the green space, I think, is critically important. We think about families and the access, walkability access to green space. So that's also a great addition to this space. The affordable housing and market rate housing, the mix is great, as well as the sports complex. And as you know, we need space for amateur sports here in the city of Charlotte, and particularly youth sports as well. And so, of course, with the multi-purpose soccer fields, but the basketball courts hopefully can be flexed to use for youth volleyball leagues and other indoor youth leagues as well. But I have a couple questions for you. One is, from what you've said, we're adding approximately 494 residential units to this campus, and really only 2 solidified food and bev options with the coffee shop and the gelato space. I have some questions about those 2 larger pads that you mentioned and their ability to be to house food and beverage.
Absolutely.
Because in the spirit of a 10-minute neighborhood walkability, we want those folks that are living on that campus to have access to food and beverage without having to get into a car. So that's my first question.
Absolutely. And if you think about a customer experience, if you have an appointment at the salon, and then you're going to spend 8 hours with a loctician or something else there, and you're going to spend 8 hours there, you're going to spend a lot of time. You got your cup of coffee, you get right from there, and then you're walking out and you're looking at some dance classes that you could either take or sign up some family members to. You're continuing to walk to your car. You can either pick up some gelato for rewarding you for sitting in a chair for 8 hours while you got your first Sister Locke's appointment done. And then what you can do is, what you can't do is actually pick up some food on the way home. And I think that's where those 2 spaces on the end, that's what we're really targeting for full-service restaurants, to actually take that space that really provides that wraparound amenities for the customers of the salon or from the dance studio or from anywhere else that really complements that, and it really creates the type of community we're trying to create there.
Absolutely. And Mr. DeLong, you've done your research because you know what Sister Locks are. I greatly appreciate that. So, okay, great. The other part of it is for the council action that you'll need on a go-forward basis for the food and beverage pad as a part of the amateur sports. Will we be able to program that space with our small business graduates as well, or will that be left out of our hands?
I think that's still up for conversations with the development team. I don't think anybody's really thought about what is that user or who is that restaurant that takes that space. I think that we're trying to get the facilities operational and then kind of see where the needs are from there, and then we can certainly have that conversation with them. I think that's definitely something we want to engage with them on.
Okay, and then the last question is, you mentioned that for the pads that we're up here now and we're about to vote on to take forward to council, that it's a 5-year lease with an option for a 4-year extension. Do we, as a council and as a city, have an opportunity to review, after that 5-year lease is up, do we have an opportunity to review as well, to think about if that business is properly working and fitting into our vision of this space? Or is it just an automatic 4-year option?
I believe we have the opportunity to review to see how it's working, but I will confirm with them, with the attorneys and with the language of the lease agreement itself, just to make sure that we have that. So
I'd like for us to have that, Mr. Chair, because again, we're thinking about a vision for this area. And we've worked so hard to get to this point. We want to make sure that it's working properly in alignment with where we're going. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Mayfield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a couple of questions when we're looking at potential vendors in the space. So I'm very familiar, of course, with Manolo and what he's doing. So you all decided that we're going to lease the 2 spaces next door. One's going to be a coffee shop, and I assume also we'll have pastries, and the other one's going to be the gelato. Are they going to be connected, or they're still going to have the wall separating them as 2 separate spaces?
There'll be a wall that separates the two.
Okay, and as far as the suites, are they a graduate of our CBI program?
The Suites is not a graduate of our CBI program. I don't think so, but I'm going to make sure.
So I'm going to ask for us to slow down.
Yeah.
We put a lot of money and a lot of investment growing small businesses in the city. I also have a concern that when I look up on our Secretary of State's page, this business is registered in McLeansville, North Carolina, and the principal office address is in Greensboro. We have spent a lot of time and a lot of energy around Eastland. We have so many small businesses right here in our city, not to mention we have been having multiple conversations regarding our arts community having access to rental space for, and we're talking about 10-minute neighborhoods, okay, art class, dance class. We have the one proposal for the Latin dance, but there are so many artists in our community that have been displaced from Camp North End, from NODA, from other places that have been a part of these conversations thinking they may have an opportunity over at Eastland. I would like for us to consider what precedent are we setting when we identify, one, a business that has not gone through our program, 2, a business that's registered out of Greensboro as your primary, and McLeansville, North Carolina, versus even within our immediate region, especially when we're looking at the creation of the MPTA and that connection and what it's going to have. Are we doing a disservice from the very beginning if we're not working directly with Charlotte Business Inclusion and doing the promotion within that space of here are opportunities that we will have for potential business space when we know several businesses have had to close their doors just within the last year because the rental price has been so exorbitant that they cannot sustain. How many times have we driven around and seen yet another business that is no longer there because the rent has just become a burden? I'm just hoping you can share why we would not start internally with these opportunities. Eternally, again, reiterating our Charlotte Business Inclusion. We just had a major event over the holidays that was a combination of Sustain Charlotte and CBI, where we highlighted multiple new businesses that have been created, but yet they're not listed here in these opportunities. I definitely agree with Councilmember Anderson. When we're looking at those spaces, to me, restaurant and grocery. Let's look at the impact, because Campado Foods has a smaller footprint than, say, a Harris Teeter or one of the others, or Halal Grocery. We have such a diversity in culture over on the east side. there's an opportunity there for that space to potentially have a conversation with a grocer, not necessarily the big box grocers, because they look at rooftops. They're looking for a certain income before they even consider. But what would it look like if it was a Halal or a Campata or one of the other smaller grocery stores to come in where you can have that impact? Now, for transparency, I think salon suites are great. Is that the best use for this particular space when we can actually have more revenue generating and we can support local? I don't know. But if we did not even start with CBI, that's a concern for me. Let's look at how we can support and promote the businesses that have already invested in the city and that we've already put investment in versus this idea of whatever the idea was. Let's just slow down a little and look at the opportunities where we've already have relationships, already created investments, and those individuals have already done the work to be a part of the ecosphere of the growth of the city of Charlotte. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Excellent points made. I'm going to yield to the young man who now is representing District 5.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, colleagues. I first want to start off by thanking Todd, Allison, for your support the last couple of weeks as I got up to speed to the businesses and what's happening at Eastland Yards. I also want to thank Tim Sinema as well for the continuous conversations, Robert Bolton, Mr. Ganti, Greg Asciuto, and Carolyn Millen, who have all been very actively involved in Eastland Yards and making sure it's a success. I first want to start off with the small businesses. I think when this was first deferred last year, I think there was a lot of misconceptions made about the businesses that were presented to council at that time around, right? There were some community rumors flying around saying that Manolo had more square footage than the other businesses did. Manolo has together 2,024 square footage. Rambao Latin Dance Company has 3,245, and the suites have 2,527. So I just kind of want to dispel that immediately. But I did understand the community's concerns when it came to more transparency and communication on how the process went through in selecting these businesses, because that's also very important. I wanted to first kind of ask the question about criteria, Todd. Like, what was the criteria for this?
I told him.
Well, I mean, was there a rubric is kind of my specific question.
So when thinking through the commercial space as part of the ground floor commercial space, we wanted to make sure it creates an active environment. So there wasn't we want this type of tenant, this type of tenant, and this type of tenant. It wasn't so specific as that. But we knew from experience of looking at successful redevelopments that have mixed use concepts, and we're trying to create this mixed use community, certain tenants work really well together and really trying to activate that space. Because that's one of the things that we've been trying to accomplish from the very beginning is how are we activating a space that's basically been unactivated or inactivated for years. And so how are we trying to bring back the activity and the life back to that Eastland Mall property? And so that's been one of the key drivers of trying to think through or rubrics of how we're defining what that tenant mix could look like. So you mentioned the food and beverage. That's a huge component to this. We want to have that huge food and beverage. Coffee shops, artisan gelato places, places that kind of represent that third place for people where they can go and they enjoy their lives, and it kind of creates that sense of place where there's that there, they just feel different when they're there. That's what we're trying to get here, while also providing opportunities for neighborhood services and amenities that also activates the space. You mentioned the grocery store. That's something we're contemplating already for another part of the site. So there's already a pad that's been kind of targeted for a grocer that goes on part of that site. So there's more commercial development to occur on there. Right now, it's just the 16,000 square feet that's being built today, and that will start to leasing up soon, and that we'll actually take ownership of that, but we'll take over that space later this week or next week. So that's what we're trying to think through this incrementally and how everything kind of comes together and complements each other from the different pieces of that puzzle. Again, it wasn't a specific, we got to have X square feet of this use, X square feet of that use. It really was, how are we creating the most vibrant, the most active space that we can with the different uses, and how do they complement each other along the way? Also creating opportunities for businesses that we're setting up for success and expansion, not for something they may not be ready for. So that's something we've had to have some conversations with too, just who's ready, who's not ready, what does that revenue number look like? Is this a good fit for them, is it not a good fit for them? Because the last thing we also wanted is somebody who was just looking for space and doesn't really know much about the community and doesn't know whether or not they've done the research into whether that product that they're selling actually fits within the target market or in this location.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I also share my colleague, Councilwoman Mayfield's concern about, CBI tenants and making sure that it's well vetted. But I also, in having conversations with Mr. Sima, know that there has been some limitations and appeal to these leases. If you don't mind, can I call on you to kind of touch on that? Yeah.
Tim, come on up to the table, sir.
Yeah.
There you go.
Can't wait.
Can you give us your name?
My name is Tim Sitt. I'm on Crosland Southeast. Excuse me. I wasn't expecting to speak today, but I appreciate the opportunity. Council Member Mayfield knows me well. Your comment about slowing down, if we slowed down anymore, we'd be going backwards, in my view. So this project has been a labor of love since 2018. And I'm thrilled that we're at the point where we are today. One of the things that's often missed in a mixed-use development like this is all the different components have to have an interplay. They all work together. I'm sure you can all appreciate when the east side parcel gets completed with 6 soccer fields and thousands of family members there every week, and the sports complex gets finished and thousands more, that's going to generate demand for retailers. Today, there's not that much demand out there. It's almost as if people are thinking that we've got a lineup of people to lease these spaces. The fact is we don't. We've got signs in the windows. The people that are calling want to do vape shops, okay? That's not who we want to put out at Eastland. That's why none of those subleases that you see are those types of uses. We're trying to be quite selective. We want a diverse group of business owners. We want a diverse group of business opportunities. I've been talking to grocers, Luana. I've been talking to grocers for 5 years. I've yet to get a grocer there. But as the different components all get completed, as we get, you guys may not know this, but the county, of course, you guys, the city gave the land to the county. The county is paying whatever, $12 million for the park. We wanted that park early because it's the centerpiece of the development. The county said, that's fine, but we don't have budget dollars until our next 5-year cycle. Crosland Southeast paid $1 million for the design of that park, taking all the risk that whether the deal was going to get done or not. It took the county 2 years to reimburse us, but we wanted to move forward with the design so that we could get the construction going so that it could open at the same time. It's like if you're making a big, 5-course meal. You don't want one course showing up 2 hours after, everybody else is eating the rest of the meal. That's why it's important. I can't wait to go to the groundbreaking for the east side parcel because the synergy created there drives demand for the rest of this space. I hope that answers the question, JD, that you were asking.
Thank you. I would refer to my colleague, Councilwoman Mayfield.
Councilwoman Mayfield.
Thank you so much for that, Tim. And I do like the analogy of the 5-course meal and when it's prepared. But also, as you mentioned, we've been working on this for 7 years. The fact that CBI was not at the forefront of the conversation is the concern that I have, and that doesn't fall on you. With you doing your outreach and the work that you have been doing to identify potential partners, we know grocery stores are a little bit harder, but what we tend to do is look for the big names, which is why I mentioned some of the smaller. But the CBI conversation in this 7-year period, that's on staff, because we do have businesses that the city has been investing in. we do have not only the AMP program, so many other programs that have been highlighted throughout the years. So even if it was in the last 2-3 years where we have been very intentional with growing businesses, that one doesn't, I'm not putting that one at your doorstep, but there's an opportunity there. So I received the idea of we slow down a little, we'll be moving backwards. I'm not saying slow the whole process down, but to know that we've been working on this 7 years, and for CBI to not be mentioned throughout all of this, that's a concern. So as we're starting out this brand new year in 2026, with understanding that council clearly made through our votes and through policy language, we have supported and encouraged the growth of Charlotte business inclusion. Here's the opportunities to actually implement that versus saying, well, we'll get it next time, because next time passed about 5 years ago. But I appreciate you sharing all of that.
I do know that, I don't remember if we spoke specifically to CBI, but with Todd's help, we've had lots of conversations with a lot of different groups. Almost every meeting I've attended on Eastland for the last 5 years, I've shared the opportunities for that first floor commercial space. I've been cold calling different diverse business owners, trying to source leads for that space. There's signs on the windows. So, I mean, if somebody's got interest, all they got to do is call. And we've been being proactive as well. So if there are business owners that have an interest, I'd encourage them to reach out either to Todd or to me, and we'll figure out where it goes from there.
Councilmember JD.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that. Which kind of brings me to this another idea is to Councilmember Mayfield's point about the city being more intentional in reaching out to existing small businesses. I think we also need to be more intentional in reaching out to organizations that are already doing the work and cultivating a small business vibrant ecosystem. For example, I was a little bit concerned about us asking for help from a brokerage. I'm a little bit clouded about what is the need for that when we already have organizations like Charlotte East, who is already creating a small business environment and ecosystem in the East Side, who has connected with a lot of the small business. They have a footprint. They currently, I know, County Commissioner Chair Mark Jarrell, State Representative Jordan Lopez, myself have been invited and attended these small business meetings with a bunch of businesses across the East Side who would be, I think, very interested in this space as well. And so please help me understand, why do you think we need help from a third-party firm that would probably cost a lot of money? And I want to make sure we're intentional how we use taxpayer money wisely, rather than cut the middleman out and actually provide funding to an organization that's already doing that work.
So the firm, there's the help with the broker services, not just the marketing. I think they're not mutually exclusive from each other. We certainly want to lean on Charlotte East as they're working through this, particularly the S3 grant and what they're doing in the community, in the business community. I think that's going to be really impactful to helping get the word out even more than we've already done. The brokerage services is more than just the marketing piece. It's also on just the documentation, it's the leasing negotiation, it's understanding what terms can we get to that are quite creative. Where are the guidelines or the guardrails that we have in terms of our creativity with, what's a tenant might think about this? What do we help us bounce ideas off of what could work, what may not work when we're thinking about creative strategies and creative terms. So those are some things that we think we need that expert opinion on, and people who have actually been engaged in that effort for years to understand, because they've actually helped us out even thinking about, okay, what is the lease strategy for percentage rent versus base rent? How do we start to modify some of that where...
Excuse me, who has helped?
The consultant.
The consultant,
yeah.
Okay.
So we're looking to engage them a bit more because we've valued their input and valued the impact that they've had on kind of creating a stronger relationship with the small subtenants, as well as the documentation and the terms we have with them.
Gotcha. I would encourage us to find a more creative, unique way to do that marketing, have those conversations. Also, this is more, and I've spoken to Mayor Pro Tem about this often, it's to beef up what the city can do, right? And how we can better ourselves in terms of finding these opportunities. I know there is a lot of state limitations on finding data for small businesses. I mean, I was reading last night, we have a state statute that prohibits us from collecting data of some sort, but I think there is an opportunity here for us to beef up our outreach strategies and what we can do in terms of finding these small businesses and continue partnering with Crossland Southeast, who has been very instrumental during this process about looking for these businesses as well. I had something else. Yes, I wanted to kind of touch a little bit on when we renew these leases, right? There is some hesitation from me initially about, how do we measure council against whether a business is a right fit for a district, right? I think that it's an interesting conversation to have, but I'm a little bit afraid that it might be a little bit more subjective to council about how is this business performing, whatnot. I think we have to be a little bit careful about reviewing that. And if we are going to review that, if we are going to assess whether a business is a right fit for a certain community, we have to be very careful about how we do that. And it has to be quantitative rather than qualitative. Other than that, this is something I've been following closely. It's something I followed throughout my campaign. I know there's a lot of folks that have been involved in this. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem and colleagues who have supported this initiative from the start, despite its ups and many, many downs, and the patience everyone has. I think, moving forward, as the former chair of this committee said once in a meeting, we got a, high quality, what's it called, gas on this, making sure that we're moving forward, because kind of bleeding a little bit into the groundbreaking, if you don't mind, Mayor Pro Tem,
Go ahead.
is we need to make sure this is off its feet to ensure that the market is confident about this investment happening in our community and that it is realized. Other than that, I think these are some great lineup of businesses. I think we've been delaying too long, and I hope that we can move forward. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So I'm going to try to be very brief, but I want to say a couple of things. Number one, committee, thank you for your great feedback and your great question. So as a takeaway, I just want to make sure I heard what this committee would like staff to bring back. One, the review after the 5-year lease is up, and let's try to establish some criteria. Secondly, as we move forward, more CBI engagement, we select the companies going forward. Thirdly, there's a lot of community space that our arts community is looking for, so somehow engaging and seeing the availability of that. And I think we all talked about, and Mr. Cinnamon, you said it best, as we have more rooftops, as we have more energy out there, the valuability of having a grocery store or restaurant, I think is a key that we all want to see in that development. And so let me thank, though, Todd, this has been a labor of love for you for a long time, sir. I want to personally thank you. Thank you, Tim, Senator Crosser, for doing something so unique. We used to having a whole RFP process that takes 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, and for you to introduce a new model. And Todd, you said it best. It wasn't a perfect model. It was a model that gave us ultimate flexibility. And I think some of the feedback that this committee has shared, we're going to make it a better process. So with that, thank you to everyone. And I'm a year to the council member, and so he feels comfortable making a motion for us.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Hearing my colleagues' concerns about these subleases, I would like to entertain a motion to refer the following subleases to City Council for council consideration and recommend separate approval during the January 12, 2026 council meeting. So key word on separate, Councilmember Mayfield, I want to make sure that we vote on these businesses separately rather than total, so staff and other partners have enough time to look over the the salon, the units.
Motion made, is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Question, conversation?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so for clarity, we did support identifying these separately, but I would like to have the responses to the questions prior to, because what I would hope that we don't do is get to the point and vote something down for the simple fact that we did not answer the questions, because again, 7 years of opportunity and work that staff and community has put into this, not utilizing one of our greatest assets is very concerning, and identifying any business that is located as their headquarters or their primary residence outside of the city of Charlotte is also concerning. That, to me, could be part of the additional, because the development's not done. But to me, that's something that can happen later on versus this beginning, where we're trying to shore up the foundation of what Eastland Yards will be for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, can I make a quick comment?
Yes, Councilman Anderson.
Just 2 quick points for staff as we think about opportunity on this space. We have, at least in District 1, we've had really great success with small footprint grocers like Sprouts and Trader Joe's. With the additional densification that we're bringing to this site, they might be attracted to participate, Mr. Sinema. So, perfect. And then the other piece is, what I've been hearing on the east side as well is that we don't have access to retail banks on the east side with the level of proper distance that some residents want. And we have seen that with the retail banks, they're moving less about just transactions and more about advice about home ownership, advice about small business, et cetera. And they're seeing a lot of footprint there. So I just would like for us to think about, as we're developing this site, what's the closest bank? And if there's not a bank within a 3-mile radius, we need to tap into some of our good bank partners here to see if they have an interest in bringing a brick and mortar operation close to the Eastland site. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Excellent point. So committee, we got to do some time management here. Our committee is supposed to be over at 12:30. And we have 2 more items, and each one of those items are scheduled for 30 minutes. So that would take us to 1. So Councilman Anderson, can you stay at least to 12:45?
Yes, sir.
Councilman Mayfield?
Yes.
Councilmember JD? Yep. All right, staff, we're going to try to accomplish this, and we're going to stop at 12:55. So Deputy City Manager, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Sure thing, and while we're transitioning, I'll mention the last item. I don't think we'll take 30 minutes. So I think we'll be okay. But while we're swapping staff out, clearly small business is very important. We spent a lot of time talking about that with Eastland. I wanted to give just a little bit of history for this. So coming out of COVID, understanding that the environment for small business is very different, and wanting to do a deep assessment as to what are the key needs, the key opportunities, key gaps. And so in 2023, in February, we discussed this at the Jobs and Economic Development Committee about doing this assessment. In April, Council approved the use of COVID money for small business and entrepreneurship support through a request for council action. And so this approved a comprehensive small business ecosystem assessment and implementation plan, which is what we're going to present today. So the purpose of the study was to understand where gaps exist in the ecosystem, increase equitable access to resource, and improve how support is coordinated across partners. We went through a formal procurement process, late 23, early 24. The selection committee included a staff from ED on the city and county side, CBI, Corridors, the Business Advisory Committee, and a small business ecosystem partner.
ensuring the work reflects both public sector priorities and on-the-ground small business realities. So the last time we discussed this was in May 2025, and we're here today for an update on the work that they've been doing with the consultant. So I will turn it over to Holly and Christy.
Thanks so much for having us today. We're very excited to present this. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is just a summary slide. I won't spend a lot of time on this because we are we have the 2 presentations left today. But basically today what we're doing is presenting an update on the small business ecosystem that Allison just talked about and the implementation plan and how that connects to small business priorities. So with small businesses being critical to Charlotte having a healthy economy, it's imperative that the mayor, city council, and city staff have a holistic view of the ecosystem that is informed by research and data. Doing this now is also really a critical time because we're looking at post-COVID and kind of where the small business ecosystem is and how our small businesses are showing up in that space. So as Allison said, in April 2024, City Council approved funding to conduct a comprehensive ecosystem assessment that included both analysis and actionable recommendations to the finding of that analysis. We felt like that second step would be really critical to ensuring it was a plan that would have life. So from the assessment from the RFP creation to the final recommendations was a collaboration of Economic Development, Charlotte Business Inclusion, and the Office of Workforce Development. Thomas P. Miller and Associates was selected through a competitive process to complete the assessment. Brett Weiler is on the phone with us from Thomas P. Miller and Associates. So the key objectives, and they're listed on the slide, of this assessment are to identify gaps in services, opportunities, and capital resources available to small businesses, identify possibilities to provide and support small business growth and sustainability, and facilitate engagement with local business owners through focus groups, interviews, and surveys. So the data and recommendations in this assessment provide council with data-driven solutions that can drive decision-making around funding for existing and future city-supported small business programs and policies, especially around readiness, resiliency, and anti-displacement. Those are all things that Shaw will be talking about later in the presentation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Christy.
Thanks, Holly. Thank you. So as a part of this assessment, we did extensive community engagement. And I wanted to mention this because TPMA did work with a local consultant. Some of you know Vernetta Mitchell. And so she was part of our community engagement and our stakeholder engagement and our focus groups. We also worked with another local minority small business called Navigating Gray to help collect that data. They did the on-the-ground small business canvassing. So they went door to door to businesses all across the community to get answers to our small business survey. So as a part of this stakeholder engagement, we did do virtual and in-person focus groups. We did one-on-one interviews, and like I said, we had the small business survey, which we marketed in all the traditional ways. We mailed mailers, we did online advertising, we went door to door. We also made sure that we sent it to our CBI vendor list more than once. So we did our best to get a good selection of small businesses across the city to respond to the survey, and I think that we did a really good job on that. So next slide, please. We did include the executive summary of the ecosystem assessment in your packets. The full report here is available online. The link to that is on the last page of your executive summary. You can find the full report there. It is over 100 pages for you to dig into all of the data and see all of the data. But I wanted to just point out this one little snippet. These are the programs and services that small businesses said that they needed in the 12 months prior to taking the survey. And what was interesting to me and why I wanted to share this is because these are all things that we're currently either funding, working with our partners to provide, or providing ourselves to small business. But seeing it here in the hard data does give us the opportunity to ramp up our efforts to make these things more accessible. So these are after all of the analysis and data collection, there were 6 key findings that came to light for us. We work very closely with our resource partners, so we thought we knew what small businesses need, but here we heard it from the data. These are things that small businesses said that were opportunities or gaps to doing business with the city, things that we could do to improve, help them do business better with the city. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because I'm going to turn it over to our consultant from TPMA to dig into this with us. So I would like to go to the next slide and then turn it over to Brett, who is with us online.
Yeah, thanks, Christy. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so first off, I appreciate the opportunity to meet with council today. We've had the pleasure of working with Christy and Holly and their team for quite some time now, and have the utmost respect for the work that they do on behalf of the small businesses in the community. As Christy mentioned, my name is Brett Weiler. I'm the Vice President of Economic Development for TPMA, a professional consultancy that focuses on economic development, small business ecosystem assessments. So I'm here to give a pretty brief overview of the strategic framework and implementation plan that we've developed in response to the small business ecosystem assessment. We believe that we've put forth a strategic framework that is practical, pragmatic, actionable, and really in direct alignment with the needs of the small businesses. Based on the data, the quantitative data that we've collected and analyzed, and also that qualitative feedback that we received from them directly through a multitude of methodologies that Christy presented to you just moments ago. What you'll see in the strategic framework is a consistent and repeatable kind of layout. We've identified 6 high-level goals, again, directly aligned with the key findings from the assessment. In the strategic framework, we've called out specific key findings to ensure that our strategies and tactics are meeting those direct needs of the small businesses as we found in our assessment. Within each goal, we've outlined a number of strategies that include specific tactics and tasks for consideration. We've organized those tactics and tasks. We've outlined some that we believe the city itself should lead, and then outlined a set of tactics or tasks that we believe would be better if a partner took the lead and the city supported those partners. We've also created a robust set of milestones to measure progress, and then key performance indicators, which are more quantitative in nature, to ensure that we understand if we're making progress in our enhanced support of the small businesses. And then we've also provided a number of case studies from similar communities across the country to provide inspiration, instruction, and hopefully show and demonstrate that these strategies and tactics can be put forth into action in a successful way. Next slide, please. Now, I'd like to talk about all of these in depth, but I know we are a little bit pressed for time, and so I'll try to kind of give you a Reader's Digest of each of the goals and some of the priority strategies and tactics that we've put forth for your team to consider. First, and arguably the most important, we know there's a robust network of service providers across the city of Charlotte, organizations that are doing great work on behalf of small businesses. But as is pretty customary and common in most communities, that network can be a little bit confusing for the small businesses themselves. We often say they're busy working on their business. They don't always have the luxury to know exactly where to go for that additional support. And so our first goal is to really increase that awareness and access for small businesses to take advantage of the multitude of services available to them across the ecosystem. One of the strategies that we've presented, we love Christie's Charlotte Business Resource Partner Roundtable, a coalition and collection of service providers that are already meeting on a regular basis to coordinate and collaborate. We'd love to see that group become a little bit more formalized. And one of the ways in which we believe they can do that is by adopting a multi-stakeholder operating system or a customer relationship management tool to improve communication, to improve performance measurement, to collect primary data about the small business community, to better inform policy, service, provision, and help stakeholders understand how they can continue to best support small businesses. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, not next slide. There's only one slide. I apologize. Goal 2, we know that capital access is absolutely the most important need for all businesses across all business types, whether they are a startup, solopreneur, or they're a more established small business with 150 employees. They all have cited through our surveys and our focus groups that access to capital is the greatest need for small businesses. And so one of the things that we have found is that capital readiness trainings and seminars and resources are well utilized. And so we want to continue to promote those seminars to reach more small businesses, to ensure they have the wherewithal and the knowledge and the technical expertise to apply for funding and receive the funding they need for their specific need at any given time in the business life cycle. We also want to continue to prioritize promoting what we call alternative capital providers. So maybe not traditional banks, but what we call community development financial institutions. Those are typically nonprofit lenders, mission-based lenders that have a little bit more risk appetite and are well aligned for startup businesses or small businesses who often don't have the collateral or credit history to procure traditional funding. And then we also just want to see more collaboration from public funding providers and also private lenders as well, creating an ecosystem of referrals to make sure that if one lender can't support a small business, they can pass it on to the appropriate lender who could do that. Goal 3, and then we talked a little bit about it earlier today in the first presentation, but we really found that we need to reduce real estate barriers for small businesses. Over the last 10 years, we have found that rental rates for office, retail, and industrial space have risen substantially. We know that demand for retail space is outpacing available supply. And so we tried to put forth some strategies that the public sector, the city, could help facilitate a healthier real estate market for small businesses. We've put forth some strategies to just expand access to that affordable and flexible commercial space. We've also heard from a number of small businesses that leasehold improvements and design and architecture and some of those pre-lease stages have been barriers to small businesses. So we want to continue to encourage the city and associated stakeholders to address those challenges with training, seminars, grant funding to help people make those or eliminate those barriers to accessing available retail space. We also heard from small businesses too that the city really should prioritize infrastructure modernization, safety and cleanliness in key commercial corridors to increase foot traffic, to increase consumers visiting their storefronts. Goal 4 here, you see we're really trying to increase business ownership rates for historically underrepresented populations in Charlotte. We know that based on our survey data, minority-owned businesses reported needing assistance more than non-minority-owned survey respondents. We also know that from the data that the density ratio for both minority-owned and women-owned businesses lags behind some of the peer MSAs that we evaluated. And so we've, again, presented strategies that have encouraged the city and stakeholders to continue to increase funding and support for the intermediary organizations or support organizations that are representing these communities and these small businesses. And then we really want to help the city and partners continue to formalize and build out networking and peer-to-peer and mentorship networks for small businesses representing historically underrepresented population. We also support some of the culture building events and initiatives the city sponsors and funds as well. And then there's also quite a bit of alignment with the recent workforce development analysis and strategy that was presented a few months ago, but a goal to, again, increase the talent pipeline for small businesses. Ecosystem partners and small businesses recognize that the workforce development system oftentimes can be complex, difficult to navigate. So once again, a theme that you'll see from us is that we want to continue to increase awareness, increase coordination and collaboration between economic development and workforce development partners. We also have encouraged the city and partners to conduct annual talent needs surveys with small businesses to inform training, education, and service provision from workforce development partners. And lastly, we want to encourage and facilitate more local purchases from what we've categorized as Charlotte anchor institutions. So those are large government entities, the city, the county, but also a significant corporate presence that you have in the city of Charlotte. We've put forth lengthy corporate procurement processes, a lack of a feedback loop from municipal purchasing departments. And so again, we want to encourage collaboration with the correct entities to ensure that all small businesses are not only aware of procurement opportunities, but well-positioned to submit competitive bids to win awards on a number of these procurement opportunities across the city. So that's what I have. The strategic implementation plan also is about 75 pages long. It's not a perfect plan. We think it's a really good plan, but it's very detailed, it's very, very thorough. And if given the opportunity, happy to answer any questions that you may have today or afterwards. So thank you.
Is there another slide?
one more
I think there's
slide.
one more slide, Brent.
Yep,
Yes.
I'm gonna tie a bow on this
Okay.
one right here. A lot of the things that you've heard from the implementation strategies are probably even relevant to the first presentation that we had when we're talking about access to capital, reducing barriers to real estate. But I also wanted to just be clear that this isn't just another study that kind of sits in a silo, but we look at the implementation study from TPMA to almost be an umbrella to a lot of the work that we do. So this will be our Rosetta Stone in regards to implementation strategies, how we work together, providing a roadmap to connect all of the dots. So that whether that's the small business and workforce readiness that we have for the third presentation, our small business resiliency work, the NEST recommendation for anti-displacement, and then also collaboration with Mecklenburg County as well to make sure that we're lockstep with one another. So you have the exhaustive implementation study, over 100 pages, but some of the recommendations that TPMA made, we're looking at that as a staff, right? Because all those things are not free, and we also have to man and support through resources, whether that's personnel, whether that's through additional funding, to see what we can do in kind of a phased approach. Some of these things we can do today. We can help with our coordination, we can strengthen our relationships with our partners, and then some of the other things are required maybe a phased approach. So whether it's resources for a CRM or additional staff, or how do we look at providing more opportunities to reduce barriers of real estate, which is a little bit more complex, as we talked about earlier before. So just wanted to just reemphasize that this work is important because our ecosystem changed after COVID. Because a lot of what we do, we talk about the hundreds and thousands of people that we contact, but this is a mighty team of Christy in the roundtable and Anika and a few others. So we can't clone her, but what we've utilized are our ecosystem partners, the chambers, the small business organizations out there. But those organizations have also experienced some level of disruption as well because of COVID. So they may not be properly staffed or have the resources, and with certain things in House bills, who you can fund, who you can support, some of those things have changed. Last but not least, TPMA has been really They're the subject matter experts in this, and they do this all over the nation. In fact, they did this work over a decade ago with Mecklenburg County as well. And a part of this coordination before the implementation strategy was finalized is that the city team and the county team coordinated to see where were some of the gaps between the study that was done a decade ago and prior to COVID, and how can we coordinate together on the implementation strategies today. So I just wanted to further connect the dots to let you know that this isn't something that replaces another. This isn't something that stands alone. It's really the sheet music on how we can all sing on the same hymnal. Hopefully that analogy stuck with some people. Okay, good. All right, so that concludes.
So let me get comments from my committee. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Wheeler, and the information. Really great points that bubbled up and just your short presentation. I think what would be really great for us to see, and you just spoke to it, is the phased approach. Short, mid, long term. Effectively, what can you all and what can we activate on in the short term to help our small businesses thrive? And then what are some of those recommendations that are a little bit longer in the tooth that might take a more multifaceted approach to realizing? And so if we could get an update on when you can have that for us, I think that would be very helpful. But overall, the information sounds very compelling. And I'm really glad, once again, that horizontal through line of working with the county to ensure that we're not being redundant, but that we are collaborating and supplementing one another's work. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great comments, Councilmember Anderson. Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, and I apologize if I missed it in the presentation, but as we talk about connecting the dots, and this is also, I guess, for TPMA, how many meetings did we have with CBI or with Workforce Development Team as this process was going through?
More than 5.
There you go.
We probably had a half dozen or more.
Meetings with Charlotte Business
Yeah,
Inclusion
so
as well as Workforce Development.
And CBI was also included in the whole process, all the way from RFP selection, all the way up to the meetings with the consultant and implementation. So CBI has been included with us along the way as well.
Because I just want to make sure that I was understanding it, of which the question I'm asking is a repeated question from multiple years. I appreciate the work from TPMA. They're out of Indiana. Again, we have so many businesses and organizations that we already work with that I'm always interested when we go outside of the city for someone to come in to have to learn how the city does business, to then make recommendations on how the city can do better when we have businesses right here. And also want to make sure that even when we look internally, to make sure that our departments are working closely together. Because if we just go back to the first meeting today, goal 3 and 4 that we're talking about now, reduce real estate barriers for small business as well as increase business ownership rates for the historically underrepresented population in Charlotte. We have direct through lines where it may appear to community and or appear to me, because I'm speaking to I, that we're missing some connecting points internally with how we work with each other and how things are presented. So the great thing is these are conversations that are referrals as we move forward, but we starting off with a brand new year, which means we're starting out with the opportunity to do things differently and hearing the connecting the dots for us to be able to go to community and share with them the amazing work that you're doing. But ultimately, the small business owner is going to ask me and ask my colleagues, how is this helping me? And them saying that they didn't even know that this opportunity was out there or have not received information on it. When we have another department saying, here's all these great, amazing things that we're doing, that's a disconnect that we can avoid. So that's why I asked how many times we connected, because it didn't necessarily identify, reading through this, exactly how CBI, the pictures are great, but how are they actually utilize it, making sure that when we go out and promote, we don't necessarily get the pushback of saying, well, actually, we didn't know this. Because I did attend myself, Councilmember Anderson, Dr. Wallerton, and I believe also Councilmember Graham, we attended the holiday celebration with at the Foundation for the Carolinas. I don't remember this being one of those highlights, but that just shows further collaboration. So that's why I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything in the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Excuse me, can I make one comment? I just want to address something. When you issue out an RFP, according to procurement law, you can't have local preference. So what CBI does is basically issue out a commodity code. So based off of the type of RFP, whether it's food, professional services, or alike, there's a coding system that says consultant, whatever, and they issue that RFP out. And because of procurement law, we can't just make the jurisdiction Charlotte for professional services on a for-profit RFP. So because TPMA went through the process, went through the criteria, there was a panel of CBI, internal, and the county as a part of that selection criteria, a part of understanding that we can't just focus the awardee to city proper, but we wanted to make sure that whoever applied to this also worked with local consultants, hence the other two subcontractors that were brought on board for engagement. And then last but not least, what also helped TPMA was that they actually did the study 10 years ago with Mecklenburg County, had the local connections as well. So I just wanted to put that out there just for public edification.
And I appreciate that clarification because you're absolutely right. When we're putting out our RFPs, we're looking for the best to present. I just want to make sure that we are utilizing the best and the brightest that we have right here locally, and that they are aware, and that the departments are aware of opportunities so that we're prepared if asked when we're out and about in the community.
Picking up what you're putting down.
So let me recognize Councilmember Mayo for joining us at the ED meeting. And staff, let me be very brief because we have one more agenda item. Wait a minute, Councilmember JD, did you want to say something?
Yes,
Okay.
I wanted to quickly touch on
Let me yield to Councilmember JD. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of re-emphasize this idea of, kind of the recommendation that this assessment had. Number one, business support organizations, right? How are we intentionally outreaching to those folks? I can name right now, we have municipal service districts, right? Center City Partner gets 8.14 million. University City Partners gets 1.61 million, and South Park Partners gets 1.79 million. However, Charlotte East, Historic West End Partners, QC Family Tree for Freedom Drive, Sugar Creek Business Association, and West Corridor Merchants Association, West Boulevard, Wilkinson Boulevard, are least funded kind of organizations. How do we provide better support for them? Again, cutting out the middle person. They're doing this work already. They already have an ecosystem of small businesses that we can support and tap into immediately. How do we provide that financial support to these organizations and ensure that we actually, I'm not sure how much the study was, but we actually, wisely use how much we spent on this study and kind of pay it forward to these community partners. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And so, Brent, first of all, thank you, sir, for joining us. This is just the beginning. This was information from us. But if you clearly hear from this committee, and Allison, I'm going to look at you, Deputy City Manager, and Cheryl, how we bring this forth in February, March, and April. Because we got 6 objectives, and Brent said each one has 75 pages. And so, I'm going to yield to you, staff, to say, how can we best do this with the expectation of moving our small business forward? We do have a city council retreat that's coming up, and I'm going to ask that the material you provided for us, you share with all council members, because I think some of this discussion need to happen at our annual strategy session as well. One favor you all can do for me. It's only one.
Make it a good one.
Okay. I think, Brett, even your presentation, you talked about how our small businesses work too much on their business, and it's frustrating sometimes to have time to be connected. I've always said the best service we can provide for them is a hotline number that our small businesses could call, and we can direct them to the proper resources for them. And so staff, Brent, that is my one big favor, that over this course that we implement our first set of a small business hotline by June 30th, 2026.
Oh, okay.
June 30th, 2026. Okay?
Do we need a motion?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, if I can add, I think that's a great idea. If I could add to that, we already have the infrastructure of 311. And so if we leverage the existing infrastructure with, the call triage going to what the chairman is talking about, then it takes less effort to stand something up like that.
And the CLT plus app.
Yes, and the CLT plus app.
So, thank you, staff. Great job, and looking forward to it. I appreciate it. Now, last but not least, I don't want her to be mad at me. Danielle, you sure you're okay? I'm good. Okay, we can do it in 20 minutes? First of all, would Danielle whole staff stand up? I heard about 6 people from Workforce Development. Please stand up. One. Wait a minute. I thought we
lost them. They went back to work.
They had to go back to work. I'm sorry. Okay, because I wanted to recognize them. As Danielle get ready, and then I turn it over. Let me say something about Danielle. She knows I always embarrass her because I do it for a reason. About 3 years ago, Councilman Mayfield, correct me, at our retreat at UNC Charlotte, we talked about the city addressing the Chatty study that we were 50 out of 50. And we spent about 2 years recruiting who I knew in this community knew was an expert in the space. And we finally got on board, and what I'm saying, Danielle, in front of all your colleagues and to this community, thank you for what you've done for our workforce development and bringing it now that we are number 32?
38.
38, so we're no longer 50, we're 38. And then the new initiative we have now is the workforce for the youth component. And so thank you, and I'm gonna turn it over to Allison.
Turn it right over
to Shaw.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and take
Okay,
that.
Shaw, turn it over to you.
I'm gonna speak as fast and clear as I can without being an auctioneer, but James can go ahead and proceed to the next slide. So what I want to share with you is a new initiative that the City of Charlotte implemented. That's a coordination between economic development, procurement, and workforce development, which is called Skill to Build. Skill to Build encompasses 3 major focus areas, which is our small business readiness in regards to mobility, also workforce readiness, offering grants and skilled workforce for transportation and infrastructure projects, connecting them with employers and talent, and then also the business engagement component, which is AKA CBI, providing small business certification, technical guidance and outreach, and access to resources so that businesses can compete for city procurement opportunities. So this gets back to a lot of the TPMA implementation work about coordinating internally, the horizontal approach, making sure we include workforce development, because we heard from Goal 4 that access to talent for small businesses was a challenge. So we wanted to put something together, understanding that with the amazing opportunity we have from the sales tax referendum and billions of dollars coming into our community over the span of 30 years, we're putting together our infrastructure to make sure that when the dollars start to come in, when the authority is established, and the projects start to hit the street, which they already are through our strategic investment areas, so we have a precedent on how we're doing this work. We're all coordinated, and then last but not least, we have a branded look to this. One of the things we often hear is, who do we call? Do we call economic development? Do we call procurement CBI? Well, we have this thing called the team of teams, and there's no wrong door, because we understand that most small businesses don't have the time to just research things on Google. They're just gonna pick up and call the number. So when they see Skill to Build, we all understand as various departments, we can triage that call to the proper person. So the next slide, I wanted to take some time and really talk about what is small business readiness. Well, phase 1, we have a curriculum development, which is an RFP that's out on the street, and that curriculum will encompass business readiness, financial preparedness, certification, license, bonding, and insurance, bid preparation, and also how do you do business with the city? Why is this important as a phase one? Well, we wanted to issue an RFP because we have the opportunity to own intellectual property as a city on a curriculum, understanding that the sales tax referendum is 30 years. So if we have the intellectual property of a curriculum first, then we can have quality control and assurance that when we get to phase two and we offer grant opportunities to local nonprofits and organizations, Councilmember JD, right? We're reaching out to our local ecosystem partners, and one particular organization on the east side isn't telling small businesses one thing, and a totally separate nonprofit on the west side is telling them something different. We have the curriculum. We'll work with the actual curriculum development person as a part of this RFP to train the trainer. So once we get to phase two, we issue out those grant opportunities to local business development organizations. They will work with the curriculum development partner to be trained on that curriculum. The City of Charlotte and its staff and employees will have quality control to make sure everyone's on the same page, so that way businesses aren't receiving different information depending on which organization you go to. All right, so that RFP is currently open. We're looking to have that curriculum in the fall, once we go through this process of selection, contract, and then the building out of that curriculum. And then we will start phase two towards the end of the year, which is reaching out to organizations to get them trained and to also facilitate that curriculum. Last but not least is the technical assistance grant as well, because not all small businesses need training. Some people just know what website to go to, which form to fill out. So for the organizations or businesses that are applying for bid opportunities with the city, we will also have a technical assistance provider that may or may not be doing the training, but just may be our eyes and ears in the community to help support those businesses apply for bids and even learn the difference between which transit versus transportation, because there's a difference. So that's one aspect of Skill to Build, is the small business readiness, economic development, and Christy again, AKA the hotline, is putting together the infrastructure behind this. And I'm gonna turn this over to Danielle to talk about the workforce development component of Skill to Build.
Thank you, Shaw. Thank you, Chair Mitchell, for the continued embarrassment, but I appreciate you all. Thank you as well. And I think Shaw and I are now connected at the hip. I think I'm growing out of his side as much collaboration that we're doing, but it's been really good. I believe some of you may recall back in November, I shared with you that we were going to be releasing these 2 workforce development grants to share or to support preparing people for mobility. And so I'll share a little bit more about those today. These 2 solicitations will total roughly about $2 million that we will be awarding to community partners. And this first solicitation is focused on talent development training, which is going to be soliciting organizations to train and prepare individuals for talent in occupations of skilled trade and construction. And this was the identified occupations that were in most demand. And so this is where we're going to start our work with these in this area of construction and skilled trades. We are looking to fund about 4 to 6 organizations to the tune of about $1.2 million, up to $250,000 for each of those. The second solicitation is focused on business engagement and training. And so this particular solicitation is broken down into 3 areas, and it will be more business driven. And so the first area will be providing funding opportunities to, more specifically, our small businesses to support training new and existing employees, more so through on-the-job training grants as well as upskilling grants. I do want to plug here on our current programs that we're funding. 68% of the small businesses that we support through these grants are registered through CBI and the Hub. So that is an intentionality of ours that we, and again, the connection between CBI as well as ED. Number 2, it's really focused on job placement. And so it's important that we have an entity that is working with our training providers that we're funding, as well as our workforce partners that can directly support connecting talent when they graduate from these programs to actual jobs with our businesses that are doing the construction infrastructure projects. And so lastly, it will also be a partnership with Office of Youth Opportunities. We want to help to increase the internships. I think we're increasing that to 100 internships for our high school students. And so again, that's in partnership with Office of Youth Opportunities. And this is all in collaboration with other city departments, as you see, of course, ED, General Services, CDOT, CBI, as well as our external partners like the county, our education and higher ed partners, as well as our other community partners. If you go to, on the business grant, we are looking to fund $900,000 to this entity. Now, this is one entity, and the reason why it's one organization for the industry engagement and training solicitation is because we want to help to streamline support for our businesses. So it's kind of creating this hub that will serve for our business community, that will be helping to source talent. One organization, we've heard over the years that businesses give us one entity or one source that we can work with, as well as one entity to help work with our education and our training providers and our community partners. So kind of that glue of helping to streamline that process of talent to jobs. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, just a little bit more. You can go to the next slide. A little bit more on the logistics. These proposals will be due January 9th, so that's right around the corner. I think that's Friday. From there will be a period of a review and evaluation, and we anticipate identifying awardees in early March. And so these went out on the street December 8th. So they were same time period as the ED RFPs. Yes, but we wanted to move quickly. Yes, we do understand that. The proposals will be scored on a number of strength in some specific areas around program design and approach, employer partnerships and job placement strategy, fiscal management and accountability, budget and cost effectiveness, past program performance, and projected outcomes and impact. Next slide, please. So these are the two flyers that were created for the workforce as well as the small business readiness. I hope that you all had a chance. I believe you received this in a communication weekly roundup early December. But the last thing I'll mention on this on the workforce side, and then I'll pass it back over to Shaw or Allison, is that if you take a look, but I'll read them off. The eligible applicants for the workforce development RFPs were for education institutions or technical schools, nonprofit training providers, nonprofit workforce development organizations, nonprofit community-based organizations, registered apprenticeship programs, as well as employer and industry associations. And so with that, I will pause and turn it back over.
Well, I appreciate that, Danielle. There's a few things I wanted to highlight. We've had over 100 organizations attend some of the virtual sessions with CBI as well, so there's been tremendous engagement throughout the process. We also wanted to highlight that some of the reasons why of doing a multi-phase approach with RFPs versus RFGs for grants is to get nonprofits and the private sector engaged on the early side. So you can be a business consultant, be a part of the transportation initiative, and not necessarily be an organization that's paving roads and digging holes, if that makes any sense. So one of the tasks from the manager and with our DCMs, Monica Allen and Allison Craig, was how do we engage the entire ecosystem, nonprofits, small businesses, not only waiting for an RFP to hit the street, but how do we include the entire ecosystem, even on the front end when it comes to creating curriculum. So that's what we wanted to show you, the intentionality behind it. And then also too, a lot of the programs that we're engaging with some of the existing folks, as Danielle mentioned, people who've had a contract or engaged with workforce development. And then the RFP on our side, which would be, the due date is the 15th. You can go to the next slide. We wanted to make sure that private sector organizations and nonprofit organizations locally had the opportunity to bid on the work. So it's an unprecedented opportunity for the city of Charlotte with billions of dollars coming in with over 30 years. We wanted to be very intentional about the type of curriculum development and consultants that we brought in, and then also understanding that this will be a mix between local and whoever decides, because you can't put a criteria, regulation on where that person is from. So with that in mind, here are the opportunities. As Danielle mentioned before, her grant proposals are due on the 9th. The small business readiness for phase 1, which is the curriculum development, is due on January 15th. CBI is involved. We also have a coordination meeting on Wednesday with Mecklenburg County to understand how do our work complement one another when it comes to outreach for the sales tax bill. So with that, thank you. And any questions or comments?
So let me start off, and I could tell just by the three of us talking, I think the deadline, submitting this over the Christmas holiday, December 8th, and then now we go into the New Year's. I think for some of the council members, kind of a little programmatic for us. But Shaw, you mentioned that you had 100 organizations who are waiting to engage. I know we have a council meeting January 12th, so I guess your deadline, January 15th, we could do a check-in on January 12th, see where we are. I think, Danielle, yours is actually due Friday, January 9th. Are you concerned, or what are you hearing out there in the community? Because I think the three of us, first thing we said was, whoa, we need more time. It's so important. But give us some confidence, I guess, because yours is January the 9th. We have some flexibility on Shaw's being January 15th, but are you confident you're going to get quality as well as a good number of people to bid on it?
Sure. So we had.
Joe, you have to be quiet.
So we shared our RFGs with about 50-plus local and regional partners, training providers and partners. And so we had 4 actually virtual information sessions, so 2 each. So we got good participation there. I mean, I feel pretty confident. Have no problem with extending that if we need, but I feel like we've cast the net wide. But again, if we need to, if we see when we actually get proposals in, we've asked for some letters of intent, so we received those last week. So we already have a list of potential proposers. But again, I think, you know, that is the date, but if we see that we need to extend, I think that's possible.
And I'll have one other comment. Once November came in and went, people were calling us, what are you doing?
Yeah.
How can we get involved? I mean, people have been waiting on this for over a year. Once this actually hit the ballot, once the payback was actually authorized. So they're waiting on us, and one of the criticisms that we often hear is government is slow. And this is an opportunity where we're actually being coordinated proactive in understanding that this is a phased approach. So this is for the curriculum. Danielle's grants are for local people, organizations that she already has a relationship with, who understand how to work with the city of Charlotte. My RFP, hence the extension, because it's RFP and you can't do local preference, there is the extra week or so for those who may be outside of our jurisdiction who may be applying. So folks have been calling us, hey, what are you doing? The pressure's been on us, to be honest. How come we haven't moved fast enough? So we've put together a strategy, a branding with CCNM, coordinating with CBI. They've hit all of the local codes and reaching out to organizations. And I mentioned before, there were over 100 people on that call for information. So we're confident that we're not the holdup this time on moving fast enough. But the business community has been ready and they've been waiting for this opportunity.
So I got 3 newly elected council members sitting in here, and I know they just got elected December 2nd, so they have constituents who probably, I'm hoping, are being engaged. So let's do this. Let's be fair to staff and kind of meet halfway. Let's do a check-in at the council meeting on January 12th. I think it would be helpful for us. How many applied? If you could break it down by district so it's true representation of the whole community. And let's put it on the city manager report. That way it's not a separate item. Committee, is that? Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Mayfield.
Thank you. So quick, just want, if we can go back to slide number 5. So just as, you went past it. No. Yeah. Thank you. So those 2 pieces, one, are not on the City of Charlotte's Instagram page. The mobility workforce readiness, is not right now and was not promoted on our Instagram page. On our Facebook page, we have a version of the small business readiness. It's not actually that one, it's a different one, but that was just put up 5 days ago. So I am really excited to hear that you all have already had quite a few people reach out to you, but just as Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, for the new district reps, if no one was talking about this in their areas prior to now, because they weren't here, give them an opportunity to get it out, because this is not on, again, Instagram or Facebook. And that's what I'm over here looking at right now. There is a version of the small business readiness. It's not that particular picture, but on Instagram, the mobility workforce readiness, that is not out there for us to share. But the fact that you all have already had people reach out, those are the ones that's in the know. Here's also an opportunity for those that didn't know this opportunity was coming. Hey, you still got some time. Thank you.
Councilmember J.D.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to make it real quick. I share the same concerns about the timeline, right? I was just sworn in December 1st, and so, I haven't not seen this yet out in my community at least. The second thing is, this is forward thinking, right? How can we make this more sustainable, have a longer lifespan, rather than grants? How can we, and I think this is a conversation for council during our retreat, start making this sustainable through a line item in the budget, right? To make sure that this program is scalable and that it actually provides long-term solutions for our community rather than a one-time opportunity, right? How can we build this up and make sure that we have a line item in the budget that not only supports the community, but supports staff and making sure that, this can build forward. So that's it. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Craig and staff, thank you for a great meeting to kick us off at 2026. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second, move to proper second. All those in favor, stand up and be dismissed.
Happy New Year.
excited to have this committee formed and focusing on public safety across the board in collaboration with a variety of our partners in the city. But first, we're going to get started with introductions. And we will start in the back, the gentleman in the hat, and then we'll go around the room over here, and then we'll jump on the table. Get us started very quickly, sir.
Yeah, hi, my name is Mike Crowley, one of the owners of Jack Eagles in NODA.
I need to know where that.
Sheriff Page, NODA Neighborhood Properties LLC. My name is Teresa Hernandez. I own Pura Vida Worley Art in NODA. It's a brick and mortar store.
Philip Machinaboro, Charlotte, Santa City, Yorkers.
Hi, everyone. Debbie Smith, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Reginald Johnson, Fire Chief, Charlotte Fire.
Jamie Brown, have several restaurants in NODA.
Rob Crenshaw, Cabo Fish Taco.
Mariah Glenn, I'm here with the Nickel Brown Restaurant Group.
2026.
Tony Daniel, restaurants in NODA.
Jody McKinley, founder of an art gallery in NODA.
Rodney McGill, concerned citizen.
Dedrick Russell, WBTV.
Joe Bruno, Channel 9.
Jesse Pierre, WCNC.
Jack Maxwell, Media Relations Manager with the city.
And then we will go to the table here. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves?
Janine from City Manager's Office.
Jessica Battle, City Attorney's Office.
Kimberly Owens, speaking for District 6.
Troy Mayo, District 3.
James Mitchell, Mayor Pro Tem, Committee Member.
Ed Driggs, Committee Member.
Dante Anderson, Chair and District 1 Representative.
Angela Schmera, Committee Member.
Malcolm Graham, Committee Member.
Sean Heath, Deputy City Manager.
Charlie Jones, Charlotte Department of Transportation.
Stella Patterson, Chief of Police for Charlotte Mecklenburg Police.
All right.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank everyone for being here. And in particular, I want to thank the chief for being here, as well as Chief Johnson as well for being here. We had an opportunity to meet just before the holiday season, and they are excited to partner with us as we stand up this new committee and begin the work to ensure that our communities are indeed safer as we move in through 2026. With that, we have a lot of information on our agenda, a lot of discussion opportunity. And with that, I'm going to yield and pass it over to Mr. Heath and Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. I'm going to do the quickest handoff you've ever seen to Charlie Jones from CDOT. Charlie, it's all yours.
All right. Well, okay. So I think we're waiting on the presentation to pulled up there on the screen. There we go. So today, kind of level set with street vending again. It's a new committee, new council members as well. I wanted to provide a lot of background information on the program, as well as provide an update of where that program is. So next slide is a little bit of background for the initial policy referral. On April 28th of 2025, the policy was referred to the Housing Safety Community Committee by Mayor Lyles. May 5th, we had some initial discussions with that committee, held a public input session on the 22nd that included not only brick and mortar establishment owners in the NODA area, but also artists and other concerned citizens in that area. On June 2nd, the committee approved 2 policy recommendations that we'll get into in a little bit. And then on June 9th, they had a council action review discussion. And on June 23rd, council approved the expansion of the congested business district boundaries and increased fines within that district and created a pilot NODA vendors market. On July 30th, we actually had the permit portal open for people to apply to vend in NODA. September 1st, our first permitted vendors began selling items in NODA. And then looking ahead to the future, on February 15th, the NODA vendors market pilot would end based on the actions council took at the June 23rd meeting. The pilot was to last no longer than 6 months, and so February 15th marks that point. A little background on congested business district. So the original congested business district was primarily in Uptown. It was established in ordinance, Article 8. Prior to the NODA policy action, the most recent expansion to the CBD was in 2016, and that was to encompass a larger area within the central business district. The ordinance grants the city manager the authority to expand or contract the central business district, but the ordinance does not give any kind of criteria to inform that decision. So that's one of the reasons we brought this to council in the summer. The Tri-Street Mall Vendor Program is governed under a separate ordinance, and it enables vendors, permitted vendors, to legally operate in assigned locations, primarily in Uptown. That's what the NODA Market program was somewhat modeled off of. That brings us to the policy actions that were approved June 23rd. One of those actions was to increase fines associated with street vending related violations to a civil fine or penalty not to exceed $500. It also expanded the congested business district to add certain streets in NODA, as shown on the map there. And it established a city-administered vendor pilot program in NODA for a period not to exceed 6 months. So a quick overview of the program. Over the course of the pilot program, we've had 26 applications to vend. There's currently 14 vendors permitted in the area. Some of the applicants either wanted to sell things that did not meet the program guidelines, or they never picked up their permit, or they just, we never were able to reach out to them. We had 3 vending locations in city right-of-way, and we had space for an additional 10 to 15 vendors through a partnership with the YMCA. They have a large frontage there on North Davidson Street, and they were willing to work with the city to allow vendors there on their private property, so long as they were permitted through our program. Part of the program, I can't thank our partners enough at CMPD and code enforcement to coordinate enforcement and education during this program. Did quite a bit of outreach early on with CMPD and code enforcement, talking to vendors before the fines went into place. Then we also had ongoing education by CDOT staff throughout the program. A lot of a reiteration of rules and other conversations about, appropriate setup times and those things. So some of the successes of the program. Modest perceived reduction in the number of unpermitted or illegal vendors in both Uptown and NODA. One of the challenges that led to these actions was illegal or unpermitted vendors within the Tri-Street Mall area and clashing with the permitted vendors there. We also saw a reduction in the number of vendors in the NODA area once the program started. At times, there was less sidewalk congestion in NODA during peak times. And we also saw less questionable merchandise being sold, such as CBD, THC products, and especially unprepared or prepared food items without health department permits. The other one that we heard some concerns over is unlicensed sportswear during events, and we saw that significantly cut as well. Some of the challenges we've faced with the program is continued unpermitted or illegal vending in NODA and Uptown. Some of the feedback we've received from folks in Uptown is the unpermitted vendors know when CMPD's shift changes are, and they use that as an opportunity to get set up for the night and be there before the next shift comes out. Some of the unpermitted vendors from Uptown and NODA have relocated. That was one of those unintended consequences that we discussed at the committee back in the summer, and we did see that there was instances of vendors leaving those areas and going to other congested areas such as Central Avenue, Matheson Avenue area. And another challenge that came to light shortly after this was growing food vending in the South End neighborhood, especially late at night after bars had closed. Goes along with the unpermitted food vending. One of the challenges we faced in CDOT running this program is compliance with location and times. Our staff, we don't have the staff level to do enforcement throughout the night. Center City Partners has a very good model with their ambassador program that has boots on the ground throughout the late afternoon, early evening, and they can provide that reinforcement. CDOT doesn't have the staff to be able to be out there and really watch over folks during that entire time. And of course, equity concerns remains one of the bigger challenges. The brick and mortar small businesses, they pay property taxes. They have a lot of obligations as far as regulations, staff payroll, those things, and there's the feeling that it creates an unfair playing field, unfair advantage. One of the concerns that we heard routinely was people selling vintage clothing, and there's already brick and mortar vintage clothing stores 200 feet away. And then moving forward long term, just the staff resources to manage and administer the program, being able to have someone that can answer the vendor calls, meet the vendors in the field, be that eyes and ears on the street, coordinating between the brick and mortar vendors and the street vendors is a challenge. Some of the lessons learned. CMPD has a little limited ability for enforcement beyond issuing a citation. So the ordinance really only allows the issuing of a citation, and it's once per day. But if a vendor chooses not to move, there's no further recourse beyond that, other than getting another citation. Without consequences beyond the fine, there's really little incentive to adhere to the rules. This is one of those circumstances that's similar to a parking citation or a code enforcement citation, but the challenge is there's nothing to tie it to, so there's no future consequence. If we issue parking citations to a vehicle and they continue to not pay, at some point we'll tow that vehicle. Same with a code enforcement violation on your house. You can get enough code enforcement violations, you're going to have trouble paying your property taxes. With just a civil citation to a person on the street, it's very difficult to make sure they pay those citations. One of the shortcomings we kind of uncovered with all this is it's hard to track civil citations by CMPD or any other city agency to know who's received how many citations over the course of a period of time. Also wanted to note here, officers can only issue the citation to the address on an ID card or driver's license. There's no way to know that that's an accurate ID or driver's license. And some folks may or may not even have a license or ID, and there's no law or rule about having to have an ID to be on the sidewalk. So it creates kind of an interesting challenge there. The one that's kind of in the weeds as far as our city systems, our permits, and go through that process. It's really geared toward somebody with a desktop computer or a laptop. I learned very quickly most of the vendors and people younger than me use their phones for everything. So shift gears a little bit to some benchmarking. We did benchmarking last year and really looked at street vendor policies across the nation and in North Carolina, look for insights. Compared to Charlotte, a vast majority of cities have more stringent citywide vendor restrictions. Just a quick flashback to the summer. In Charlotte, it's legal to vend everywhere except in the CBD designated area. That's an outlier for most cities. Most cities restrict vending in the right-of-way or in the street everywhere, and then carve out exceptions. So looking at the fine structure, our fine structure is now in line with the cities we reviewed. $500 for a first offense, that's common across most cities. And then some cities actually do have a criminal penalty option as part of that. Most of them, there's some level of escalation to that point. So it brings us to the policy considerations and how do we handle the different pieces of vending in the city of Charlotte. First policy consideration is how to handle the conclusion of the NODA market pilot. Our staff recommendation is that we sunset the NODA market program at the conclusion there on February 15th and retain the designated streets in the CBD. That means essentially street vending would not be authorized in the right-of-way in NODA. This recommendation doesn't require any policy action. The way the ordinance is written, it'll sunset and it's done. Some of the rationale behind retaining the CBD designation in NODA is the infrastructure in NODA isn't built to support people doing anything on the sidewalk other than walking. It's not a wide plaza area as you would see on Tryon Street. We have plenty of room on Tryon Street for a host of activities to occur, and NODA is not built that way. Got a reference there, Raleigh requires street vendors, essentially push carts, to preserve an unobstructed pedestrian sidewalk corridor of 5 feet. I think we might just have 5 feet of sidewalk along North Davidson on both sides. So it's very tight in that area.
Charlie, can I make one
Yeah,
comment?
jump in.
So last week, just for fun, I went out to NODA and then I went to Tryon just to see, and it's a stark contrast. So in NODA, if you think about that really congested section on North Davidson between about 33rd and 36th Street, it is a 5-foot sidewalk. Whereas on Tryon, many, many blocks from like the Levine Arts campus all the way up to Trade and Tryon, it's in excess of 20 feet. I mean, it's really like night and day. So when you're in NODA, it's really very difficult, whether it be a city permitted program or not, to have a vendor in a location where they're not obstructing a sidewalk or they're not impacting the sight line of a driver, or frankly, they're not within very close proximity to an entrance of a small business itself. So when we say it's just not suitable from an infrastructure perspective, I mean, these are just hard constraints that are really difficult to get around. It's a very congested area. It kind of belongs in the congested business district. This kind of underpins our recommendation here.
Policy consideration number 2 is whether to expand street vending regulation beyond the existing congested business district. So option 1 under this would be a targeted expansion of regulation, similar to what we did with NODA, adding it. We'd selectively expand that designation to restrict vending in areas of increased congestion and space. Option 2 would be to restrict vending in the public right-of-way citywide. Our recommendation is pursue option 2 and just have a blanket expansion of street vending regulation. We would, of course, maintain exceptions for city-authorized programs administered by nonprofit partners that manage municipal service districts. That's right now the best example is Center City Partners and that partnership we have with them. Also continue to allow vending during festivals and other events is currently codified. That's spelled out in current city ordinance that those markets can have vendors within the right-of-way. And we'd also, recommend exceptions for youth vending, Girl Scouts, lemonade, fundraisers. Don't want to have the kids in the neighborhood get in trouble for having a lemonade stand. Our rationale on that is regulation of street vending is consistent with results of our benchmarking review of other cities, especially larger cities. We like to have that hometown feel here, but we're pushing the size of a major city now, and this is one of those major city issues, and those cities tend to have regulation around vending. Brick and mortar small business equity concerns are valid. There's a lot of capital that goes into opening a brick and mortar, much less having customers come in and out. And then allowing vending exceptions within MSDs is a logical way for permitted vending programs in high-density areas. So I don't know that South Park as an MSD would ever have street vending, but they would have the staff and the resources to know where that would go, just like Center City Partners or maybe even University City Partners at some point.
And if I could just make one point So we've got 3 policy considerations. We're just finishing number 2 of 3. Whereas the first one related to NODA is one that is time sensitive. We need to have feedback today and know definitively where the committee's at. Policy consideration 2 and policy consideration 3, it's really at the will of the committee, whether these are things that you believe should be grappled with now or later or never. So it's really your call coming out of the conversation today. What if anything, you want to do with number 2 and number 3?
And finally, policy consideration number 3 is, should unpermitted or illegal street vending in the public right-of-way have a misdemeanor Class 3 enforcement option? Recommendation is that we do establish a criminal penalty enforcement option, working with the city attorney's office to ensure that we're adhering to state statutory requirements. And the rationale behind this is just a stronger enforcement tool, particularly for repeat offenders. Right now, as I mentioned earlier, they receive a $500 citation. If they choose not to pay it, there's not much beyond that. We have anecdotal information from officers in NODI and Uptown where vendors have citations in hand, say, give me the next one. And the officers are really limited in what they can do for those folks, especially if they're not in a vehicle that's parked illegally or, if they're not causing a disturbance. And, definitely would have the option for CMPD to have discretion on the escalation of a citation to any kind of criminal action. And then the misdemeanor classification allows for the tracking of repeat offenders. Currently, CMPD doesn't have a system for civil citations. That was one thing that came up in the committee discussion back in the summer, is how to track civil citations, because CMPD's system is mainly for criminal citations. So today, our request today is, the conclusion of the NODA market pilot. As Sean mentioned, that's really the time-sensitive one, since that is coming up on the 15th of February. If you agree with our recommendation, there's no action needed by the committee or full council. If the decision is to continue the city-administered program in NODA, a committee motion and vote would be necessary to advance this policy action to full council. Expansion of the vending regulation. If you desire to expand street vending regulation, will require motion and vote, either today or at some point in the future. If you don't want to expand street vending regulation in the city, then no further actions required, and the CBD designation for Uptown and NODA would remain in effect. And then establishment of the criminal penalty option. That would require a motion and a vote today or in the future. And if there's no desire for that criminal penalty option, then there's no further action. So with that, I'll open it up for questions and let Sean answer the questions since he turned it over to me so quick.
Thank you both, Mr. Heath and Mr. Jones. Before I turn it over to my committee members, I just want to say thank you for the work that has gone into this effort. You started with a timeline with the mayor's referral, but of course, all of the small business owners in NODA sitting behind you know that we were working on this for a year plus, trying to work with the vendors, trying to come to a common ground. And so it really has been a multi-year effort here. And I just want to thank all the small business owners in NODA for your level of engagement and your level of input and working with us. So I'm going to open it up, yield to my committee members, and I'm going to start with the pro tem here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think for me, we definitely need to continue the program in NODA. The only little conversation I like to have, I never like to see when they say no action is needed by the committee or full council, because I think when we take action, we communicate to citizens. And I'm afraid if there's no action, then the question becomes, is it still impactful or what happened to the program? So I do think that first bullet point, we need to adjust that and make sure the committee and full council definitely vote about February 15th. Staff, thank you for your presentation. I totally agree about making more penalty options available for us. Sometimes it's important that we help model the right behavior we would like in the community, and I think this could be a way to address it. So thank you, Madam Chair. Those are two recommendations I would like to make as we move forward on this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Just a point of clarification, when you say that the program should continue, do you mean the pilot program should be extended to a full program? Can you just expound?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
And I would like for this committee and this council also to vote on it publicly so the community would know that we are extending it beyond February the 15th. I think no action, and there's a big question mark in the community, what happened to the pilot program?
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mayor Pro Tem, I think their only point was that if we don't do anything, it expires all by itself. So if we want to be proactive, we certainly can, but I think their observation was valid, even if you want to explain it better, okay? Why are the unpermitted not permitted? So, I mean, we have a tricky situation here in which some vulnerable people who depend on this activity for a living are creating a nuisance. And trying to thread that needle is our challenge. But what are the barriers to getting a permit that these people cannot meet?
I don't know that there were significant barriers to getting a permit, other than technology issues, but we actually did assist, I believe, 3 or 4 vendors with filling out their application for them over the phone. So the barriers really weren't there for filling out the permits and getting the permits. More the challenge was permitted vendors and unpermitted vendors vending where they're not supposed to.
Right, understood.
Mr. Driggs, if I may, I think one distinction is, and correct me if I'm wrong, Charlie, but the way that our ordinances are written, if there's vending that's occurring outside of the congested business district, there is in fact currently no permit requirement whatsoever. So it's unregulated.
Right. The situation that would trouble me is the idea that people are actually taking advantage of the benefit of not having to meet all of the permitting requirements and not incurring the costs, right?
Correct.
So it's one thing if they have obstacles and they're just trying to make a living. It's another thing if they're profiting from the difference between their business model and the permitted vendors. You alluded to this. Council does have a statutory limit on its ability to impose sanctions. And I think I remember it was like $500 or 30 days in jail was kind of our cap. So I'll be interested, I guess, to hear more about what the city attorney recommends on the choices that we might have. I do believe that we should toughen enforcement because this is a cost of doing business, right? So a lot of people run out parking tickets and they just pay them. It's cheaper than parking somewhere else. So this has got to have a credible threat around it, or it's not going to have any impact. One thought was, can you actually have the fines repeat? Like just keep going back. Tell them to leave. Tell them they're going to give them a citation and come back later the same day and do it again. And have the costs accumulate that way. So I hope we can work something out for the benefit of vendors, but I don't believe that we can allow them to just continue to operate the way they are at the expense of permitted vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Jones and Mr. Heath, thank you for your work on implementing this pilot. I know last year when we were discussing this, we heard from both street vendors as well as brick and mortar businesses. I have gotten several emails from businesses in NODA. What I was hoping for at the end of the pilot is data. I mean, the reason we did the pilot program to see the results of the activities and the concerns that businesses, residents have reported. I would like to see whether we have been successful with this pilot program other than the infrastructure problem that we have. I would like to see, have we seen any change in service calls? Because I know there were calls that were being made to CMPD because of some significant concerns around public safety. Has that gone down? So if we can get some more data and results of the pilot, that would help us figure out the next steps.
If I may, so the number of calls for service and citations during the pilot period has been very limited, very small, single digits. But this is such a small footprint of an area that, I won't speak for Charlie, but I'll invite Charlie into the conversation here. We've had frequent interaction with the business owners in this area over the last few months. And I'm quite certain that if there were 5 calls for service and 5 citations, that in no way is a reflection of really what's happening on the ground. It's due to some data limitations in how calls for service are tracked and how citations are tracked, frankly. I think the way that Charlie characterized it before, at least for this stage of the pilot program, is the best way to characterize it, which is, yes, there have been some improvements. I think most, if not all, the business owners would acknowledge that things are better. But things are not good. And there are some really tangible limitations in NODA from a physical infrastructure perspective that we believe, from the staff point of view, are insurmountable.
I think in terms of the initial results, infrastructure limitation, that was already there. And I think I had expressed that concerns when we first implemented that. We need to see, how do we judge the results? How do we judge whether the pilot was successful or not before we say let's end it or let's continue it, right? I think we need to come up with those performance metrics, whether this pilot was successful or not. It may not have been successful in NODA because of the infrastructure limitations, but does that mean it may not be successful in other parts, whether that's South End or whether that's other parts of the city where infrastructure is not an issue. So I think we need to come up with some performance metrics, because I do agree with what Mr. Drake said. There are vendors that actually, this is the income that they live off of, right? So I am very intentional about, if we were to end the program throughout the city, what does that mean for vendors that actually live off of that income? So I just feel that we need more data to figure out. I mean, this program was supposed to end anyways, end of February, so I understand there is no action that is needed because this pilot was just temporary. But in order for us to make a decision that is citywide, we need just more. We need to understand more, because vendors do contribute to the charm of a neighborhood where there is infrastructure in place, but we also need to make sure that we address the concerns, public safety concerns from our residents and our businesses around public safety. And I think both can be true at the same time, where it makes sense. That's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Heath.
I would offer up that I think it's unlikely there's much more to learn in NODA in particular. I understand your broader point, but I do think the committee has a chance to think about NODA separately
Right.
from the broader policy questions.
Right, I think with NODA, to Mr. Heath's question, I understand that infrastructure is an issue, so where really this pilot was going to end anyways, I mean, really, there is no action that is needed from us if we decide to not expand it. But I'm just more focused on citywide regulations around street vending, because we've got a number of emails from South End, other parts of the city where street vending, with street vending concerns. I think we need to also address that broader issue. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmera, and before I pass it over to Mr. Graham, I just want to make sure that we're having the right conversation, because there's really 2 aspects of this conversation. One is the pilot program in NODA, and the council did make a policy action to add NODA to the congested business district. And yes, the pilot will sunset on the 15th of February, but if we agree that NODA, due to legacy infrastructure issues and the results of the pilot program, should really continue to be a part of the congested business district, then there's no action for the council, right? If there's a different conclusion, then the council has to take an action. That's the first policy consideration. The other policy consideration is the broader city street vending approach, to Ms. Ajmera's point and to some points of my other colleagues. So I just want to make sure that, and that particular, in that policy consideration too, we don't necessarily have to take an action today. We can actually ask staff as well as Ms. Battle to go and do some research, some best practices, come back and give us some guidelines around how we can shape that conversation. But we don't necessarily have to take that action today. Okay.
Can I just follow up on that?
Sure.
So, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. So to follow up on that, on the second citywide, I think we should have a public hearing at the committee where we hear from, in addition to the presentation, we hear from vendors as well as brick and mortar businesses as well as residents. So we actually get some public input in terms of overall what should be the regulations like, whether we decide to expand vending citywide or not.
Noted. Thank you. Mr. Graham?
No, I think a lot of points have already been made, so I'm good.
You're good? Okay. So I think what we need to do now is really land on the NODA question, the policy consideration of number one. I'm hearing just from our overall conversation that there is some points of view that we should go ahead and allow the program to sunset as it is scheduled for February 15th. And continue to allow NODA to remain in the congested business district. And then I heard that there was some desire potentially to continue the actual permit program in NODA as well. Mr. Graham, I didn't know if you had a perspective on either one of those, but I think that is where we really need to have a crystallized decision from this committee today. Mr. Driggs?
So I understood the sunset, I wasn't on the committee, but I understood the sunset to be intended to give us time to address all of these issues. And we don't have answers for 2 and 3 yet. So my proposal would be that we just adjust the sunset, extend it, give ourselves more time, and then try to resolve NODA permanently when we have the answers to 2 and 3.
Okay, so you were saying extend the permit program in NODA past February 15th.
Just move the sunset and then get to a point where we're ready to make a permanent decision about NODA in conjunction with policy decisions related to street vending generally.
Okay. Any perspective from the rest of the members?
What have you heard? I mean,
Absolutely.
Yeah, from
So
district.
I will speak to this as the District
Yeah.
1 representative
Yeah,
and
exactly.
representative of the NODA community, as well as parts of South End and Uptown. And so what I've heard is it's similar to what Mr. Jones has said. The small business owners have seen some benefit in the program, absolutely. They've seen some calming in some of the heated activities with certain vendors, and there's been some level of calm as around navigation on the sidewalks. However, I have heard that there has been difficulty with adherence to the program. So even a permitted vendor who has the permit to be in a space is expanding their footprint. There's supposed to be a specific footprint for that space, but they're expanding their footprint with their merchandise and with their setup. And there really is no real stickiness to the penalties to ensure that there's adherence to the program. And also the adherence to this program has been challenging, as Mr. Jones has said, because there has been citations that have been written, and that's a good thing. We've seen activity to say where the code enforcement, CMPD will enforce this. However, the adherence to the program is really the struggle, because there really is no long-term infrastructure
Right.
to ensure that the program is orchestrated properly. As Mr. Jones had spoken to, City Center Partners, they do a great job uptown, but they have the personnel and they have the infrastructure from a logistical perspective to do that operationally, whereas code enforcement does not. And so that's when you see the program begin to bleed on the sidelines, because we don't have that logistical operation arm
Right.
to ensure adherence in NODA. And so, Ms. Ajmira, you made a great point about looking at the results of the program. And what I have heard is there's both qualitative and quantitative results from the program. So from a qualitative perspective, we're still seeing vendors coming out. We still see vendors not adhering. We still see a lack of adherence. From a quantitative program perspective, we have seen a reduction in calls, which is a good thing. However, we know that there's no real correlation directly with the calls with the activity, boots on the ground, because there's been some fear from some small business owners to call 911 due to the relationship with certain vendors, not all vendors, but just certain vendors in the area. So there's been some hesitance to make those calls. Although the CMPD officers that patrol the neighborhood have advocated and assured the community members to make the calls, there's some uncomfortability, as we all could understand. So that's what I've seen, and that's what I've heard. I have physically been out to the space, of course, multiple times to enjoy the small businesses and to observe. But that's the feedback I'm getting directly from small business owners, as well as residents of NODA who walk those sidewalks and frequent those small businesses.
So if I may.
We're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem, and then we'll come back.
So let me follow up on Madam Chair point, because I think it's important for us as we deliberate. I think we also want to be able to say we can solve some of these issues, right? And I think the two I'm hearing loud and clear from Madam Chair is the manpower for enforcement and the staffing or models similar to city ambassador.
Right.
So, Mr. Jones, if you can just talk about those two to give us some level, are the expectations too great that we'll never get there? Or there's some hope on the way that a city ambassador program could work?
As far as CDOT staffing, and one somewhat misconception that I actually had when we started this program. So currently, the way the ordinance is written, only a CMPD officer can write the citation. So there is no CDOT staff or code enforcement staff issuing citations. CMPD did a great job of being out there with us. And myself and other staff would point and say they're not supposed to be there, and CMPD would write the citation. But it's a resource strain on CMPD to do those citations when there's other higher profile issues going on. From a Center City Partners, the Uptown Ambassador Program, they've got that model, and Dr. O could probably speak to how many ambassadors they have for Uptown.
Yeah, we have 30 ambassadors.
Dr. O, come to the table and speak to the mic. Come on up here.
Yes, so we currently have 30 ambassadors split between Uptown and South End.
Right.
We have, technically per shift, we have about 16 ambassadors working in Uptown. And what they do is they help to move people along. We do have a Tryon Street manager who is tasked with actually taking care of the mall and working with the street vendors. So it's unique in the sense that we have a designated employee taking care of the relationships with the vendors, but then ambassadors that help with moving people along if they do not belong there. Of course, some of the limitations would be, the working hours. Our ambassadors typically end at 10 p.m. And that's when, you have a lot of the compliance issues come up. Yeah.
And Dr. O, can you officially just introduce yourself?
My name is Dr. Philip Otieno Buru, and I'm with Center City Partners, where I work as the Senior Vice President for Public Safety and Government Relations.
Thank you, sir, for being here. I'd also like to ask Chief Patterson, have you heard anything from your officers who operate in the Nodi neighborhood who have been a part of this pilot program? Is there anything that's bubbled up, or do they have any consternation around anything in particular?
Unfortunately, I have not met with them about that issue just yet. I do have a plan to meet with them, so I don't really have anything that I can comment on at this point.
Okay.
But once I have a meeting with them, certainly I'll be prepared for that.
Not a problem at all. Mr. Heath?
If I could also just mention, Center City Partners, of course, has been a great partner for us, and I don't want to complicate the conversation here, but if there is a point in the future where the committee wants to contemplate potentially expanding regulation, Center City Partners has said they have an appetite to expand what they're currently doing for us on Tryon, where they administer the street vending program on our behalf.
Right.
With the roughly dozen vendors there, they have a willingness to do that very thing in South End as well.
Excellent, excellent. Ms. Ajmir?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Thank you for your perspective as a district rep. And you brought up infrastructure point, right? And I've seen that firsthand. It's because sidewalks are so narrow, it's very difficult to maneuver around, especially if you have strollers with you. So while I understand we are talking about the citywide, but we just don't have the infrastructure in NODA for the program, and that's what I'm hearing, Mr. Jones. I mean, we can work with Center City Partners, other partners, and address whether that's logistics or enforcement or other issues. But when it comes to infrastructure, widening sidewalks, I mean, that's not a near-term solution. And I'm concerned about folks, especially with special needs, trying to access sidewalks. This is a safety issue. So I know that's something that often came up when we were discussing this last year. So while we can work on the larger citywide program, I just don't want us to make infrastructure I want to make sure that we emphasize the infrastructure challenge. That's not going to go away. So with that, I mean, as the district rep, what you recommend?
Yeah. So I've been able to work very closely with Mr. Heath, as well as hearing the input from Mr. Jones. And the bottom line, I think, is that, number one, this pilot program has been insightful for us. We have learned some new things, both good, bad, and ugly, around executing a permit pilot program, which is great. Great input for the city to have. However, as it relates to continuing this pilot program within the neighborhood of Nodi, there's not much more to learn from it. As a number of committee members have said, it really is the infrastructure, the legacy infrastructure in Nodi with these legacy sidewalks that really make it difficult for vendors to even be there in the first place. And thank you to the Johnson YMCA for being a good community member and allowing some of their own property to be a part of this pilot program to begin with. And without their collaboration, there really wouldn't be physical footprint on the sidewalk to execute a program like this. And so, my recommendation is to actually take up staff's recommendation, which, as they've clearly laid out here, which is allow this pilot permit program to go ahead and sunset at its existing date, and continue to have NODA as a part of the congested business district, while we then in turn work on the right approach for a citywide pilot program with input both from staff and from our attorney. And if we need to make a policy decision at that point, after we have those inputs and we've had that discussion as a committee, then we can make a policy decision then. But today, what I'm hearing from both staff, what I'm hearing from the small businesses and the residents of NODA is that this pilot program has been good. We've learned some things, but there's not much more to learn that would be additive to the data, both qualitatively and quantitatively, and to just go ahead and allow this pilot program to sunset as its current date of February 15th, and work on a citywide approach. So that would be my recommendation from a district perspective.
So you don't need a motion for that?
We don't need
Yeah.
a motion. I just wanted to make sure that we had consensus as a committee. That was my perspective, but is there a different perspective, or do we have consensus as a committee?
Madam Chair, I'm fine with that.
I agree, yeah.
Okay? Okay? Mr. Graham?
Madam Chair, let's don't forget one key part, communicating this.
Yes.
So I just want to make sure we're clear on the communication, that everybody knows now the
Yes.
direction we're moving.
Yes,
So
sir.
We actively did nothing.
Well, Mr. Driggs, I mean, we could frame that differently, right? I think we could frame it differently.
I
but
think we learned something
we-
from the
We've learned a
pilot.
great deal, and I thank everyone for being nimble and standing up the program.
Yeah.
But from the consensus of the Public Safety Committee, what I've heard is, let's go ahead and allow this pilot program to sunset in NODA, allow NODA to continue in the congested business district as we then focus on an approach to a citywide vending permit program that we will address in coming months.
Just real quick to Councilmember Graham's concern of communication. We've got all of our permitted vendors.
Mitchell.
Sorry. We've got all of our permitted vendors.
Who owes whom?
It's the mustache. It's the mustache.
He's on GQ today, and I'm not.
It was a long Christmas vacation, so my apologies. But we've got all of the permitted vendors' information through the permits, and so we can start that communication process with them now. And then, like we did when we initially set up the CBD, we can put up additional signs in the area. That way, everybody's got the same information and on the same playing field.
And we can also share this information with the Small Business Association that's a part of the Neighborhood Association with NODA as well. So I think that would be really important. Of course, Pro Tem, as you know, we're going to do a readout of every committee and the decisions made. And so I will make sure that the readout for this committee, that's clear, and we communicate that to full council and beyond. Okay?
One question.
Final question for Ms.
So
Ashman.
about the permit, I know a lot of vendors did apply for a permit during this pilot program. How long was the permit for?
The 6 months.
It was only for the pilot, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that they are, I mean, this is, I just want to make sure that we are addressing it from equity perspective. Okay,
Yes,
good.
they had a expiration date. Some of them have the wrong expiration date that occurred a year ago,
Okay.
but the rest of them, once we caught that, expire in February, so.
Okay, send them Dr. O's way.
Well, thank you, and thank everyone. Thank the small business owners for coming out and for participating. We're going to go ahead and pivot to our second topic on the agenda, which is another policy referral around community safety and quality of life. And Mr. Heath, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. I do not have anybody to hand this one off to. But the good news is this is 6 slides, and I'm a fast talker, so we will jump right in.
Absolutely.
Next slide, please, Janine. So in late September, Mayor Lyles had a handful of policy referrals, public safety related, that went to various committees. This particular referral went to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee. What we've captured here on the slide is just the essence of the policy question and the committee charge. I'll just read it real quick here. Analyze existing strategies and community-based responses to the involvement of people with mental health and substance use disorders in the criminal justice system. Review options to address gaps and or further integrate or scale existing efforts across local partners to leverage resources and maximize impact. So the thrust of this referral was really focused on that intersection point between mental health, public safety, and quality of life. And what are things that we as a city could do, and what are things we could do in collaboration with other agencies like Mecklenburg County, the District Attorney's Office, even the state of North Carolina. So the Housing Safety and Community Committee did meet once and discuss this topic on October 6th. We invited in a representative from Mecklenburg County Criminal Justice Services Division to provide an overview of something called the Sequential Intercept Model, which is a national framework that's used to identify different intercept points across the criminal justice ecosystem, and where at those intercept points can a community have either prevention efforts or diversion efforts or recovery efforts as someone maybe first encounters the criminal justice system, or if they're detained, or if they're in a reentry kind of a scenario. And it was my first exposure to that model. It was other people's first exposure to the model. And one of the things that I think was really eye-opening was the model really places an emphasis on what's called Intercept Zero, which are community-based responses focused on early detection and prevention measures. And it just so happens there's a lot of things the city of Charlotte is already doing at Intercept Zero, so we're going to highlight some of those today for sure. Coming out of October 6th, the expectation of staff was, well, this was a helpful way to think about a framework with the sequential intercept model, but what do we do with it? What are some additional things that we could potentially do and do in collaboration with others? Slide 3 here, this is just a really quick zoom out for just a moment. And I'm probably preaching to the choir on this one, but I think it's fair to say that in recent years, there's been a growing recognition of that intersection point between mental health and public safety. This is not an all-inclusive list, but cherry-picked a few things of interest at the local, state, and national level. Going back to the 2017 Charmac Opportunity Task Force report, direct references to the importance of addressing mental health issues. Mecklenburg County, a couple fiscal years ago, developed their violence prevention strategic plan. The city of Charlotte was involved in that work. It's called The Way Forward, focused on reduction, how can we as a community reduce homicides and gun-related assaults. A real emphasis in there on expanding access to behavioral and mental health services for individuals. In the policy referral year before last associated with juvenile crime and what are some things the community could do to better address juvenile crime, one interesting data point that we shared then was a survey of 175 detained youth. These were in different facilities across the state, not here in Mecklenburg County. Almost 98% of those youth carried at least one mental health diagnosis. And then down at the bottom, I won't read these, but some national organizations that have also underscored that as a community grapples with public safety, it must be more than just law enforcement. There needs to be a view of the public health crisis associated, kind of violence as a public health crisis framework, and how do you address underlying root causes, et cetera. Okay, so slide 4. I know there's not an appetite for me to just spend 20 minutes on talking about all of the things that we currently do, but it is helpful, I think, and meaningful to pause on some of the things that we currently do, because one question that some people might ask is, well, wait a second, mental health, behavioral health care, that's not really in our swim lane. That kind of language is not a council priority. It's not a core city service. But, oh, by the way, when you look at the various things that we've put in place over the last 3 to 5 years, there's so many things that we're doing that are really strongly tethered to behavioral health and mental health. And almost all of these things are being done in collaboration with others, especially Mecklenburg County. So just real quickly to go through these on policing strategies. Crisis intervention teams, so this is very intensive training that sworn officers are receiving to help them better understand when they encounter a scenario where someone is facing a behavioral health crisis, how to address that situation as a behavioral health crisis, how to de-escalate the scenario, and hopefully divert them from going to jail. We have, at last count, roughly 33% of our sworn officers that have participated in this training, which is above the national average. Community policing crisis response team we've had in place for a couple years. This takes that concept one step further. So we have a team of 24 folks within CMPD. Half of them are clinical mental health professionals and half are CIT trained sworn officers. They operate in teams of 2. And when there's a call for service associated with someone facing a behavioral health crisis, that team is deployed. as I said, in teams of 2. So once again, the real emphasis here is on getting the right kind of resources to individuals that are facing a crisis like that in the field. Everybody is familiar with the CARES team that the city launched a few years ago, and we contracted with a third party the first couple years. In fiscal year 25, the county, in partnership with us, stepped in to administer that program on our behalf. Once again, here the idea is if there's a 911 call and it's a low-risk sort of a call where it's appropriate to dispatch a non-sworn officer, then a mental health clinician can go out and help these individuals. Oftentimes, they're individuals that are homeless in the community. Moving into the investments, the reason we wanted to highlight this is these are often things that take a while to come to fruition, but we shouldn't forget about them. So going back in time a few years, the Umbrella Center will be a tremendous asset in this community that will open in calendar year 2026. Council authorized $5 million of ARPA funds a few years ago to help activate this, and this will be focused on victims of domestic violence and sexual abuse, who oftentimes need a whole range of services: health, mental health, legal support. And historically, not just in this community, but across the nation, they've had to go to many different service providers to get the supports that they need. The beauty of the Umbrella Center, and the name of the Umbrella Center, is you'll have all of those integrated services under one roof, including behavioral health. So that will come online in calendar year 2026, something for us to be excited about, thanks to the council's vision on that. Katie Blessing Center, once again, that was tied into the juvenile crime conversation. So as we were having conversations locally with partners, what are the voids in this community as it relates to juvenile crime? One thing that kept rising to the top of that list in those conversations is we need more behavioral health and psychiatric residential treatment opportunities for juveniles. That should be the first opportunity for us before we're even contemplating something like detention. So once again, council's leadership allocated $2.5 million. The Katie Blessing Center, phase 1 of it's expected to come online in 2026. It'll include behavioral health urgent care. It'll include a psychiatric residential treatment facility, generally speaking, for youth in the range of 5 to 17 years old. That'll be a tremendous asset in this community. Public safety, mental health connection is strong. Non-congregate shelter, just a few months ago, council authorized a little over $4 million for this. It's contingent on the private sector stepping up and providing 3 years of operating funds for the non-congregate shelter. We already have shelters in this community. Our partners like Roof Above and Salvation Army are doing a great job. This will be a different kind of shelter. There's a void in this community. It'll be different for a few reasons. One is it'll be non-congregate, and what we often find when surveys are done, why are unsheltered people shelter resistant? Oftentimes it's because of the barrack-style kind of an environment in a traditional shelter. That's not to say that's bad. That's just the reality of many shelters across the country. So this would be non-congregate, more of a kind of individual room kind of a concept. Direct street referrals from our street referral partners would be an element of this, and importantly, individuals with severe and persistent mental illness, there will be embedded services in this facility to provide service for them. And then real quickly on the place-based strategies and programs, many of which you're familiar with, launched the ATV program here. Now it's operating in 3 areas within the city of Charlotte. Real focus, violence interrupters, violence prevention, one piece of which would be identifying opportunities to connect people with needed behavioral health services. Hospital-based violence prevention, that's the partnership that we have with Atrium Health. When individuals who've been the victims of gun violence are going to their trauma unit, then under this program, they are paired with a mental health, they are paired with a clinician who can evaluate what sorts of resources do they need to have access to, one of which is often mental health. Street outreach we've talked about before. When you're working with the literal homeless population, you need to go to them. You need to cultivate relationships. We have organizations in this community like Hearts for the Invisible, a city-funded nonprofit organization that are doing just that. And then last, Catherine Simmons Avenue, Lincoln Heights Action Plan. This is an item that will deserve more discussion in a brighter spotlight with committee and full council in the weeks and months ahead. Super excited about this, and think of it as a very targeted geographic plan, an area of need where the community is asking for more support. So we're starting here, but we're not ending here. The idea is, and I would fully hope and expect that this work will go well, the city's working together, and when I say the city, I mean housing and neighborhood services, including housing and code enforcement, corridors of opportunity, economic development, CMPD, all around the table. Mecklenburg County, Atrium Health, Anuvia, Alliance Health, nonprofit partners like Hearts for the Invisible, And very importantly, this is being done with the community, not to the community. So Friendship CDC, for example. And in terms of what is it, it's an integrated and coordinated effort with a sense of urgency to address public safety and quality of life issues. There's an element of it focused on the in-house population. There's an element of it focused on community development. In December, you may recall, you had an action related to the purchase of 3 single-family residents in this area, which will now be rehabbed and then converted into affordable housing with affordability restrictions in the long term. There's an emphasis on code enforcement and how do you address the physical environment in this area. So a multi-pronged approach in an albeit relatively small geographic area, but strong coordination across partners and an intentional focus on delivering outcomes. So more to come on that, but there is an angle within that that includes a behavioral health component, particularly as it relates to the in-house population. Next slide, please. So one thing we were asked to think about in the last committee conversation was, well, what's going on in other cities? Is there anything big that we're missing? There isn't really a single definitive source for, hey, here are all the best practices associated with mental health and public service strategies implemented by local governments. But we did find something really interesting. The Council of State Governments, which does work nationally, not just with states, but also with local municipalities, they've actually done a lot of work specifically related to the sequential intercept model, of all things. And it just so happens that they really prioritize intercept zero strategies implemented by local governments. So we scanned through what are the types of things that they've highlighted as best practices in terms of intercept zero, where you're really focused on treating individuals before they encounter the criminal justice system. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to read through each one of these, but the punchline is, guess what? We are already doing every single one of these things on this list. Crisis intervention team, got it, CIT. Co-response model, that's just a fancy way of our community policing crisis response team, we got it. Dispatch diversion program, diverting 911 calls to non-law enforcement responders, we have that. The CARES team. Crisis stabilization partnership. CMPD has a great working relationship with the Steve Smith Behavioral Health Urgent Care Facility, a wonderful asset that we've got in the community now. So when CMPD encounters an individual that needs access to behavioral health, observation and assessment and up to a 23-hour stay before they're then referred to another community partner, CMPD can drop an individual off there and then get back to their policing activities while this individual is being served by professionals. So there's a great partnership in place there. And permanent supportive housing, of course, is something that you've long supported in your affordable housing funding policy and housing trust fund. So I didn't cherry pick these because they were the ones that we do. They didn't have a complete list that said, here are the 12 things that you have to do. But the ones that really rose up as common themes across the country are things that Charlotte has in place. So I think the city has a lot to be proud of in this regard. Okay, next and final slide. So, as we were kind of thinking through, well, okay, now what? And where do we go from here with this policy referral? I think it's fair to say Team Charlotte does a really good job of addressing council priorities and even emerging priorities with existing resources. How do we repurpose things where we can? And we didn't walk into this policy referral with a bucket of ARPA funds or any kind of unallocated FY26 funding specifically designated for this. So we really tried to be thoughtful about, can we highlight a few things that we think the committee and full council should have on your mind as you're going into your annual retreat? Definitely going to talk a lot about public safety. As you are going into your FY27 budget process and various financial partners that are going to be in that equation, including street outreach. And then as you're having conversations, including in BGIR today, about your 2026 state legislative agenda. So here, just got a few things that we wanted to highlight because we think they are all relevant to public safety and mental health. With FY27 in number 1 here, we don't want to get ahead of the budget process. So here I'm just making the point that it's important for CMPD and Chief Patterson and her team have already shared kind of their view of how they're thinking about their FY27 budget. So this is not inconsistent with kind of directionally where they're headed. Just the importance of sustaining and preserving the great things that we have in place today. Talked about the CARES program and CPCRT and some support that CMPD provides to the Smith Family Behavioral Health Urgent Care. So, a lot of these things are kind of buried in the budget in a way that you wouldn't necessarily see them when you're doing your kind of high-level council kind of review, but they're in there and they matter and they make a difference. Scale nonprofit street outreach. when we think about the unsheltered challenge, particularly in Uptown, there are a lot of things as a community we need to do all at once. We can't just say, let's put all our eggs in the street outreach basket or all our eggs in the non-congregate shelter basket. We need those things, and we need more permanent supportive housing, et cetera, et cetera. But street outreach is definitely on the list, and that's something that's going to be in the FY27 Financial Partner Program. Number 3, almost done here. This is something that is explicitly referenced in the staff proposal related to public safety items in your 2026 state legislative agenda. The city of Charlotte can't do all this alone, and we're not doing it all alone. As I've said, we have a lot of partners here locally, but there's a real need for the state to do more of this. And the state, clearly, North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services is investing in prevention, and they're investing in the jails, and they're investing in reentry as it relates to mental health. But more is definitely needed, so more to come on that in BGIR. And then number 4 on here, this is just a reference back to the work that's happening, Catherine Simmons. There's a real opportunity for us. I want to be careful to not, overpromise something on this one. But, okay. Kudos to Rebecca Hefner and Housing and Neighborhood Services for really helping to kind of orchestrate a very broad effort with active involvement, as I said, from economic development, corridors of opportunity, CMPD. A lot of people at the table leaning into this. More to come. There's a lot more to it than just the safety behavioral health piece, but it's in a small way something that we really hope we can find ways to replicate to other areas across the city, because we know that it's needed. So the staff recommendation today, as it relates to the policy referral, and to Councilmember Mitchell's point earlier, right, no action is not an exciting recommendation. But the staff recommendation today is for the committee to receive this information and to close the referral, but then to just take this as one among many data points. And Councilmember Anderson, I know, as the chair of the committee, is having lots of conversations that are informing her thinking as well, going into the retreat, having all of this in mind, going into your 2026 state legislative agenda, having this in mind, going into your FY27 budget process, having this in mind, and then coming out of the retreat, because there will be such a heavy dose of public safety conversation, including Chief Patterson. That'll be an opportunity for this newly constituted committee to decide what bits and pieces of everything that you're seeing might you want to recommend be cobbled into some new policy work. So I will stop there. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Heath. I also just want to highlight the JADE program that CMPD has executed. They've had great success, including over this past holiday season, with ensuring that parents are being accountable to for their juveniles and reducing the repeat offenders in that space. Thank you for that update. I think that, the punchline of this presentation is we won't solve this problem as the city of Charlotte alone. We have to have partners and collaborate not only with the county, not only with private organizations in our community, but others as well. I can share with you that I had a conversation with Chair Jarrell from the Board of County Commissioners, as well as Chair Sneed from CMS, and I asked them to have a representative at this meeting going forward, because public safety really is a horizontal play, in particular with our young people who are repeated offenders. They go to CMS, they're a part of the CMS community, and as Sean just mentioned, the mental health aspect is clearly an aspect that we have to partner with the county on, because that's their developed muscle, and so we need to partner with them and listen and collaborate with them on that effort. Any comments from the committee? Yes, Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. And thank you, Sean, for the presentation. I think this is really my top priority. I think it's also going to be the council's top priority. Initial comment is that this is a marathon, not a sprint. We're not going to solve this today. We're not going to solve it tomorrow or next month. But I think what we have seen and what we have done, even going back to August, has been really meaningful work in terms of addressing a wide variety of public safety concerns and issues, whether it's on the transit or whether it's on Batesford Road or even in Ballantyne, right? Public safety is a team sport. We're all involved in this thing. And the chairwoman did mention two things I think we need to keep in front of us. And I'm glad that Sean highlighted what we're doing on Catherine Simmons. We've been working on this for well over a year. and we're now coming to some fruition of kind of getting things done, is that it all starts with getting neighborhood buy-in and support. If we don't get the residents buying in that CMPD will be assertive, not aggressive, in terms of policing our community and trying to increase the quality of life. If the residents don't buy in, it makes her job so much harder. And the folks on Catherine Simmons and the residents over there has bought in to, we're going to have to do some things in order to clean up the community. The relationship between the city and the county is extremely important. And I'm so glad that the new leadership from the county, both the county manager and the county chairman, our mayor and our county manager are really working well together. And because the committee can talk and make proposals, but if they're not executing at the executive level, then it makes it really, really hard. And again, another example of the Catherine Simmons number 4 bill is that at the highest level in both governments, folks are engaged and involved, and have created internal task force working groups working on this thing on a daily basis, collaborating. And so I think that will be key moving forward in ensuring that it is not only a top priority for the council and or the commission, but also it's one of those things that we hold our leadership accountable for, kind of collaborating, communicating, and working together. And so I think that's extremely important. And the coordinating of the services, again, critical to success on number 4 is getting everybody at the table. Councilmember Mitchell has joined us a couple of times at the Catherine Simmons meetings. Commissioner Leak has done a tremendous job. I would be remiss if I didn't say that she and the county has leaned into this, whether it's from the Health and Human Service side, from the Park and Recreation side. There's a park on Catherine Simmons that we're trying to clean up as well. And so working with the city and the county and all the stakeholders, obviously CMPD has been amazing in terms of their understanding of the need and meeting the moment, right? And sometimes the moment is really, really hard because we're asking them to do something in some cases where they're arresting folks and they're out in 10 minutes. But if we don't do that, then that type of behavior becomes acceptable, right? And part of what we're trying to solve here is not only the actual reality of people committing crimes based on substance abuse or mental illness, but also the perception. And that's what we're probably dealing with more so than the reality. And then lastly, Hearts for the Invisible, Block Love Charlotte, Just Do It movement, grassroots organizations on the ground doing the work, being the eyes and the ears of the council, eyes and the ears of CMPD, eyes and the ears of the county, working with residents where they are, and directing them not to move away from the corner, but directing them to help, right? Directing them to services. And so I think that we're on to something with everything that's been presented today. It won't be easy. Resources will be necessary to sustain it. Those 3 organizations, they should be Hearts for the Invisible, Block Love Charlotte, Just Do It movement, should be strategic partners of the city, shouldn't have to come through an application process. We should understand their value, place a dollar amount on that value, and getting them to work as a part of our team versus waiting for them once a year to submit an application to be scored. It's cumbersome, right? They should be a part of the team. in a big and a meaningful way. And so hopefully at the retreat and as we move forward in talking about how do we address a wide variety of issues relating to substance abuse and mental illness as it relates to crime, that again, it's a holistic approach. One size will not fit all, but certainly every city, every district has a Catherine Simmons. Every district has a hot spot where coordination of services will be very helpful if we're willing to lean in financially in terms of hiring more people, investing in grassroots organizations, working with Chief Patterson to hire additional police officers and 911 operators, all those type of things that make the system work. And then I guess in 35 minutes, we'll have an interesting conversation about how we work with the state, because our relationship with the state is complicated.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have the committee members, 3 committee members that want to make a comment, as well as Councilmember Owen. So we're pressed on time. I'm gonna hand it over to you guys, and just keep in mind that we have other members of the committee that want to speak. So, Ms. Ajmira, you're up next.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I agree with some of the comments that were made by my colleague, Councilmember Graham. I think we need to expand some of the programs that we know are successful, whether that's street outreach program, whether that's Catherine Simmons action plan in collaboration with the county. I know we have hospital-based violence prevention program, and we had a presentation on that last year, and that showed early success. Is county not collaborating with us on that program financially? Because I was under the impression the county was part of the joint collaboration effort.
If Julia Martin was here, and she might be listening, she would know the answer. I don't recall on the Project Boost with Atrium, so I'll take that as a follow-up.
Yes, and I think this is something that is also a takeaway for us as we are working with our county commissioners, is because when we look at hospital-based violence prevention, it is city and the county working together. So I would like to see county also financially contributing to this program where we can work together on supporting young men and women when it comes to mental health crisis. I would like to see in our fiscal year 2027 budget certainly more funding for alternative to violence, because we have seen early success results based on the data that was presented to us last year. I would like to see that being expanded. Also, one example where we can also implement what we have done of Catherine Simmons in Lincoln Heights neighborhood is Albemarle and Central. I think that should be expanded in all corridors of opportunities. And what I'm interested in also seeing, first, it's great to see that a lot of the best practices we have already implemented. Now it's how do we scale that while collaborating with our partners, whether that's county, whether that's state. And Mr. Graham is absolutely right when it comes to our relationship with the state. A lot of the challenges we have, it's the funding. It's really a financial problem. We need more funding for the DA's office. We need more funding for our judicial system. We need more funding for our mental health support. And all of that comes from the state. So I know that last year we worked on public safety legislative agenda. And I know that's something on our presentation today, but I would like to take that up and really focus. I'm talking about being laser focused on the things that we can accomplish this year with our state partners. Specifically more funding for DA's office, our judicial system, and then while working with the county to expand some of the programs that have shown success, like CARES program, expansion of alternative to violence, and so on. In the follow-up report, Mr. Heath, if you can also provide what is the staff what is the staffing like for our CARES program? I know at some point we were having 9 to 5 or 9 to 6 hours, and I know that was one of the challenges because a lot of the cases were coming late at night. I believe we did expand that, but where do we stand now? And I think that needs to be a budget discussion, Mr. Graham, as we will be having a budget discussion, but I think those are some of the things we need to start with, and certainly public safety legislative agenda in collaboration with the BGIR committee. But I look forward to working on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ashmira. All the more reason that we invited our county and CMS counterparts to be here with us because there is so much cross collaboration there. Mr. Driggs.
Thank you. So the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska, maybe 25. The brutal murder of Irina Zarutska put us in a spotlight. And it was undeserved, but we started to be characterized as a sort of high crime city. The benefit was that it also focused us on the mental health issue. And so the question is, what are we doing about it? And I look at this and I think it's a great overview. It projects a lot of activity and energy, but at the end of the day, there's going to be a burden on us tangibly to demonstrate success and results. And when I looked, for example, for my own benefit, I pulled up data from the FBI on crime in major U.S. cities, and Charlotte is kind of mid-pack. There's nothing exceptional. And in terms of crime, property crime and violent crime per 100,000. So we have a PR problem, I will mention. But the other thing is that at a meeting in Ballantyne last month, and Chief, you were there, Patterson, the district attorney and the county manager explained to an audience at length the issue of the county manager said, I don't have money. I don't have money. You know, this is really kind of on us, but I don't have the cash. So I agree, and I'm prepared to try to engage, I have done actually, with legislators and say, look, it's in the interest of the state of North Carolina that Charlotte not have this image problem. So let's improve our PR.
Absolutely.
And I think Irina's law was a great step, a great action, a recognition, but I do believe we need to do more. So in the coming year, particularly in our budget conversation, I will be interested to see whether or not we have the will to commit more resources to these topics. And so, Mr. Heath, I don't know if you have an idea already of suggestions you might make in the budget process that's about to get underway for city investment in addressing some of these issues. But I can tell you, if we don't, we run the risk of looking like we are dressing this thing up, right? I mean, that's one way that you demonstrate some real will, is you make the investment and then active engagement, I think, with the legislature. So those are the things I would recommend. I appreciate what you're doing. We do have a broad base of initiatives, but at some point, we're going to have to point to data that show that we've had results.
Mm-hmm. And Mr. Heath, the opportunity there is also for a public-private partnership approach with this as well, with the full understanding that our budget is finite, but we can do more through collaborating with others. And so I think there's an opportunity there. Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to echo some of the comments, particularly Councilmember Graham. I totally agree with Black Love. We got to identify strategic partners who need to have a formal relationship with us and not go through a financial partner application each year. Secondly, I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Driggs. We do have a PR problem, and I think we really have to address it. Chief Patterson, I hope at the retreat you will share your vision with us, and so council, we can get behind some of the initiatives you would like to do. And then I think more important for us, we need to have operation matrix behind our success. We have a dashboard that we need to encourage our citizens to look at. I think then we need to put our goal as it relates to public safety. We're a new committee, and so that dashboard need to include how we're going to measure success as we move forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Pro Tem. And, again, Mr. Heath, the work that we've done for our dashboard over the last year or so, we need to update it, to Pro Tem's point, with the public safety key performance indicators for success. Ms. Owen?
Thank you very much for recognizing me, Chair. I will be brief. I am not part of this committee, but it's my great intention to continue to participate in all of these meetings because this is a keen interest of District 6. I had an experience over the holiday that was unique to me, but likely not unique to many folks. And I had interaction with someone who was clearly suffering a mental health issue in one of our merchants. It was a very cold day, and I did reach out to the chair and just escalate it to her. But what really struck me was not just the failure of PR to really explain sort of what our real context is and whether we are a safe city, but really I found that this merchant really didn't know what their options were. There was a hesitation to call police on a gentleman who was being disruptive for fear of escalation that was beyond perhaps what they were comfortable with, and not really having the language to rely on when they called. So I intervened with absolutely no training, but took this gentleman outside and we had a conversation. But I too lacked some of that language when I did call 911 and encourage them to come. I didn't know what I was to ask for. And just as a matter of coincidence, I did have coffee later that day with the mayor of Pineville, and she gave me some tips, but I don't know what those tips are. She said to request a CIT or to request a co-responder, and some of these things that I just really think we need to empower merchants particularly. This was a very cold day, so I have a feeling that this gentleman was really just trying to get in and out of the cold, but was making himself a nuisance to this merchant. But I guess I will escalate. In addition to the PR concern, I'd like to see us empower our citizens, particularly those running small businesses and restaurants, et cetera, that they have an avenue to escalate these things in a manner that does feel proportionate to what's happening. My question for Chief Patterson, though, would be if there is intention to have further CIT training to expand those numbers, or if you see value to that for your officers so that they are prepared to come. Because I think, again, the merchants in this case were hesitant because they didn't know what flavor of officer was going to arrive and did not want to turn an inconvenience, a nuisance, an uncomfortable situation into something that was potentially more damaging.
So I would say, Councilmember, that I am in favor of having all of our officers be CIT certified. And there's different schools of thoughts concerning that. NAMI would say that you want to wait till they get some experience in the field, where the other school of thought is while they're going through the police academy, maybe on the back end of the academy, you put it there. I'm willing to look at all options and just kind of make a decision concerning that, but I do agree or feel that all of our officers should be CIT certified, have that baseline at least, that if they encounter somebody that is exhibiting some characteristics of mental health issues, that they can at least mitigate it until we can get further assistance to help them and get those wraparound services that they need. So that is something that I'll explore a little bit more to see if we're able to do, but I am in favor of it.
Thank you, Chief. And, also Chief Johnson as well. As you've heard numerous times, we're going to have our strategic retreat at the end of this month, and we would absolutely welcome, your top 5 priorities as it relates to public safety, both from a fire, emergency services, and CMPD perspective, and that will allow us to go into the budget conversation with the right framing of additional resources that we need to give to you all. We're a little bit over time, but I just want to say thank you for the.
One quick question.
Oh, yes, Mr. Graham.
Chief Patterson, we generally get the year-end report for crime stats in January. Is that expected to come
Yes,
before the retreat?
and I'm just looking at my calendar. We are expected to get that, I think, on the 15th is when we will do our briefing. I'll get the exact date, though, and circle back with you.
And then a quick minute, I know we're running out of time. I think we ought to look, Mr. Drakes, at funding outside responsibilities that maybe the state should be doing, but boy, is that a slippery slope.
No question. It's a rock and hard place.
It's a conversation, it's a discourse that we absolutely have to have. We know that mental health is really an epidemic. It's not anything particularly unique to what Charlotte is experiencing. When I talk to our counterparts across the country, they're experiencing the same thing. And safety is a derivative of addressing or the lack of addressing public, mental health. So if we don't address mental health properly, there will be a derivative effect that will impact public safety through a myriad of options. And so although this is not our major muscle, we have to partner, we have to lean into this space because it has derivative ramifications. Thank you all for your engagement. This has been a great first meeting. I know we're going to have lots of really great conversations, and there's a lot on our plate, committee members. We've heard a lot of different recommendations, a lot of different suggestions. We're going to have to cull this out into a real strategic approach that we can make actionable over the next 10 meetings that we have in 2026. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right, we'll have a motion and a second. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malcolm Graham. I serve as chairman of the Budget, Governance, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee for the Charlotte City Council. It's indeed an honor as well as a privilege to welcome each and every one of you to our first meeting of the year. We also want to extend a warm welcome to one new member, Councilmember Mayo and Owens, thank you for being along with us. This is your first committee meeting with me, so I look forward to working with you. And with that, let's introduce everyone in the room, and then we will have those who are visiting with us externally, virtually, introduce themselves, and then we'll get right into the agenda, starting to my far left.
John Easterling, Contract Lobbies on behalf of the City of Charlotte, Checkmate Government Relations.
Kendall Conger with Checkmate Government Relations.
Matt Hassett, City Finance.
Nelson Freeman, also with Checkmate.
Katie McCoy, Aviation Department Strategy Director.
Julia Martin, Special Assistant to the City Manager.
Andrea Leslie Fight, City Attorney.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Yes, sir.
Joy Mayo, District 3.
Dimple Ajmera, committee member.
Kimberly Owens, speaking for District 6.
James Mitchell, committee member.
JD Mazrera, not a committee member, but sitting in, representing District 5.
Sherry Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Bree Harris, Strategy and Budget.
Hi, everybody. Sarah Hazel, City Manager's Office.
Jordan Pascal, Strategy and Budget.
And those visiting with us virtually, if you're on the line, could you please introduce yourselves?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Dana Fenton, part-time retired employee.
Dana, could you reintroduce yourself so we can show that your technology is working?
Yes, I can. I'm Dana Fenton, a part-time retired employee working for Sarah Hazel.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Shauna Watley with Holland and Knight.
And that's everyone.
Okay, I think we got some technical issues towards the drifting of the end of both speakers. But with that, I want to wish everyone a happy new year. And we will turn it right over to, we got 4 agenda items, and we'll turn it over to Sean to kind of get things kicked off. And here we go.
Thank you, Councilmember Graham. We'll go ahead and jump right in. We have Julia Martin here to provide an overview of the upcoming annual strategy meeting. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Sean. Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Monday. Happy New Year. Hope everyone had a great holiday season. Hitting it hard, back from break, here to talk to you about the annual strategy meeting. I will use annual strategy meeting and retreat interchangeably, just as an FYI. Next slide, please. So before I get into logistics and some of the things that we thought about when putting together this agenda, I first want to say thank you to all the council members who took the time to take the survey that we had sent out. That's the first time we did something like that in that really kind of formalized format. It was incredibly helpful for us as staff thinking about what's important to you and your priorities for the retreat. We got 8 out of 11 responses, which is really great. Sean sent those out earlier today to the committee, and that will be included for full council to see in the follow-up packet that's included from this committee meeting. So you will have that to take a look at. And so jumping into the slide, just basic logistics here. The meeting starts on 9 a.m. Monday, January 26th in Asheville. We'll conclude Tuesday after 5. You guys will go into closed session around 4:30 or 5. And so we'll be at the Restoration Hotel in Asheville. I was out on maternity leave last year, so I didn't get to experience that. I watched from my couch with my 2-month-old, but I heard great reviews both from staff and council, and so we'll be heading back there. And then hotel rooms, we will have rooms booked for you January 25th, so Sunday night, through Tuesday night. So if you choose to stay Tuesday night after that session, you can stay, or you can leave after. It is totally up to you. Just work with your constituent services staff member to book your lodging. Getting into a bit more of the content here, The guiding principles, the most important thing is that this retreat is your time. It is council's time to plan, to discuss, to prepare for the year ahead, for the next several years ahead. And so it is our job as staff to receive your input and try to put together an agenda that reflects what you guys want to discuss. And so the meeting agenda that I'll get to in the next couple slides, again, was more than informed by the survey responses you have provided, in addition to context and listening to meetings and being present staff members over the last couple of months. And so what to expect prior. One thing new that we'll do this year, which I really wish we had put like a big new, city manager's office engagement with committee chairs. So what that means is each of the city manager liaisons to the committee will meet with the committee chairs that most closely associate with that session to help them frame, discuss, get their input on. And so that will really be a new way that we are able to tailor these sessions to make sure they are most meaningful for you. And so as an example, there is 3 hours on day one dedicated to public safety. And so that will be Deputy City Manager Heath working closely with Chairwoman Anderson at the Safety Committee to help understand what that looks like. And so we're excited about that. Your Deputy City Manager, if they have not reached out to you yet, will, to understand what that looks like for you and how you like to work with them. And then per kind of usual process, we will have preview materials distributed to you a week before the retreat starts. Again, that is content that is both directly related to the agenda that you will have upcoming, and then some additional supplemental material just for context and kind of rounding out the information load. And so that will be we do a really nice glossy document that we hope is a resource for you really beyond the retreat. Next slide, please. So we don't have times here, and I will say this is draft more than draft. This is for your input and your feedback and your discussion. So again, this is based off of some typical things that we do in terms of budget and council goals for this term, but then really closely reflective of what we heard from the survey. I will say the afternoon, building a safe city, we heard public safety a lot in the survey, as well as council conversation over the last several months. That is, right now we have slated 3 hours in the afternoon for that. And so again, that will be Chairwoman Anderson working really closely to help with Sean to help shape what that looks like. You will hear from Chief Patterson. It'll probably be a mix of the annual crime report, talking about her vision and goals for the police coming up. One thing I will note, we have 2 sessions here where we will be bringing in outside people. So one of the things we heard from the survey too was working together as a council. Right now it's titled Traits of High Performing Teams, but it's really how do we work together as a team. We have, or you, we work together as a team. And so we will bring in someone planned from the McChrystal Group, which is a consultant group that we have worked with as staff, founded by General Stanley McChrystal. He wrote a New York Times best-selling book called Team of Teams. We thought it was great for us as staff and think it would be valuable to work with council. And then Perspectives on Charlotte, we'll be bringing in some outside guests. This is really to set a foundation for council in terms of what is the momentum that we have going as a city, and then what are some of the things over the next year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, investments, policy actions, et cetera, that should be considered to help keep that momentum going. Next slide, please. And then day 2. So a quick discussion on the authority transition. I know Andrea has a presentation coming up. And then a really deep dive into the budget outlook and the strategy. So with the new 1 cent sales tax, this is going to be perhaps a bit more in-depth than years past, because there are some questions and considerations that we are seeking council's feedback on. And then the remainder of the day, I think right now we have this at about 5 hours. It's all about implementing our mobility initiative from a number of different lenses. So one is the project selection considerations, and then We had a presentation to council on November 10th that briefly touched on workforce development, small business, and our procurement processes. You heard a little bit from Danielle today. This will be a much deeper dive into what that looks like. And then additionally, looking at affordable housing, land use, types of policies that we can do to preserve neighborhoods along major transit corridors. But again, I will say, all of this is up to influence and modification based upon the conversations between the chairs and the city manager liaisons. Again, we really want this to be valuable for you as a council, and it is our job to help provide you the right tools and facilitate that for you, for your decision making. So that is all that I have. I will turn it back over to Chairman Graham.
Thank you very much. The floor is open for any questions and/or comments. Councilmember Ashmere.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Couple of questions. So on the first item, on the first, where we have on slide number 3, yeah. So can you just elaborate on perspectives on Charlotte and what type of external guest you're recommending?
Sure. So right now we have secured Anthony Fox to be one of the speakers. We are still working on confirming one other speaker. Yes.
The former mayor?
Former mayor.
Former mayor.
Yes.
I would like us to also discuss metrics of performance, right? At the end
Yes.
of the retreat, what mechanisms are we going to use to track whether the decisions that were made at the retreat session, at our strategy discussion, end up in our decisions throughout before the end of the year?
I will say, I apologize, I forgot to mention that. That was one of the big themes that came out from the survey. And so we will absolutely modify whether day 1 or day 2, where that fits in, to make sure we can have a discussion on that.
Yes, and I think having level setting in the beginning would help, that so we are being laser focused on our goals and coming out of our retreat. And also, I would like us to ensure that while we are doing our strategy and retreat, we also have some room for responding to community needs, right? Because there are times we have level setting done at the beginning of the year, and then there are community concerns that come up. For an example, we worked on animal care and control to respond to the need from the community. I just want to make sure that as we are setting our goals and at our strategy session, we do have some flexibility to respond to communities' concerns as they come in, which we may not know right now.
Okay.
And I also would like us to ensure that as we are doing all of this throughout two days, that we have more time for council discussion, less presentation, because I think it's, and let's see, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Julia and Sean, thank you so much for preparing this for us. I think in the past, a lot of time, this city council don't get to touch it and see it, and not until the retreat. So thank you for giving us a chance to provide input and to see how day 1 and day 2 it might shape up. I agree with Councilmember Ashmere, maybe in the traits of high-performing teams, that we make sure that's about an hour and a half to 2 hours. We really need to talk about from our operation, how we're going to measure. We need to talk about our new dashboard. We just had some conversation in the public safety meeting. And I think we all agree that when we ran, we want to be more accountable to the citizens this year. So really talking about that dashboard and operation, how we're going to be measured important. And secondly, I would say, I see you have 5 o'clock down here on Tuesday, but I would tell you it's been probably some of our experience that when you go into closed session, 5 o'clock seemed like it would never get here. So I just want to brace my colleagues. Don't think we're going to be finished at 5 o'clock on Tuesday.
No.
That would not happen.
No.
So,
And you can all stay Tuesday night and get refreshed and drive on Wednesday. Yeah.
So Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Owens?
Thank you. I just want to amplify what was just said by my colleague. I think perhaps I can shoehorn this in under traits of high-performing teams, but I'm open to have it fit elsewhere if it does. But I think we heard a lot during the campaign around accountability and really showing up for meetings, showing up for committee meetings, showing up for zoning, really being here and being present. Also, I'd like to put an emphasis on returning to office. We've got 3 new folks up here. I am really looking forward to this as an opportunity to get to know the people who I will be working with. And I think that high-performing teams may be a place where we do interact around how we can be more effective and not just rolling into the meeting and having that be the first time that we really have an opportunity to have dialogue around issues that we'll be asked to take votes on. I think that is really something that's important to me personally, and I hope that that can be something that can be addressed at our retreat. Certainly. Thank you.
We had that topic last year, and it didn't go too well, so let's make sure that we kind of tighten it up, and an hour and a half may be too long, but I just hope that we got some guardrails. Ms. Mayo?
Yes, so just a little bit more about kind of what Councilmember Ajmer was saying, like the ratio or percentage of time for us to actually talk versus receiving information. So as a former teacher, I'm a big fan of not having just sit and get. And I want to make sure that whatever we're doing, we're actually giving council members an opportunity to like digest information, maybe come up with ideas, to really work with staff and not just receiving information from staff. Because we're the ones who are meeting directly with constituents. Oftentimes, they don't know how to get in contact with the vast majority of staff members. So I just want to make sure that we're being thoughtful of that. So will you be able to share like the ratio of that? So is it going to be 50% is having a conversation, the other 50 or like it's presentation? Like what is your goal for some of these?
The goal is to be far on the side of majority time is council discussion. That is what is really most valuable. It is not us telling you things. It is the time when you guys get to discuss, and that's most valuable for us and most valuable for you. So our goal is to always have presentations short and concise. And again, that's where the pre-reads help because that provides additional context that we perhaps don't have time to get into in the presentation, but some presentations are unavoidable, such as the budget presentation. And so we will double down on our effort to make sure that we are concise and tight and set it up in a way that you know what we will be seeking on the back end of the presentation. And I think that's where the conversation with the chairs also comes in because they can help prep other committee members and other council members about, hey, this is what we're trying to do in this session. Be thinking about these 2 things as you're going into this. And so we hope to have a bunch of different ways to help ensure that you are prepared, whether it is hard materials or conversations with your colleagues.
Okay.
One follow-up, Ms. Ashmere?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Julia, earlier you mentioned about results of the survey and public safety was a recurring theme. Could you just walk us through the results of the survey? What were some of the things that's not on here that was part of the survey?
Sure. So I do actually have a printout here. So some of the big themes, public safety from a variety of perspectives, metrics and goals. I would say small business as it relates to our procurement practices and as it relates to mobility, economic development, council working together and what the role of council is, and affordable housing. So affordable housing in general, affordable housing as it relates to mobility, and I would combine that with land use in terms of policies that we can implement to support the preservation of neighborhoods. I would say that was the top half. And then there were some things that came up less frequently, which I would say were 2 or 3 times or less. And so that would be things like transparency, constituent support, airport lease, business district, organization. Let me see here. And I think that's really it. So the majority we have captured here, but there are certainly elements, and you will see in the survey, certainly elements that we don't yet have reflected on this agenda. And perhaps that's just a situation of it's better served for a different approach.
All right, so we got 2 more minutes of this topic, and I'll get Ms. Owens.
Just a quick follow-up. So I appreciate your discretion in preserving some anonymity around, for the record, that I'm very frustrated by anyone willing to serve in this capacity and serve our city, but not willing to fill out a survey to help guide this presentation. A number of the themes that you mentioned there, I know were my themes, and perhaps those would have been escalated had there been additional support for those out of other council members. So I will just express that, and I applaud again your discretion in not telling us who didn't fill it out, but I am frustrated because I think we all should have done it.
All right, last question to
sorry. Joy. Yeah, so just for the metrics, are y'all gonna have like a best practice with things? I've been looking at the dashboard, but for example, people who've worked in the private sector like myself, maybe my goal is 5 new neighborhoods or something. Like, how are we getting in the real nitty gritty? I don't know if that's something we would take up with our committee chair, but there are a lot of things that I would like to see. What are our current standing and what are our goals? And I hope that we're creating real measurable goals and that we're actually taking steps necessary to execute them. That we're not just talking about, this is my goal, but what are we doing to actually obtain it?
Yeah, I will say, in short, Deputy City Manager Monica Allen, who came to us from the county, who was their Strategy and Performance Director, has been working really in depth, deeply on this over the last 6 months. And so with how she envisions it is there are a number of different layers. There are community measures that we have perhaps some influence over. There are kind of a mix of things, and then there are organizational metrics that we obviously have control over. And so that is how she is thinking about it. And we'll probably need a little bit of refinement between now and January 26th to see how that looks. But we are well on our way to what I would call a framework in total that captures kind of all of those things. And that includes goals, where we stand today, where we want to be, how often we can measure that, all of those things we already have.
Okay.
Ms. Ashmir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I know there were other items that you discussed that were not part of the overall theme, but there were some council members who brought it up, especially around transparency, constituent support, airport lease, and other items. I would like to hear from the committee members if there is anything they would like to see as part of the discussion for our strategy session. I would like to see transparency discussion because that is an issue that has often come up last year, where we need strong guardrails around transparency, especially around public records requests, and just getting information in a timely manner, whether getting information to the council in a timely manner. So definitely I would like to uplift that. And I know Councilmember Owens had a few items. And that's all I have.
Councilmember Owens, and then I'll make a comment. Councilmember Owens.
So just briefly, I want to continue to uplift the comment around the airport lease. It is something that is opaque to those of us who are new, perhaps more so to me than others, but I will acknowledge a certain opacity there that I would benefit from understanding better the processes there, because I think there's a lot of competing information with respect to what our actual levers are to be able to intervene in a way that is beneficial to Charlotte and yet not cause issue with Raleigh. That is really something that is a bit of a black box to me. And so not having that, even though I did escalate it, not having that on the agenda is a bit frustrating.
Okay, noted.
I agree with my colleague. I would also like
Ms.
us to...
Ashmir?
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would also like us to, because that was also one of the items that I had highlighted as part of the survey, because this was an item that often came up last year. And I would like us to know what are the tools that we have as a council So adding that would certainly help, along with constituent support services.
So can I make a suggestion on the matter of transparency? And I kind of put that into how we process the work, how we facilitate our meetings, how, when, and to what extent we disclose information. That kind of goes under trace up a high-performing teams, and we can kind of put that in that box. And then as relates to the airport lease, if we can put that in the box of the budget level set, because that may or may not have budget implications, but we can talk about it there at a very high level from the manager's office. So I think if the ladies are okay with that, and if you can incorporate that there, I think that would be fine. And then lastly, again, there's just a lot more parentheses around the discussion around trace up our high-performing teams, so we can make sure that it's an exercise worth having versus everyone going back to their rooms mad at one another, like we did last year.
Sassy tale to tell.
So I think those things will kind of meet the moment for everybody.
I just,
I heard a yes from Mr. Mitchell and Councilman
I think
Benjamin.
for the budget outlook and strategy, it's good, we can have a discussion on that, but if you're limiting it to an hour, are we limiting that to an hour? What is the time allocated to that?
The time as of January 5th at 3:30 PM, the time allocated to that is an hour.
I think it would be tough to have that discussion in an hour.
I think that would be a bullet point within that presentation. I don't think we need an extensive conversation there about the airport lease. That may come back to us in a different way, but if we can introduce the topic from the manager's perspective, and then we'll see where it goes there. But I'm not sure we want a standalone item just on the airport lease, because I think we just need to tee it up first before we do a deep dive and give staff the opportunity to kind of do some due diligence along with our city attorney, so that when they do present to us, it's based on factual information, not factual information, relevant information, current information. But I think it's okay for, I think, the manager to say, hey, here's where we are with the lease. That's fine? Okay? All right. Thank you. We'll see everybody in Asheville. The next topic is the Metropolitan Transit Authority interlocal agreement, and I'll turn it back over to Sean to kind of tee it up, and then we'll go right into it.
Thanks, Chair Graham. So, City Attorney, thank you for being here today. City Attorney Leslie Fight will provide a preview of a planned interlocal agreement that will come to council for consideration a week from today. And this presentation will be provided at two committees today. Make sure we get a great cross-section of council up to speed before next week. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Thank you, Mr. Heath, for the introduction. This is an overview of the planned interlocal that you'll see next week. You do not have a draft document before you, but what you do have is an overview of the topics that will be covered in the interlocal, and certainly open to feedback from this body as we prepare the final draft later this week. Next slide, please. So as you know, the PAVE Act imposes a number of requirements that the MBTA must fulfill no later than July 1st of 2026, such as establishing a board governance policies, rules of procedure, bylaws, to develop financial and operational policies, to create a human resources and information technology plan, and also to create asset acquisition timelines and plans. In order to do this, the MBTA must have resources at its disposal to accomplish those tasks and deliverables. So the plan at this point is to provide or to enter into an interlocal agreement for $4.3 million sourced from existing sales tax funds. Those resources that are provided will enable the MBTA to fund these eligible administrative and startup costs. Next slide, please. So in addition to the $4.3 million, there will be a need for staff support of the MPTA Board of Trustees. And so the city will assign staff to support the logistics, organization, and documentation of MPTA board meetings, and also to ensure that there is proper conduct of those public meetings. Again, the MPTA is a public authority, and they are subject to open meetings laws, just like the city of Charlotte. Those staff that are assigned will work directly with the board chair, vice chair, and any designee that they may have in order to provide administrative and legal support for those public meetings, and also operational guidance and legal procedural guidance. Next slide. As for the funding and budget coordination, the city will contract with the MPTA for, as it says here, it makes available up to $4.3 million. Think of it in terms of a contract not to exceed the $4.3 million, and those funds will be sourced or will come from the Article 43 funds. Again, existing dollars. That will include services such as, or startup costs such as legal services, accounting and auditing, meeting and administrative expenses, required studies and regulatory filings. We've already done some of that already. Directors and officers, public officials insurance, consultants and advisory services, and other reasonable and necessary administrative expenses. That's a bit of a catch-all, but it will include some things that we may not be able to foresee, such as location services and such. This budget allocation is based on 6 months of the CAT's current fiscal year budget for similar administrative services, and I will pause there and say that includes such as attorneys' resources, IT resources, and all of the like. Next slide, please. So for operational continuity, the goal here is to keep things as seamless as possible and to ensure uninterrupted transit service and protect the city's financial and investor obligations. Also to include existing CATS executive leadership will continue to manage operations within the city's organizational structure and report up through the city manager's office. The city will work with the authority to develop a mutual indemnification agreement and other required legal instruments. And so this is really a nuts and bolts agreement to get us off the ground so that they can begin to do their work. I will tell you some of the administrative documents that have already been crafted in draft form include the rules of procedure, the bylaws, and our team has worked very closely with Mr. Howard and Mr. Emery with making that happen as an early draft, along certainly with the CATS team, Mr. Cagle and his team. And so there are a lot of things that are moving quite quickly. I think the endeavor here is certainly to support this body with as many resources as the city can reasonably make happen, recognizing there's a balance of resources. But with that, I'll pause and ask if there are any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll make a comment, then I'll ask a question, then I'll open it up for the rest of the committee. First, let me thank and congratulate David Howard and Frank Emery for being elected chairman and vice chairman, respectively, of the Metropolitan Public Transit Authority. I was there for their swearing in, as well as the other 25 members, and this council and this committee, who's responsible for government relations, work with other government bodies, certainly will have a lot of interaction with the Metropolitan Transit Authority and its chairman and vice chairman, Mr. Howard and Mr. Emery, and so we look forward to working with them. Again, our goal as a committee is to work with a wide variety of government agencies and parties and partnerships. So we look forward to partnering with the Metropolitan Transit Authority and ensuring its success along the way and doing things that we need to do within our ability to facilitate that. And so I think as a preamble, I wanted to say that the question of the $4.3 million sourced from existing sales tax funds, so that's directly from our current sales tax dollars to the authority. We have not collected any new dollars yet.
That's right.
That's correct.
Right, so this is not to be repaid back, but just using the existing fund to support their operation. So there's not a payback.
That's correct. And certainly I'm partnering here with Mr. Heath from the manager's office in terms of the financial flow. But yes, that is existing dollars without a payback.
Okay. And we've identified the existing usage of the funds. I think that's fine. Since we're talking money, there's also a matter of $90 million that we bought the red line. And so just want to make sure that doesn't get lost in the shuffle, right? And that there is some type of understanding, and maybe that would be the questions phrased a different way. What was the understanding, if you can provide to the committee, when we bought the red line for that $90 million, how and when and to what extent that those dollars will be repaid back to the city? That would be good to know. Obviously, they can't do it tomorrow or next week or next month, but I think it should be top of mind in terms of that's out there, and
I can say definitively it will not fall through the cracks.
there's a footnote there.
And
That's a big line item.
That's a big line item.
Yeah.
that deserves such a good answer that I don't want to try to, speak on something that I'm not fully immersed in, other than to say clearly that's the sort of thing that was directly referenced in the studies that were done as something that needs to be
And I
very
only bring it up as a point to, again, demonstrate the relationship, the ongoing relationship that we will have with the authority, and that at some point in time, that will be a discussion, whether it's a year from now, a year and a half from now, maybe sooner than that, I'm not sure. Once the revenue starts flowing, how and when, to what extent, the citizens of Charlotte can kind of understand how that, and when we bought it, what was the understanding from that point of when and how and to what extent it would be repaid back? Ms. Fife?
And if I could just say one thing to that, this is, to your point, Mr. Chairman, it is an iterative process. There will be many phases of this relationship that will go forth, including additional portions of this agreement or addendums to the agreement to address matters as they arise, so including the repayment of other items.
Yeah, and is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, is that this committee will kind of own that relationship with the authority, the transfer of assets, personnel issues that goes from the city to the authority will pass through this committee if it's not an administrative type of thing where the city manager can do on his own, but those type of entities will be coming through this committee. Am I correct in saying that?
I want to be careful that I don't, once again, speak out of school. So really, we're taking this one step at a time. Today, we're really focused on a preview in advance of next week, bringing it to two committees to ensure we get a really good critical mass. But I feel like there's still specifics that we're sorting through, but understand what you're saying.
Okay, I'm just asking questions I thought were already answered.
Mayor.
Questions? Ms. Owens?
So I want to be abundantly clear for purposes of both this record and for purposes of anybody who's watching. Obviously, there's been a lot of focus on public safety. I'm assuming that the contract that exists with the public safety group will remain as it is and perhaps will be a much later stage of transfer because it's not mentioned here. But again, I just want to make that very clear for the record because I think there's a lot of focus on what we're doing around public safety, and there's been a lot of attention around that we'd be standing up under this new entity a separate police force. And I just want to be very clear for the record that none of that is happening now, that will be a much later stage. So it's business as usual with respect to that contract, correct?
That is correct, Councilmember Owens. It will happen at a later point. And at this point, what we've covered here is the total sum and scope.
This is really a startup
Right.
operation.
Got it, right.
And the $4.3 million does give them an opportunity to kind of put some gas in the car, if I can use that analogy, get started. They don't even have office space yet, right? And so this is really giving them the opportunity to kind of get things together. But there are some larger questions that obviously needs to be answered within time, and jurisdiction of the relationship is one of those things that, again, I thought was already asked and answered. But I'll pause and take any more questions. Ms. Ashamir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think your question around transfer of assets, maybe the financial aspect of it would be the oversight that our committee would provide. And operational side of the things would be something that's not being discussed yet. But certainly, I think that's an open question that we need further clarification on. But I was under the impression that financial aspect of this overall transition would continue to sit under this committee. Because when we are looking at open, like in the case of Red Line, right, there are certainly city's financial interest, it's still there, right? So, and I see Matt, our CFO is here. I'm trying to understand the protection of city's financial interest over time, especially as our transit investments scale up. If you can just briefly touch on that, and how would that be part of this agreement?
Not of this version.
Okay.
There will certainly be other agreements and other negotiations that will need to take place to address those issues and others.
Okay.
We're certainly working in collaboration with staff, our subject matter experts who have the ability and expertise to opine and give recommendations based on that. We've also been engaging, to harken back to what Mr. Heath said, those studies that Parker Poe completed gave some guidance and some headlights on the path forward on issues just like that.
Yeah, this is obviously the first step, and in the grand scheme of things, a small step with a very tight ring around it, focused on enabling the authority to now embark on a number of very specific things that the PAVE Act calls for: IT studies, human resources studies, timeline and planning around asset transfer. But, you know, all of the big questions that will need to be sorted through between the city and the authority, you know, those are things that will come at a later time for conversation.
Got it. Because I think that's along the lines of what Councilmember Graham had raised in terms of red line purchase, right? So we'll look forward to getting more clarification on that. And would this agreement at all touch on projects that we had promised to our residents?
No.
No?
No,
Okay.
not at this time.
So that would be another agreement that will come back to us. All right.
This is basically
Floating.
floating them a note to
Yeah.
get started.
Just to get started.
Putting gas in the car so they can run, they can do studies, they can do a wide variety of things to get the startup up and operating, that they can stay within compliance. I'm more interested in compliance than expediency, right? So
Yes,
let's
sir.
make sure we get it right from the very start, and all the questions that has been asked, good questions, I think, for sure, will be asked in time, and then that we just make sure that everyone's on the same page. I think that's important. Mr. Mitchell?
No, Mr. Heath raised.
Mr. Keith?
Just to go back, just for a moment, just to make sure that nobody walks out of the room with any uncertainty about the 90 million. So the PAVE Act is specific that there is a reimbursement required.
for sure.
Associated with that.
Okay,
So I
right.
didn't want my uncertainty
No.
to make anybody unsettled.
My question about when and how, and to what extent, that was the matter of the questions, right? I knew we were getting to the back. Mr. Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And to Mr. Chair's point, I just want to thank this council. The three newly elected, you miss a great, we had a lot of fun, and I'm saying that sarcastically, because we had to go through 145 applicants and get down to about 27 people, and then we voted on 7. But, Mr. Chair, I think you had the same pride I did when we looked at our 7 that was in that room with the total 27, and we felt like we did a great job on our appointment. So just want to say, and thank you, City Attorney, for providing the guidance that we needed, because it's PAVE Act. I think Mr. Chairman said it right. We inherit an unbelievable deadline timetable.
Indeed.
But as typical City of Charlotte and the City Council, we just plowed through it and we hit our deadline and make sure. And so I just want to thank everyone, and I agree, Mr. Chair, that let's put this gasoline in this car and let's get it started on January 12th. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Our representative from District 5, welcome.
Thank you, Chair, for recognizing me, although I'm not on this committee. I would be remiss to mention that this is complex, right? The use of funding, and it can be perceived by the community as something else. I can already see headlines saying, where's the sales tax coming from when it hasn't been implemented as January something? It was supposed to start January 1st. How did they get $4.3 million from the cent sales tax? So I think this is a unique opportunity for the city to start practicing proactive messaging and response rather than reactive. So before this comes to a vote to full council, I think it would be wise of us to start communicating to the press, to the community, what this means and how we're going to get reimbursed back. And that this is, as the chair put it, just putting gas in a car to help them get running. And then we'll get that money back in return. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I don't think we're going to get it back, but I'll let you answer that question.
Okay, just to underscore that the $4.3 million is from the existing half-cent sales tax, separate and distinct from the recently voter-approved 1 cent sales tax. And as you can see on the slide, it's focused on types of uses that are already contemplated within the existing CATS budget. But point well taken in terms of making sure the broader public understands what it is and what it isn't. Thank you. Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, JD, and this how we communicate, how we present, and we all on this committee and the council as a large has the responsibility to kind of communicate clearly and effectively in terms of what we're doing and why we're doing it. But I think that's a very good point. Okay, so any outstanding questions, concerns? All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Our next agenda item is, should be fun. Federal, state legislative agendas, and, we'll start with the federal. That might be, that's complicated, but it might not as complicated as the other one. So welcome.
All right, thanks. So thanks again, Chair and Committee. We are looking forward to this conversation. We hope that it will be fun. I'm joined by several of our partners. So we have Holland & Knight. I think we have Shauna here on the line, who introduced herself earlier. Also joined by our state lobbyists from Checkmate. So I have Nelson Freeman and a whole slew of other folks behind me. So we have a pretty broad team, both when it comes to our consultants and also our internal team. So thanks again for Dana for sticking on a little bit longer part-time with us to carry us through. Yes, the retirement that never quite made it all the way. But with all that said, what I'd like to do with you all today is just talk a little bit about the process around developing our state and federal legislative agenda, talk a little bit about some of the principles behind that agenda, give room for a few of our consultants to give a little bit of context, both from the state and federal level, and then I'm just going to roll into the proposed agenda itself. And really what we're looking for from this committee is feedback, questions, thoughts, all lending itself towards proposed full council committee adoption at the end of February, so we can get it well in time for the short session. And then I'll just kick it off by talking a little bit about this timeline. This is not actually the first time this committee, although this is a new committee, talked about legislative agenda items. So in the fall, what we do is to talk within our individual departments and work teams to understand what kind of priorities city staff have that roll up to city council priorities and begin that development process. But as some of you know, earlier this year, this committee talked a bit about public safety and focused in on some key areas that may now become a part of this agenda. So I'm going to have Deputy City Manager Sean Heath talk a little bit about those when we get to that slide. But that started in the fall as an early conversation, so we'll be revisiting where we landed there today. And then if you look ahead, we're here today, February, we'll come back to this committee and then look towards, again, that council adoption date of February 23rd, giving us a little bit of time heading into the spring. So I'm not going to read all of these core principles, but let me just touch on a few. The goal behind developing our legislative agenda is to really address not only our long-term goals, but keep that in mind within the context of what's happening right now at the state and federal level. So we want to balance ambition with feasibility. We want to have an understanding of what our partners are doing. And this year, I think we're aligned in several areas with our partners, which we can touch on when we get there. And ultimately, we're very specific in a few places, specifically around our state legislative agenda, where we see that there are opportunities for certain issue areas that have come up to potentially be moved forward, but also broad enough in some areas where we can be flexible to emerging topics to bring forward your priorities. So now this is where I'm going to hand it over. If we can start first with federal, I'd like to hand it over to Shauna to talk a little bit about the federal context. And so Shauna, if you are with us, you are up.
Hello, everyone. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Happy New Year. So glad to see you. Thank you so much, Sarah. And so there's a lot that's going to be happening this first quarter and the remainder of this next congressional session. We have appropriations that need to be cleaned up and finished up for fiscal year 26. We have to start moving forward and planning for fiscal year 27 as it relates to appropriations. As you all know, and we all were informed, national security and defense now are going to be a top priority for Congress, as well as I know one of the big issues for the city is also transportation. The surface transportation bill will be moving this year as well. So there are a number of, and housing, we expect that there will be at least two new housing bills that will move forward over the next quarter. And so Helen and I, we try to keep you all informed on the activities that are progressing. Your federal agenda is in alignment with many of the things that are moving forward in Congress, hopefully the next few months, well into the end of the year. And so anything that we can do to be helpful in sharing information with you all, as well as talking to the delegation about the city's priorities, obviously that's what we're here to do.
Great. Thank you, Shauna. I'm now going to hand it over to Nelson Freeman to talk a little bit about the state, and then unless you'd like to start with some questions.
Let's separate them if we can, and let's start with the federal. I think the state's going to be a lot more complicated than the federal. So let's deal with the federal right now. Any questions, Councilmember Mitchell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for doing it. So, Shauna, we will be in town March 16th through the 18th, part of the National League of Cities. I think we're going to have a strong following of city council members present. And so I guess my first question is scheduling time with our House rep and our senators. I think that should be a top priority for us. And secondly, this council is really involved a lot of the advocacy groups with NLC. So is there any, just for example, if we come out here and say, public safety is going to be a big priority for us, is there any way we can engage at the federal level, conversation around public safety that you all can help facilitate for us?
Oh, absolutely. We look forward to you all coming out for National League of Cities. We will work with Dana and Sarah and the team to make sure that you have a robust schedule on the Hill, if at all possible, and depending on who's available. But as you know, they always make themselves available if Congress is in session and the members are available in town. They always make themselves available for you all, and it's important for them to hear about your priorities. Obviously, public safety is a big issue. It's a big issue for the Trump administration.
Okay.
And so, we absolutely can make some requests related to public safety, whether it's the Department of Transportation or other the Department of Justice. But that's obviously what we're here to do. And, with your guidance, we'll make sure that those meetings are scheduled.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I do a follow-up, please?
Follow-up?
Okay. And so Shauna and Sarah, for scheduling, I think if you all can just tell us in advance, so I think because we get caught, sometimes we'll take a 12 o'clock flight on a Wednesday. We need to stay to 5 o'clock to be able to see all our representatives. So as soon as you all can finalize that schedule, can you share with our OCA staff support so they can book all our flights accordingly, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Any additional questions in reference to our
Not on federal.
federal?
No, not on federal.
Okay, well, we look forward to seeing you in March, and we'll work continuously with staff to shape the federal agenda, and obviously, we got our federal rep right here locally with us, so we don't have to wait until March.
All right, thank you. So, Sean, if you can stay on the line, what I'd like to do then, if this works for you, is I'll hand it over then to Nelson to talk a little bit about the state context, and then we'll start actually working through the individual items. We don't have to hover on any unless that is of particular interest to the committee. So
I think that'll be fine. Just a preamble, just acknowledging that relationships are important, and our relationship with the North Carolina General Assembly is extremely important, but sometimes relationships are complicated. And we're dealing with issues related to policy and politics in Raleigh. Charlotte, Mecklenburg continues to be the economic engine for the state. And we send a lot of resources there from Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and obviously the last couple of months, August leading up to now, has been pretty insightful back and forth between Charlotte and Raleigh, and I think we're due to come up there on the 22nd for oversight hearing. I think it'll be remiss to have a conversation about our legislative agenda without acknowledging that, right? That we're working in an environment that is uniquely different, and that an environment where both parties, the relationship is mutually beneficial, but complicated. And so with that preamble, and if you don't know, you guys got the memo, so everyone knows what I'm talking about in reference to the recent stabbing on the transit line and the previous one related around public safety, and the city needed to respond to requests and a period of oversight. And I think it would be remiss to have a conversation about our agenda without acknowledging that, and acknowledging that it's pretty complicated, right? Therefore, now you can start.
thank you. I'll hand it over to you.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Nelson Freeman. Not the first time I've had the opportunity to come and present to this committee, but nice to see a few of the new members. Around the table, I'll just do a quick re-intro of our team. I am Nelson Freeman. John Easterling on our team right here behind me. Hampton Easterling.
Okay, I'm glad.
He's right there.
Everyone knows that. He's just,
And then Hampton Billups, who's in the corner, and then in the far corner, tucked away, is Derek Applewhite. I do want to, and sorry, Kendall, sorry, you walked back in after us. Kendall, who helps us with all of my work. But I would like to say that Derek joined our team 2 months ago. He was previously with the North Carolina League of Municipalities. He also serves in a municipal capacity in another jurisdiction, and so is just as ingrained as possible to understand the constraints, concerns, opportunities that exist for municipals. Our team has collectively worked on behalf of Charlotte's interests at the North Carolina General Assembly over the last 9 years. And so it's been a long and very fun relationship that we've had representing you all at the General Assembly. We're very excited to be working with Sarah this year, but we've had a lot of fun working with Dana over the last number of years. No better partner has attended and been attentive to the delegation that he has been representing the city. So with regard to North Carolina, I'm going to do a little bit of the 101, and if everybody starts nodding their head that you don't need to hear that, let me know. But we have a long session and a short session. Long session is typically to deal with big policies. We were beneficiaries of many of those this year with the PAVE Act. It is also to deal with the state's budget. We did not pass this year a full and comprehensive budget. They have done a series of mini budgets, but we also have a permanently enacted continuing resolution of previously approved recurring appropriations. So, as an example, one of those recurring appropriations is the Airport Improvement Program. This is $150 million that is inside of the state DOT budget, of which Charlotte-Mecklenburg is the largest beneficiary of that. It's based on an economic development model that we worked on back in 2018, and that fund has steadily grown. It's a recurring appropriation. So the city and the airport, by default, receives that money regardless of the nature of whether or not the state budget has or has not passed, because it's part of the recurring appropriations of the state. So there is obviously a continuity of operations of the state, even though we haven't gone through what we would all term as, accomplishing a full and comprehensive budget this year. So every 30 days since the end of July, we have come back for 2 to 3 day sessions. Sometimes they have addressed legislative issues. Sometimes it has been what's called a skeletal session, where they'll come in and do perfunctory components of doing the pledge, enrolling the previously enacted journal, and then they will adjourn for the day. And they'll do that over a 2 or 3 day period, and then they'll adjourn for another 28 to 30 days. And we've been on this cycle since, like I said, July, and they will continue on that cycle in January, February, March, and then we'll return on April 21st for our short session. Short session is typically to deal with local government problems, issues that are brought forward by an entire delegation that signs off on an issue. It is to address issues of appropriations. That seems obvious. Issues of finance, which is tax topics. That could be everything from an occupancy tax to a food and beverage tax to a general sales tax or an income tax question. Other issues that go through the Finance Committee would be anything dealing with fees. So if y'all were looking, not y'all specifically, but if any jurisdiction were looking to enact a local fee, or an agency was needing to address a fee, that committee of jurisdiction would be utilized, and that would make that bill eligible. With regard to North Carolina as a whole on policy, any issue that made crossover, which is a perfunctory date that is created in the middle of the long session, that a bill has to start in, say, the House, must be passed by the House and cross over ceremonially to the Senate, can then be taken up by the Senate throughout the entire short session, vice versa. If a Senate bill was introduced, passed, and made it over to the House before crossover, it is also allowed to be considered for the short session. Those bills can also be modified, edited, and amended throughout the process, so no issue is truly done and gone during any legislative session. So unless something was specifically voted down by an unfavorable motion, or an amendment was run and it failed on its motion, only those items would be prohibited from being considered in a future legislative session. The context overall, the House is a supermajority Republican. The Senate is a supermajority Republican. The House is one shy of a supermajority Republican, and we have a Democratic governor. We have a 50-50 split Council of State. The governor has done an amazing job in his relationship and negotiating with the House and the Senate. Of course, there's been moments of contention and disagreement. He has done a tremendous job working with them on issues of economic development this year. I think no small tip of the hat to him about how well his team has done representing the state. So all that is the backdrop as we run into a 2026 primary season and then election next November.
Yeah.
Short question, because I think they want to get right into their presentation.
Oh, well, I will wait. I'll
Okay,
hold.
let's do that. Let's hold all the questions. I served in Raleigh for 10 years as a state senator, so
There you go.
painful memories.
So if you need the 201 class, we also have
I'm
the
probably
share.
at
We can-
601. Go ahead.
Okay, so let me just jump right into it. And I do want to also appreciate the comment that you made. We're going to talk about a variety of topic areas. That does not mean those are the only things we aren't tracking. As Nelson shared, many things, our issue is not dead, they are alive. And we've been looking at a lot of things over the past session. And so we will continue to track and monitor a variety of issues that impact the city, even if they do not show up on this legislative agenda. So I just wanted to make that clear. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Deputy City Manager Heath to talk a little bit about the public safety agenda, which really is, I think, shows up in a lot of different ways state, federal, and with our partners. So Deputy
Thank
City
you,
Manager.
Sarah. So I will move through this fairly quickly. This, once again, was a referral from the mayor in late September, focused on what are some things that the city could look to the North Carolina General Assembly for more support around public safety and quality of life. The committee, under Chair Ajmir at the time's leadership, discussed this topic in general terms on October 6th, and then in specific terms. In fact, this identical list was discussed, albeit fairly briefly, on November 17th in a special committee meeting where, like I said, it was quick, but it was favorably received. One thing I would underscore is that I've had a number of conversations with our local partners on this, and I'd be careful not to go as far as to say that anybody's endorsed this, but we sat down and had conversations about, this is what our list looks like, what do you think? Putting up a trial balloon, getting some feedback. So CMPD leadership, district attorney, multiple leaders from the Mecklenburg County Court, the public defender, Mecklenburg County's legislative liaison, et cetera. So I've had a conversation with each one of those agencies to get a sense for what they're up to, and so they've got a sense for where this is headed for conversation. So I'll be brief on each one of these. These are not listed in rank or priority order. The first one, every time we look at data, one thing it tells us is a disproportionate level of crime is committed by a relatively small percentage of the population. So what are some things the state could do to further enhance accountability for those chronic repeat offenders? One thing is for the state to take a fresh look at sentencing guidelines. I'm told there are already a number of sentencing enhanced guidelines in place for felonies. So there could be an opportunity on this one to really focus more on certain misdemeanors, like just to give you an example, habitual trespassing or habitual indecent exposure could be two areas where the state could consider enhanced sentencing guidelines. Second one, we've talked about this a fair amount today for anybody in the previous committee meeting, but just a recognition of the relevance of mental health services to a strong public safety and community vitality. The state of North Carolina is in fact making investments in these areas, clearly, everything from prevention to reentry and what's in between. This will be an opportunity for council's voice to be heard that those investments need to be preserved and in fact grown over time, not just for Mecklenburg, but for the state at large. Third item here on the list, no surprise, law enforcement agencies across the country are having trouble with recruitment and retention. Here the ask would be, if council is enthusiastic about this one, is really, you could think of it as a partnership. Because if you look at city council's track record over the last 5 years, is tremendous in terms of investments in public safety personnel. Starting salaries for police officers have gone up dramatically over the last 4 years. There's hiring bonuses for new police officers. There are also other tools that are in place, such as a step increase once a police officer graduates from the academy and finishes their field training. So the city has done a lot. This would really be an ask for the state to look for opportunities to support law enforcement as well in terms of various things they could do in retention and recruitment space. Item number 4 on the list has been really discussed in different ways for well over a year. Irina's Law was a great step in the right direction. You'll recall Irina's Law called for 10 additional assistant district attorneys in Mecklenburg County. That's a great step in the right direction. We as a community need more, and it needs to be across the entire criminal justice system. So more clerks, more magistrates, more judges, more assistant district attorneys, more public defenders are all needed. I'll share one stat today that I shared in mid-November, which is if you look at our Mecklenburg County Public Defender's Office, the number of state-funded positions they have has remained static since 2002. Over that time, they've had 55 positions supported by the state, and you can imagine how much the population growth in Mecklenburg County has grown since that time. Number 5 on the list here, strengthening North Carolina's required statutory qualifications for magistrates and pay. So magistrates are, of course, independent judicial officers nominated by the Clerk of Superior Court. They perform a range of very important duties, everything from setting conditions for pretrial release and bail, conducting initial appearances. Here, this would be an ask by the city for the state to evaluate minimum education requirements, and commensurate with that, what's the entry-level pay. So right now, by statute, a magistrate can have an associate's degree with 4 years of experience in a related field, and by statute, the entry-level pay for a magistrate is $47,000. Number 6 on the list, this is focused on advocacy for certain quality of life violations that could be prohibited by state statute. So here the idea would be, for local ordinances, we're generally capped at a Class 3 misdemeanor in terms of the maximum penalty, might there be certain quality of life, kind of offenses against public morality and decency, certain ordinances that we have on the City of Charlotte books where a Class 3 misdemeanor is an insufficient deterrent? So could there be opportunities for those to be covered by state statute in order to allow for more stringent enforcement beyond a Class 3 misdemeanor? And then last, number 7, is one that there's been a little conversation on this on and off for the last 2 years among various council committees and more broadly across the community. Big picture, the state of North Carolina has a shortage of detention beds for juveniles. Little picture, we had a juvenile detention center here in Mecklenburg County until a few years ago. It closed due to some challenges related to staffing and funding. Juvenile detention is the accountability of the state, right? Even though the detention center that was here before was managed by the sheriff's office. It's not an obligation by statute of the sheriff's office. So here, once again, going back to the conversation earlier today, well, this is not a first option for juveniles, right? There are certain instances in our community where, from a public safety perspective, it is necessary for juveniles to be in detention. And when that is the case, staff's perspective is we're much better off as a community if they're detained locally, closer to family, closer to legal support, closer to wraparound services, closer to the public school system. So here it would be an opportunity to stand up and say, we believe there could be value in having a local juvenile detention center. The Division of Juvenile Justice does have some funding capacity for a new detention center in the state. They have no obligation to build it here in Mecklenburg County, but they do have some funding for construction. They just need to find a suitable location. So they're having conversations with the county and the sheriff's office. To date, there isn't a firm plan that's emerged from that, but it's still seen as a void in our community. So that's just a quick whirlwind tour of these. Like I said, these are identical to what was shared with the BGIR committee in mid-November.
Okay, let's open it up for questions. I see Ms. Owens to my right, and then Ms. Ashmere.
I have 2 questions on the juvenile detention center, and part of this is probably just the atmosphere that I'm in and hearing different points of view. Does our ask with respect to that, does that depend at all on the outcome of the sheriff's race? I know that there are different points of view with respect to whether that should be open, so that's my first question. The second question is with respect to the facility itself. I was perhaps under the misinformation that it wouldn't be so much building a new facility as it would be reopening an existing facility. Can you clarify both of those?
I can. So I would say that there's a great reason why the sheriff has been at the table in these conversations, because Jail North is only partially utilized at this point, would be the way that I would frame it. So it ought to be part of a conversation, right? If that's an underutilized asset, it was used for juvenile detention before, could it be used again? That's a good place to start. But I think this conversation and this potential policy item is something that could be independent of whoever happens to be in the sheriff's seat at any point in time. And then related to that is the second question. Reopening Jail North as a juvenile detention center certainly is an option to consider, but it's not the only option. If the Division of Juvenile Justice could find an attractive site elsewhere that's affordable, possibly with some support from the community, then anything's possible.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Ashmere.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Heath and Sarah, Ms. Hazel, thank you so much for your work on this, and thanks to your team as well. This public safety legislative agenda was put together in response to the item that was referred to the BGIR committee last year, and it was unanimously adopted. I hope that we can have a very laser-focused discussion on this at the retreat, because this is a result of collaboration between various parties. And what I would like to see, because this is a long list, we have 7 items. Just from the intergovernmental perspective, the strategy that we had deployed in the past was, let's look at the items that have the highest likelihood of near-term success, right? And let's really concentrate our energy, our advocacy on those items versus the ones that may not have a near-term success. So I think if you could sort of help us narrow that down. I mean, I would love to see all 7 being in the near-term success, but I know that's not the reality. keeping in mind what you had mentioned earlier about supermajority in the Senate and short of one vote in the House. So I think keeping that in mind, if you can help us sort of narrow it down so that we can collaborate with our partners, whether that's Alliance or the county, to really join forces and concentrate our advocacy on those items. So that's all I have for now.
Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think there's another entity too, I think we need to engage, that's our Mecklenburg delegation. And so we usually have an annual breakfast, and once we decide on our priorities, then we engage with them so they clearly know what's important to us. I know it's a little difficult for us because they have a primary election. So which one comes first? Do we create the agenda and then take it to them, and then we hope all of them get reelected? But if they don't, do we start it over and get prepared for April 21st? So staff, that's why you all make the big bucks. We'll let y'all decide, what's the appropriate timeline for the delegation. And to Councilmember Ashmere's point, Sean, you mentioned in the public safety that some of our partners have already made a commitment from a funding standpoint. I would think it'd be helpful from us to update so we know who are really in, we can collaborate with, and who are saying, for various reasons, we just don't have the funding to help you all champion this, this priority. I just think it's going to be a tough year for us because it's a short session. And let me yield back to you, sir. Usually in short session, it has to be majority before they can vote on it. So it kind of explain, Councilman Graham was up there for 10 years. I ain't going to have him to do it. So give me the 201 version. In short session, what gets on the agenda in the short session?
Yeah, so to the point about having local delegation support for items, that's typically when it's very much a local agenda item. Occupancy tax is always a bit of a tricky wicket, but when it deals with a local regulatory issue that the state has jurisdiction on, that's when you need kind of everybody in the delegation to be wrapped around and kind of sign a letter of support going forward with it. These items are a bit more broad. I think probably what this demonstrates is the necessity for the city to be specifically at the table as part of all the negotiations with regard to public safety topics this year. I think we're going to have that opportunity, and I think that this presents a very clear vision about where we can sit at the table and advocate for what we think is best for the city.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, and I was going to say that one of my comments was, one, I think all the blocking and tackling stuff that we articulated, the agenda, working with the delegation, working with the private community to help us advocate for the agenda of all those things that we've historically have done, maybe not so much with the private community. They helped us with the sales tax. They can help us hopefully with some of these crime-related activities in the same manner. And so I guess the question, what can we do different, right? Because again, insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and getting the same results, especially when the landscape has changed significantly out there in reference to our complicated relationship. So, for example, do we have any stats or figures, staff, in terms of the over the last 5 years of requests that we've made to the General Assembly and those things that they actually funded? Even Arena's law, those 10 DAs were in the original budget. They took it out of the original budget, put it in that new bill because the budget wasn't going anywhere. So it's a little bit disingenuous, but I understand how Raleigh worked, right? So do we have a scorecard that we can look back over 5 years and see here's where we've been successful and they have said, we hear you, Charlotte Mecklenburg, and we have done A, B, C, and D, or we hear you, Charlotte Mecklenburg, and we hadn't done anything?
Yeah.
Can we get that so we can kind of know what our batting average is?
No, I think that's a great point. I think we could probably rattle off a few of those items, but really go back and say, in some cases, right, some of our items were broad. And so it allowed for us to have sub-wins, or sometimes the wins were nothing happening at all.
Yeah, for example, additional state funding for mental health support.
Yep.
I mean, how much dollars do we need? Can we be very specific? We want more DAs, additional staffing funding to increase staffing levels for, can we be more specific, right, in the acts, right? And then they can say, you know, again, I know how it works, right? But as we relate to, I don't want to use the word defend, as we advocate for issues here locally and explain what we have already done locally, and that we need additional support from our state partners, right? Because historical perspective, here's what we asked for, here's what was granted, here's what's missing, and here's how that missing piece impacts public safety.
And here were the results of what was granted. Here's how we put things to use.
Right? I mean, because we're playing a different game here, right? The requests are real. The needs are real, right? The relationship is real, but it's not, sometimes not mutually beneficial. And so how do we talk the same love language where the states who have been they've been an okay partner on some things, for sure, right? On policy issues, you know, but there's the policy and then there's the politics, right? And so we want to be right on both sides, right? And we want to be able to demonstrate what we've done locally from a public safety perspective. But here's the things that we need from you to do what you said you want us to do. And here's what we asked for that we hadn't received. I think it would be nice to have a metrics, so we can kind of know, you know, what's the score.
Yeah, I think a look back over the last 5 years is a doable thing that we can do for this committee, potentially for the next meeting, so you can see sort of what have we asked for, what were the results, if we were successful, where are we now, to help then flesh out the conversation of this.
And even with our local partner, Mecklenburg County, who I would imagine asked for a wide variety of things relating to mental health and substance abuse, what's the score there?
And I will, and that may be a good segue to keep going, but I will say that as you'll notice with the public safety agenda that Deputy City Manager Heath discussed, a lot of these things are community agenda items, not simply city agenda items. As we go through the rest of this agenda, a high level, you'll see that those things, that's the same theme. Because what impacts a community, even if it's not a direct city impact, impacts us, and it then impacts your decisions and where you put resources, if resources may be missing in one area. And so if it works with you, Chair, I'll just quickly go through the rest of these. As you can see, safety really took up the bulk of the information.
But it is the issue.
Right.
Let's be, it is the issue. These are fine, but it is the issue that we have to get our arms around and communicate effectively and efficiently both ways.
And it demonstrates a shared commitment if we can do that well. So let's talk about some of these other pieces of the puzzle. So on the proposed state agenda, we have an item related to planning and zoning. This is support for a specific Senate bill that clarifies the restrictions on down zonings. This is something that you've probably heard our planning director talk a bit about. This is an important clarification that would allow us to move forward some text amendments in the UDO and better clarify some of the work that is to be done. So this is on our state agenda. When it comes to the environment, we have a focus on a component of House Bill 369, and that is specifically around stormwater. So it is an effective way for us to better control pre-existing developments and developments around our stormwater impacts. So this is in alignment with our sustainability goals around water. When we get to housing, and I'll just pause on these two things again, because these, again, are areas that don't just impact the city, they impact our whole community and everybody in the ecosystem when it comes to housing. So we're supporting the House budget provision, appropriating funding for the Workforce Housing Loan Program, that's statewide. And then also a Senate bill that increases the homestead thresholds. You'll notice this has been on our agenda previously, on the county's agenda as well. I think it increases the threshold from something like $25,000 to $45,000 in terms of eligibility. And so because there was a Senate bill that outlined this, we're going to put this back on our agenda proposed agenda to double down on the need around housing. And I imagine that this is something that in our preliminary conversations with the county, they'll continue to be supportive of. Obviously, the big mobility item this year, we can give a round of applause for, but we're also joined here by Katie McCoy from Aviation. We want to continue to support full funding for that airport improvement program that was mentioned and the resources there, and then continue to support the STIP program and our data-driven programs that distribute transportation funding at the level that they currently are for street maintenance. So we've had that as an item on our agenda before, so we wanted to lift that up and keep that on the radar. So before I move to the federal agenda, that concludes what we have for the proposed state agenda. Is there anything else, Chair, you wanted to touch on?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mr. Chair, just a question on the support housing, appropriate funding for the Workforce Housing Loan Program. Is there a dollar amount been associated with that bill?
I'm sorry, one more, could you repeat your?
Okay. The number 3, the Workforce Housing Loan Program. Has there been any discussion about allocation, funding for that?
I can get you the specific numbers, but it is the full funding in the proposed budget.
Okay.
As previous years. So it's not specifically allocated to Mecklenburg County, but to the whole state. It's a statewide program.
Okay.
So, we benefit, but so do our partners across the state. I can get back with you on the
Okay,
specifics.
perfect.
It's
Thank you, Mr.
mostly
Chair.
agnostic, I believe, to economic tiers.
Okay.
So that assistant, y'all familiar, economic tiers, 100 counties, they get stratified into 3 different sections. Tier 1 being the most distressed, Tier 3 being the least economically distressed, and then 5 attainment counties. And so a lot of our economic development programs are structured around that annual or biannual report that comes out that it's everything from median average wage, population increase, decrease, total jobs in the region, and it stratifies and helps when you get JDIG program, how that JDIG money can get allocated and what the reimbursement rate can be relative to a Tier 1 versus a Tier 3 from a reimbursement standpoint.
$5 million is the answer to your question because we got some smart people sitting on the sidelines here.
Thank you.
So one of the questions you had asked was how does the city get heard and what the scorecard looks like. A lot of our goals are very broad because most of the time in the municipal world, the world looks pretty good as far as what your opportunity looks like regulatorily. Where issues come up is when, let's say, someone's trying to start a new business and they get in a difficult situation with a permit that gets held up. That person then, tries to elevate that issue, and all of a sudden you get a change of policy that may roll forward from the General Assembly that has to apply statewide. So those are things that we would perhaps oppose, how those permit authorities that we have would get modified. But when we do when we choose to be proactive and say, okay, we have an issue of public safety that's of interest. Dana had initiated with the DA the issue related to pretrial release, and the city, we really took that one by the scruff and found the members that would support this, worked through committees and got it passed, and members of leadership were in the city within the last 18 months, speaking to a lot of business leaders. I was participating in this particular meeting, and just they featured that as saying, like, when the city brings us a specific goal on public safety that aligns with what our goals are, it's something that we can hear very clearly, and we take it to being law.
Well, I think that's the approach I think we need to take. And again, everything that you guys articulated from the bills are extremely important to us. And looking at the men and women that we have in the room, I think they can deliver on helping us get there. Putting that aside, I think we really need to focus with laser eyes on public safety and legislation around those things. If there's 3 or 4 items that we say, these are the 3 or 4 things that we really want to move, that is consistent with what they want to see happen and what we want to see happen here locally with our DA, our police chief, public defender's office, those that kind of meet the moment that we're in now. You agree that we're at an interesting moment, right?
Public safety is always of particular interest.
Yeah, well, that's an understatement in Charlotte right now, right? Because of recent events, right? And so I think as a committee, if we can really laser focus on those 3 or 4 items that we all can rally around, all of us being the city, the county, the business community, and others, to demonstrate that, one, we're listening and we're responding. That we can't respond locally, we need to respond with the help of our state partners.
All right.
Right, and so I think that's what I'm trying to articulate, and I think by the amens and the shaking around the rooms, I think there's some synergy around that. Not saying that the other stuff that you laid, extremely important. Right. Great team, right? We're all on board to help us identify a different love language where we can be talking to each other versus at each other, right? And I think right now we're talking at each other on a very high-profile public safety conversation.
Understood.
Okay? Ms. Owens had a question, then I'll let you finish your report.
Just very high level, I'd like to just draw on everybody's focus. At the end of last year, a number of us, Chair Graham and Councilmember Driggs and I, were privy to some conversations with the hospitality community. And really, I tried to elevate this in the comments I made from the dais at swearing in, but I really think that it behooves us to get beyond the politics of this. And I think that's what I'm hearing from the chair as well, to really draw in the business community for that same sort of support that we had around mobility and putting public safety in their hands as well. I mean, that's what I heard from the hospitality folks, is this is an issue of economic development. And I think the more dollars we tie to public safety, the more we tie to lost opportunities because of perception of lack of a handle on our own public safety is to all of our detriment. And so I really am motivated and encouraged by the business community's buy-in around mobility. I want to continue that energy and that engagement because some of the folks in Raleigh may well listen to business leaders much more than they will listen to us because we may have a D next to our name. But a lot of our business community leaders are able to see beyond the labels and see a greater Charlotte and how we're all benefited by a lot of these investments in public safety. And when Charlotte benefits, North Carolina benefits. So I wanted to lay that out, and I do appreciate your work that you've done on this.
Thank you. And we've been very much in touch with the Charlotte Regional Business Alliance around how this agenda is evolving, specifically around public safety, as they are also in the process of putting together their agenda. So I think the timing is right for you to bring up these comments and conversations that we're having right now to make sure that we can lean into some of our, our strengths here that have served us well, especially over the past year in the business community.
One Charlotte, one agenda.
Right.
Yeah. All right. I know, we need to trademark that. Yeah.
We're all in this together, and, again, even the economic impact, it would be nice to know that number, how much tax dollars was generated here in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, and how much goes to the state, and versus how much comes back. Again, it's just fun facts, right? But facts matter. Okay.
So as we quickly move into our proposed federal agenda, and Shauna talked a bit about it, we are continuing to double down in this proposed agenda on mobility. We know mobility, specifically transportation, transit, and aviation are huge and important to our economy and our community. And so at the federal level, we're supporting the reauthorization of the Surface Transportation Program that's set to be reauthorized this year. So that supports both public transit and transportation. Many grants and funding that we've been the recipient of over time. From the aviation standpoint, we want to continue to support federal partner resources for airport security. I know that's been top of mind, especially over the past year, and maintain or enhance the levels of Federal Aviation Administration grant funding, of which we've been a beneficiary in a huge way, which continues to drive our airport success and the success, therefore, of the region and the state. I want to go back to public safety then on the federal agenda and highlight two things. One is support for our federal emergency management program run out of the Charlotte Fire Department. This is very important to support, to continue to ensure that we are prepared for disasters. That's obviously top of mind given the recent events last year in Asheville and in the mountains. Our work that they do is incredible, and we need to continue to advocate for the support there, as well as resources that continue to help us lower crime. This, I think, public safety proposed agenda paves the way for any earmark requests that we could make, and to your point, potentially even working alongside some of our partners in the community to make those requests. And so we wanted to highlight that here as a federal item as well. A few more items under business and workforce development. We want to continue to support initiatives that boost our workforce participation. And if you, I know you all have this here, if you want to look at a little more detail that outlines a little bit about why these items landed on this proposed agenda and what we believe the impact is, you can see a little bit more there. And then ultimately, housing continues to be very important at the federal level. We want to reverse some of the recent regulatory changes to the continuum of care grants. That was a conversation that I know happened in committee. Councilmember Mayfield was very interested in that. The county is recipient of those grants. The county has said that there would be upwards of, I think, 300 people who could be impacted, who could be unhoused as a result of this change. So we are putting this on our legislative agenda as well, because that impacts this whole continuum of care that we are a part of. And then two other key pieces there: support reauthorization of the Home Investment Partnership Program and the recent efforts, which you may know as Road to Housing, to enact comprehensive legislation that continues to expand and preserve housing supply. So a lot of this is not new conceptually from years past, but is important and continues to remain on our agenda. So I'll pause there and see if you have any questions or any further discussion on any items related to our federal agenda.
Floor is open for questions, comments. Okay, I think we're all good with federal.
All right. So that brings this proposed item to a close for today. I think we have some marching orders from you, Chair, that can help provide some additional context for the next conversation. And I'm hearing a desire to look back specifically around some of our safety items and narrow those into the most actionable items. And so that's what I'm taking back with me for the next committee meeting.
And especially if we can coordinate with Mecklenburg County and the Alliance, right? So that we're all on the same page, asking for the same thing, right? I think that's critical for sure, and for the committee to be on with not only legislative priorities, but on with information, right? Like return on investment, scorecards, right? I mean, and to our partners in the room, help us think out of the box, right? About solving some of these relationship issues, right? That we're dealing with, right? because again, our relationship with our state government is mutually beneficial. We help them, they help us, and obviously there are going to be some times, like any relationship, where there's disagreements, but hopefully there's a love language that everyone knows that we're all in this together, and you know, no one wants any individual being assaulted on the train or on the street corner or you know, crime in general, right?
Thank you. Appreciate the time. And thanks to all of our partners who joined us today.
Okay, so
Thank you.
the last agenda item we're going to hold over until February. It will be the first item on the agenda, and that's your baby, so I'll let you kind of lead that discussion for me in February, so we can kind of wrap that up, and I think it will be timely because it goes right into our budget cycle. Okay. All right, we're all good? Are we all good? Are y'all want to talk about something else?
Move to adjourn.
Meeting adjourned.
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this January 5th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. We will start, as we usually do, with introductions, beginning in the far corner. That's you. Hey.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Kathy Cornett, staff. Monica Holmes, Interim Planning Director. Holly Kramer, Planning Staff.
Kevin May, Planning Staff.
Planning Staff.
Prentice Thomas, just North Carolina resident.
Matt Hassett, City Finance.
Andrea Leslie Fight, City Attorney.
Terry Hagler Gray, City Attorney's Office.
Allison Craig, Deputy City Manager.
Malcolm Graham, committee member.
Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
LaWanna Mayfield, Committee Member.
Liz Babson, Deputy City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning Staff.
Kimberly Owens, representing District 6.
Julie Mayo, representing District 3.
James Mitchell, Mayor Pro Tem.
Jessica Bigelow, City Manager's Office.
Dan Peterson, Planning Department.
Jim Porter, River Forester. Louis Moore, Solid Waste Services.
Ellen Price, Solid Waste Services.
Eric Dalton, Solid Waste Services. Rodney Johnson, Director of Solid Waste Services.
And online.
Good afternoon, Renee Johnson, District 4 Committee Member.
Thank you. And Councilmember Watlington is, I believe, traveling and will not be here today. So we have 3 agenda items. I think this is going to be a busy meeting. The first thing that we will have is a briefing on the Metropolitan Public Transit Authority interlocal agreement. And this is an agreement that we need to enter into in order to give effect to the law that was passed and the referendum that was passed. So you'll hear more about that from the city attorney. Please pay close attention on that one because we're supposed to vote on it on the 12th. So this is going to be your opportunity to learn about it and think about it and ask questions. Please don't show up on the 12th and say that no one told you. The second thing is the community area plan update and next steps. And the third item is the maintenance text amendment and overview. And with that, without further ado, I will hand off to Ms. Leslie Fight.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the opportunity and committee members to join you today to talk a little bit about this proposed interlocal agreement. What you will note is that you don't have an interlocal agreement before you, but this is the concept behind the agreement. And if we could get, thank you so much, the next slide. As you all know, the PAVE Act imposes a number of requirements that the MPTA must fulfill no later than July the 1st of 2026, such as establishing board governance, policies, developing financial and operational procedures and policies, creating a human resources and information technology plan, and also creating an asset acquisition timeline and plan also. In order to do all of this by July 1st, the MPTA will have to have resources at its disposal to accomplish these requirements and to perform the deliverables. So the planned interlocal agreement is for $4.3 million. And of note, this $4.3 million will come from existing sales tax funds that will provide the resources needed to fund all of the things that I just described for you. Again, those are from existing resources. Next slide, please. So staff support of the MPTA Board of Trustees is necessary to move the work of the body forward. And in order to do that, the city will assign key staff to support logistics, organization, and documentation of the board meetings and to ensure the proper conduct of these public meetings. Again, the MPTA is a public body, and so they have to adhere to all of the statutory requirements as any other public body. These staff that will be assigned will work directly with the board chair, Mr. Howard, vice chair, Mr. Emery, or their designees, and will provide administrative and legal support to ensure that the public meetings laws are adhered to and that legal procedures are followed. Next slide. So with respect to the funding, as I mentioned before, the contract or the interlocal agreement will be for $4.3 million, not to exceed, the $4.3 million, and it will come from those existing funds. It will cover areas such as legal services, accounting and auditing, meeting and administrative expenses, required studies and regulatory filings such as the studies that have already been completed, directors and officers, public official insurance, consultants, and advisory services, and as a catch-all, other reasonable and necessary administrative expenses. Now, we'll tell you as part of that, we will ensure that there are safeguards and accounting processes in place to ensure that these funds are eligible as it relates to the statutory requirements. The budget allocation is based on 6 months of the CAT's current fiscal year budget for similar administrative services that are currently being provided by the city on CAT's behalf. Next slide, please. Now, for operational continuity, it's very important that this work continues forward as seamlessly as possible. And so to ensure uninterrupted transit service and protect the city's financial interest, the existing CATS executive leadership will continue to remain in place to manage those operations within the city's organizational structure through the city manager's office. The city will work with the authority to develop mutual indemnification agreements and other required legal instruments as may come up from time to time. This came up with the BGIR committee, and the analogy that Chairman Graham in that committee mentioned, this is about putting gas in the car to get this work going. There will be various agreements or amendments that will need to take place at times in the future. This is an iterative process, but this is the foundation to move the work of the PAVE Act, Chairman, forward as indicated previously, and so this just gets us going. I'll pause there for any questions. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Are any of these in the funding and budget coordination, are any of these duplicates? So we're currently still running CATS, but we need to help the new authority be set up. So like the accounting and auditing, are we still doing it at the same time that we're helping them get set up for the transition? For the directors and officers, of which a little more detail would be helpful regarding their public officials insurance and why and what does that entail? Or are we now helping them to shore up to take over these responsibilities and no longer paying for these responsibilities for current city staff?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Mayfield. It is a transition of those services, as you indicated. It will take time to actually move these services over. At this point, none of those services have transitioned over. And so as we begin to transition them over, whether that is through consultant fees or even current labor force doing that, we will then bifurcate the work that is for the city and that which is for the MPTA. Now, with respect to the directors and officers insurance, we have Matt here from our CFO, and I want to ask him to talk a little bit about what that insurance might look like in the meantime.
Thank you again. Matt Hassett, City CFO. So I think sort of to the question, as long as CATS is a department of the city, we will still be doing all of the accounting, all of the accounts payable, all of those things because they are a department of the city. We are still the responsible party for those. So those types of things are in part allowing the authority to set up those services for themselves at a future time to take over those. As the new MPTA is a new board, they also need to be insured as well. So the actual board members themselves need to have a policy in place to allow them to have some level of insurance, as just like the city council members have essentially public officials insurance covered by the city, the board also needs to have that. So as a part of this process is ensuring that the board itself, before they start doing operations, has some level of insurance as well for those board or for those trustees. So it's a part of our ability to secure insurance for them through our city risk management provides risk management services for the county, CMS, the library. So we do this service for a lot of the external partners in the city or through the area. City risk management provides those insurance policies for them or procures them. So this is a part of our ability to do that on their behalf.
So will we be paying the full cost or we're paying a percentage? Because you gave the example of just like with council pays on the city level.
So this
for
is not
our
health insurance, this is indemnification type insurance if they were to be sued or those types of things. So part of the 4.3 million we're identifying, that would be paying for it. The city is not coming out of pocket for that itself.
But it would be covering for all 27 members
Yes.
if they were to be sued at some point.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have a couple of questions. Ms. Mayfield, I think you asked exactly the right question. There will be some expenses in addition to those which would be incurred if CATS just kept operating as before. On the other hand, the money that's being used to fund those comes out of the sales tax, which is the appropriate source. There is some fund balance available at CATS in order to give effect to the PAVE Act. So this is just the first step of many that are going to be needed, and it will come back to us as other events require council approval. But this is something that we need just to get off the ground. Nothing can happen, and I look forward to seeing the draft of the actual agreement to understand better. I think we should all look at that, and that's why I'm emphasizing the goal is for us to vote. So we will not have a committee meeting with the draft agreement, right? But I think the intent is simple, and I hope that we will be able to get this step done and then recognize that there are a lot of other steps after that. I did have one question. The 4.3 million, does that include in-kind services or is it cash?
Cash.
So a lot of the other activities of employees of CATS or the city for the benefit of the MPTA are not considered in that number. This is in order for them to be able to pay bills.
That's correct.
And do we actually pay those bills or do we give them money?
The interlocal contemplates them being able to pay their own bills through the authority.
Right, right. So we basically just need to put them in funds in order for them to be able to do what they have to do. Okay. If there are no other questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee.
Good. That was short, which is good because I think we need some time for the next couple of items on our agenda. So thank you. The next item is the community area plan update and next steps. And I think for that, I will call on Ms. Holmes.
Okay, well, thank you for having us here today. We are going to give you a lot of information. So we will start with an update on community area planning and talk through some next steps, and then we will move into rezoning, talk a little bit about how the area plans tie into our rezoning staff analysis. And then we'll have Dave present on text amendments as the next agenda item. So as you all are well aware, we are on a journey with community area plans. And we are here to kind of talk through what the deferral means and what our future actions are. Next slide. So as you can see, we've been here before. These are listing the dates we've been here before, both for full council and for transportation planning and development. Next slide. And we're just continuing to build on the work. So as you are well aware, the area plans are really meant to guide development and create an overall vision and give more detail to the 2040 plan. They build on each other, so you have the umbrella document, the 2040 plan. We have strategic plans such as CAP and our mobility plan. And then those area plans is really that third level of guidance. So we have 14 geographies across the city where we are taking that deeper dive. Next slide. And on November 24th, We adopted 7 of the 14, and we deferred the other 7. So you can see here in this slide, the gray area on the kind of the crescent, so everything from the west all the way across to the far east are in those deferred areas, and then you have the wedge and a little bit of some of the southwest that are the 7 that are adopted. Next slide. And so what does that exactly mean? Well, first, let's talk about the ones that are adopted. The ones that are adopted, you're going to start to see how community plans are put into action. So in your January staff analysis, you'll see the adopted policies included, and Holly's going to talk a little bit about that today and give some more details around that. And so you'll see those starting with, again, the items that'll come before you in January. And then you'll also see us start to use the area plans in prioritization of city projects. So you'll start to see residents begin to use those area plans as prioritization tools in a way for them to hone in on conversations with developers and what their needs are. Next slide. So what about the 7 deferred plans? It's really important that, we're not slowing down. We need to keep having conversations. We need to continue hearing from the community and really understanding how can we continue to refine the community area plans. So we didn't stop after November. We had several conversations in December. We're still continuing those right now. It really involves both educating people as to what area plans are and honing down and really drilling into very specific issues. So I'm going to walk through kind of what those specific issues look like and what we're doing to address them. But we're leading all of January towards a big engagement in February around, we're calling it a Neighborhood Coalition Assembly. And it's 2 in-person meetings, 1 virtual meeting, and a survey that'll be open from the end of January through February that hones in on 2 major points that we want to drill down in, and then we'll bring it to you in March for a council decision. So next slide. So what are the common themes? What are we planning on drilling into? So if you can read this map, you should be able to see just the patterns. So the top, the blue hatching represents the community area plans that have not yet been adopted. They're the deferred ones. The pink hatching on the bottom are where we have adopted area plans. And that yellow you see in the background are areas that are vulnerable to displacement. So when you overlay all these together, what we really see is the neighborhood that are vulnerable to displacement are more proportionately in that top not adopted. So we really want to focus in on what is happening in those neighborhoods. Do we have the right set of tools in place for those neighborhoods? We have proposed policies in the area plans, but we want to make sure those are the right policies and that we are giving residents and communities all the tools that they may need when they're experiencing this growth pressure. Next slide. We also wanted to drill into what environmental impacts mean for communities. So again, you can see here the yellow outline in the north are the ones that are deferred. The pink outline in the south are the ones that are adopted. The darker the pixel is on the screen, the less environmental impacts there are in that community. The lighter, the more environmental impacts there are. And so when we talk about environmental impacts, we mean, do they have enough tree canopy coverage? Are there more paved parking lots, more impervious surface coverage? Are they close to industrial? Do they have major transportation like highways that divide them? So air quality concerns. And are there more? We have the right set of policies and tools in the 7 deferred plans in regards to those environmental impacts. Just to acknowledge, there are many environmental impact, environmental justice policies within the plans, but we want to make sure we have the right set in these continued conversations. So next slide. So again, those common themes are, do we have the right policies and plans? We want to make sure everybody understands the ones that are currently in the plans and the ones that may be proposed. We want to just go back through those neighborhoods that are vulnerable to displacement. We want to make sure that they have all the tools in the toolbox, as I mentioned. We want to make sure that rapid growth is balanced in those communities too. So if there's infrastructure pressure, do we have the right policy in place? And then last but not least are those environmental impacts, environmental justice issues. We want to make sure that what created those injustices, what created that separation of where there are impacts and where there are not, that we're not repeating that through policies and programs in the future. So we want to make sure we have the right set of policies and programs in the community area plans. Next slide. So how are we going to do that? Well, number one is we're having very specific ongoing neighborhood conversations with groups like North End Partners. We're going to the West Boulevard Coalition later this week to have very targeted conversations with groups we've already heard from. So that's step one. Step two is launching a citywide survey to really hit a wide swath of people and have very specific questions targeted towards these two issues. So marketing and promotion around that. Step three is this neighborhood coalition assembly, which is focused on, again, vetting out those policies in regards to neighborhood change and managing growth and managing environmental impacts. We've actually hired an outside consulting group to manage those meetings. We'll be having focus groups as part, so it's 2 in-person meetings, 1 virtual meeting. They will be open to all. They will be in different parts of the city, and we will have real conversations around new policies, recommended projects or programs, and then we will present all the proposed changes by the end of February, early March, and then lead that to you towards a March 9th council decision. So as I've mentioned before, it's important to note that any recommended policies and programs that are coming from from the deferred plans may also be applied to the adopted ones. So we can apply them in all the applicable community area plans. So if they apply, they can be adopted at the same time. So next slide. So this here shows what some of those questions will look like that we'll ask at the roundtable. Will be, again, there'll be 2 in person, 1 virtual. Really, again, honing in on, do we need additional policies? Do we need to make sure, any additional policies to make sure we're syncing growth with infrastructure? And then, do we need additional tools to ensure that we're not having negative environmental impacts? Next slide. And so this just shows a different version of that timeline, as you can see how it's going to play out. So again, the ongoing engagement in January and February, we will distribute to you by the January 20th rezoning city council meeting. We will get to you, and we really hope that you will help support us in promoting the February events. So we will get to you a promotional package, things you can use on social media, flyers you can get to your neighborhood leaders, and it'll have all the information you need. It'll also have the survey QR code so that you can make sure that people help us by taking that survey. We'll share the proposed changes at the end of February. And then bring it to council action. I'm going to shift a little bit now. You can see here underneath that engagement where it says rezoning staff analysis updated to include adopted plans, and start to shift to Holly, because she's going to explain as the second part of this presentation how that staff analysis, what you're going to see happen in parallel with the adopted plan. So we have the action and the work happening around the deferred plans, and then in parallel, you're going to see the adopted plans start to show up in your zoning meetings. Next slide.
All right. So with the new staff analysis, which you'll see rolled out for our January 20th zoning meeting, in addition to the inclusion of the community area planning information, where we'll have all the information about those area plans where within the adopted areas, we'll also aim for more plain and accessible language. We're including a lot more background information about our zoning districts that are referenced throughout the staff analysis, as well as the place types referenced, so that we're not assuming any level of baseline information there, so that anybody who's picking up and reading these staff analyses can have some understanding of it without having to go and dig up all of our ordinances and all of our policy documents and have one place where they can begin to learn this information. We're also looking to include a lot more context about surrounding infrastructure and by right projects that are happening within the vicinity of the subject rezoning site that will help show the cumulative impact And we also are reorganizing our department comments. That is at the bottom of the staff analysis. Move on to the next slide. So at the top of the staff analysis, the first item that you'll see is the new addition of the site address of the rezoning site itself. Currently, it's just a location description, which is great if you know if you're a bird and you're just trying to generally locate yourself to the rezoning site, but a lot of us are just trying to plug into Google Maps where we're going, so this should help with wayfinding and people who are trying to visit the site address itself or understand where on the ground and where in their community it's occurring. Underneath that, we are also revising our community meeting description. Currently, it just lists when the meeting was held by the petitioner and how many folks attended. We're going to include a brief description of some of the topics that were discussed at that meeting. Of course, a much larger detailed informational on that community meeting can be had in the actual report itself on our website. But this should give you some brief allusions to what actually happened at that petitioner held community meeting. Next slide. And then moving on to the staff analysis recommendation, at the top of that, the consistency statement will be revised so that consistency is determined based off the community area plans. This is, of course, for only petitions that have adopted community area plans. It will, instead of referencing consistency based off the 2040 policy map, it will say consistency is determined by the goals and policies of that adopted community area plan. And determination of consistency is based off alignment with the policy map, facilitation of priority goals through this petition, and any other petition relevant community area plans policies, such as place type 5 criteria, which is in the creating complete communities, and I'll review that here in a second. Mobility needs assessment recommendations or open space needs assessment recommendations as well. So any relevant policies for that petition would be utilized in determining consistency for the rezoning. And in the rationale body itself, we're also going to try to use a lot more plain and accessible language, and we'll include an explanation of how the community area plan priority goals may be facilitated by the petition. So any priority goals that are being facilitated would be listed at the top, right underneath the consistency statement, as you see in this example here. And if the petition is facilitating any additional goals that are not priority goals, those would be listed at the bottom underneath the recommendation. Next slide. After the recommendation, we will have a new summary of the existing and proposed zoning districts. So if it is currently zoned neighborhood 1B, we would give you a description of what that zoning district is, what its intent is. Say they're proposing to go to neighborhood 2A, we would give you a description of that zoning district as well. If it's a conditional rezoning, we would also give you a description of what that means. And this would be a template language that's standardized throughout staff analyses so that you're not getting a difference in zoning district intent statements. We'll also be revising the rezoning history table so that on the right-hand most column on the status section, where it currently lists whether the rezoning on the rezoning history map in the vicinity of the area, whether it's been approved, withdrawn, or is still pending, we'll add a little bit more detail so that you can understand where that project actually stands. So in this example at the top, you'll see that rezoning was approved, a permit application was submitted, and construction has been completed. That's just going to give you a bit more context of what's actually happening in the vicinity of the area, whether or not these rezoning petitions are actually coming to fruition, or perhaps they're just at a standstill, and just giving you more tools as you are engaging with these petitions. Underneath that rezoning history map, we will also have a new additional map, the infrastructure and by right development map. When we move on to the next slide. And this map is pulling from a lot of the layers that you would see on Development Near Me, and it's going to show infrastructure projects, by right development, and any other rezonings that are within the vicinity of the subject site. You can find a lot more detailed information that you can directly interact with on Development Near Me, but we wanted to provide a static image, at least on the staff analysis, that shows you, okay, this layer in blue, and it has a legend at the bottom left here. That is let's say a land development project or infrastructure projects that is occurring in the area of the rezoning. And here with the yellow stars or yellow dots are by right projects that are occurring near the project near the rezoning site itself. We also include a description of what by right development is underneath this map itself. Next slide. And we're going to have a very enhanced policy section. Right now it's incredibly brief. It essentially just tells you the color on the map that the policy map is recommending. So we will have the addition of place type descriptions, what the place type currently is for the site that it is recommending on the policy map, what it might be changed to if it is out of alignment with the policy map's recommendation. We are also adding a description of how the petition works with the community area plan, how it's facilitating those priority goals. If it is a petition that is proposing a district that is out of alignment with the adopted place type on the site, it would have a minor map amendment criteria table, and I'll show you what that is going to look like. And if it is a petition that is proposing a higher classification neighborhood 1 zoning district than is currently on the ground, it would include a place type 5 criteria table. That's from the creating complete community section of community area plans, and I'll show you what that looks like here in a second as well. Next slide. This is what the minor map amendment criteria table looks like. So on the left-hand image here is exactly what the program guide details. That's what it looks like. The program guide for all area plans for the minor map amendment criteria stating if you are proposing this place type, here are the preferred items we would like to see to essentially justify that request. And what we are doing is taking that criteria and working it into our own table to provide some petition and context-specific information. So we list out the criteria, provide a description of the site context, and give any other additional information as relevant. And this criteria and the table would also live in the long-range memo that is provided by the long-range planning staff. That is a supplemental document, but is carried over directly into the staff analysis. Again, this is for petitions that are proposing a zoning district where the zoning district would change the place type because it is out of alignment with what the recommended current place type is. So if the place type on the ground is currently neighborhood 1 and they're proposing to go to neighborhood 2A, that would be out of alignment, and we would work it through this minor map amendment criteria and have the table reflected here in the staff analysis. Rezonings that are working through this minor map amendment criteria, we're just explaining what that here, it's here on the bottom, but that's minor map amendment criteria is anything where it would be changing the place type on the ground. And I'll move on to the next slide. This is the place type 5 criteria table for neighborhood 1 petitions. This top image is from the Creating Complete Community section of all area plans, and it provides guidance and recommendations to take into consideration for petitions that are requesting a higher classification neighborhood 1 district. And so say it's a site that is proposing neighborhood 1C and it is currently zoned neighborhood 1B. That neighborhood 1C zoning district is a higher classification. So we would work it through this place type 5 criteria and the recommendations that are listed there on the top and put it into a table format that you see in this bottom image. And that would appear in the staff analysis. So on the left-hand side, you have the criteria, and then on the right-hand side, you have the site and context-specific information of the petition. Next slide. So in terms of next steps, we'll continue to audit our information to make sure it's as understandable as possible. Give me your feedback as you receive these new staff analyses, and things don't make sense, let me know, and we'll make changes on our end. We'll refine how community area plan priorities are integrated into the staff analyses. This is all new information for us as well. And of course, January will be our pilot month for the new staff analysis. And for petitions, I will just say petitions that have adopted community area plans, they will have that robust policy section, minor map amendment criteria where applicable, place type 5 criteria where applicable. Petitions that do not have an adopted community area plan will have a much abridged policy section just by virtue of not having that policy in place.
But they will have
And everything else, though, will be as is in the new staff analysis. It's just the consistency statement would still be based off the 2040 policy map, and the policy section would essentially be abridged. But you would still get everything else within the new staff analysis template. And I'm more than willing to meet with you all one-on-one to go through these staff analysis changes. I know that was a lot. I provided some strike-through versions of examples of what that looks like applied to 2 different petitions. One was a petition where it is out of alignment with the current policy map, so you could see what that minor map amendment criteria table looks like in that policy section. And one is a petition where it is in alignment, but it was requesting that higher classification neighborhood 1 district, so you could see the PT5 criteria worked out. But if you want to talk through the new staff analysis and one-on-one, I'm more than happy to meet with you all.
Yeah, and we're happy to give examples of different scenarios, if that's helpful, on old cases, just to see how it might play out if you want other examples. So with that, we're happy to answer questions on these topics.
Yep.
Good job. That was that was shorter. So, all right, questions?
Of course.
Yes, Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation, and I definitely want to say thank you for slot 17 with the staff analysis updates. That is something that myself and my colleague, Councilmember Johnson, have asked for. I think it will also be helpful when you look at the breakdown of the status if development has not completed. I think I gave the example at our last meeting where a development was approved and started, but unfortunately, because of the economic climate, that development didn't continue. To get an idea of if there are more of those out there near a proposal, I think will also be helpful for us. And also, if there's a way where if there is a rezoning, if that rezoning signage can stay up until completion. Because that way, if communities going by and they have a question on it, they'll be able to easily reach out to their council representative to find that particular item. That may be a little helpful. And just wondering, we have the 7 areas left. So on one of the slides where we talk about the next steps for deferred plans with the continued engagement, are we looking at engagement for each of the 7 areas, or are we now trying to combine the engagement through January, the ongoing conversation, since we have 7 distinct areas that may have, which was one of the reasons some of us were not ready to move with all 14 plans, because there were some questions that needed clarification. So are we looking at connecting with each of the 7 areas?
So, yes, Ann, I mean, the Neighborhood Coalition Assembly is meant for all 7s, but we're gonna do them in 2 separate geographies so that people can attend, and then have one online. The survey also will go to everyone, but we can filter it by the 7 so that we can make sure we are addressing very specific issues for those 7. What the ongoing conversations and education, what we're finding is that, and if you have people we really need to talk to, please connect them to us, because that is where we're kind of getting into the nitty-gritty on very specific location-driven issues. And so we have several of those conversations already happening. I know that there's one very specific that we're planning to do with so those are kind of running in parallel with the specific issues, whether that be an area experiencing high growth that we need to kind of focus in on, whether that be in North Denver, some of the environmental impact issues that we're taking a deep dive on. We're going to, as I mentioned, West Boulevard on Thursday to kind of have more conversations around that. So yes, and basically, because we think there are some common things, but then the specific ones, we need your help to make sure that those people are plugged in.
I appreciate that. And do we have a paper copy version of the survey as well? If we have elders that aren't online, I think that would be helpful for if there are council members that would like to get a copy of that so that we can get them out to residents so that for those who aren't necessarily as comfortable with doing a survey online, to have some paper copies available and have a way for them to mail those in and for us to track them. Because the last time we said the survey, we had about 1,000 or so responses. We're in a city of just under 1 million. 70 of those responses out of the 1,000 were taken into consideration. I definitely know that members of the community are excited about meeting with staff and having that conversation just to have a better understanding. So I appreciate you sharing that it is an and for those that may be watching this now or tuning in later. Thank you,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
We'll talk about how best to get out paper copies. We worked really closely with the library previously, and so we'll think through like how we might be able to do that, and so that it's actually available in community. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the city staff for the presentation. I just have I have a couple questions, but the two presentations, were they separate presentations? I mean, the staff update and the community area plan, those are two independent updates, right?
Well, we wanted to do them together because the staff analysis includes the adopted plans. So we're trying to explain how we're continuing engagement and then how the adopted plans are being incorporated into our process. So they're really, one feeds into the other.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple questions for both. Okay, so thank you, Monica, for the delay. It was really important. The majority of council felt, and I want to be careful that we communicate the reason for the delay. Because I think there was some messaging and people felt that they were left behind. And that's one of the things I said in November. Let's make sure that we clarify that. The reason for the delay was because of environmental or perceived environmental injustices and history and less than 1% of individuals' comments being included. So this extension is very important, and I'm happy to see that there's going to be this coalition meeting and more outreach. I know you've had some great meetings with North End Partners and Monifa Drayton. I know there's a follow-up on January 23rd. I heard that was a great meeting, and even staff recognized at that meeting the importance or just the importance of including the history and understood why this extension was given. I want to ask, you said an online meeting and a couple of in-person meetings. What will the online meeting consist of?
So all three meetings with the Neighborhood Coalition Assembly are geared towards conversation on those two big topics. So neighborhood change and growth and environmental impacts, environmental justice, and how we manage that. So the virtual format, we're still putting together the exact framework. It's going to need to be a little bit different than the in-person, because in-person we'll have table facilitators, and so we'll be able to have some, really close conversation. We want to mimic as closely as possible to that, the virtual session. But we have to acknowledge that it's slightly different online versus in person. So it will be a different format than we've used before, really meant to vet policies, programs, and projects specifically around that environmental justice, environmental impacts, and the neighborhood change component.
Okay. One of the things that I thought was really effective and successful was the webinars. And I remember the webinars, they were specific to the distinct areas. And I think the number of participants was about 100 participants in 2 days, or is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, something similar to that, yes.
Okay. So I wonder why we're not doing that again. I think that you all were able to, and I was I participated, and council members could participate also. So you were able to speak to the specific areas and answer specific questions. Is that something we can think about doing again?
What would be really effective, I think, is if you have a specific neighborhood organization or group that we could do that same format with that organization or group that meets. We're calling it a road show, but we're basically already starting to do that, and it is pretty similar, and we can walk through the plan with them. So that's how we've kind of modified that framework to put it into action now. So, for example, staff is going to go to a community that has an adopted area plan and do a deep dive into what that means for their community. And then we also can do that for one that doesn't have an adopted one, that we can do that deep dive. So if you have specific groups, it would be really helpful for us to work with them directly to make sure that we do that type of engagement with them.
Okay, I do have a specific community. I hope that my assistants already reached out to you guys. I do have a group, but I did speak with the District 4 Coalition earlier today, and they said that you all had come out. So I think at least that coalition is satisfied. One of the things my colleague, Councilmember Mayfield, mentioned in an earlier meeting in communicating with the public is putting information in water bills and at libraries. I thought that was a great idea. I think this is an opportunity to do that as well. I think that would be an opportunity, and I know she's mentioned that, several times. I think we could utilize that. This is important. If we could take a look at that. And also our government channel and really getting this information out, because we don't want to just continue to expand or delay these votes and not improve the outcomes or the participation from the public. So I think that we should do different things than what we've done before. I want to ask Holly, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned a few terms that I was really happy to hear, the cumulative impact, and also adding the addresses to the rezoning. Dave will tell you, when I first was on council, they were just kind of directions, like north of this street and west of this street. And so the specific addresses is going to be very, very helpful. The cumulative impact, I love hearing that. I want to ask you about, we talked about cumulative traffic counts at one point. Is that something we're looking at doing?
It's not something that we can directly address succinctly in the staff analysis today, but I will say Charlotte Department of Transportation, when they're doing traffic impact studies, they are looking at projects in the vicinity as they can, but there's a limited scope that they have. I can talk to them directly and try to get more feedback, but at this time, that wasn't something that we could accomplish in the staff analysis for this update.
Okay, and so that's for my colleagues. Hopefully we can talk about that at the strategy sessions. We really do need cumulative traffic counts. The 2,500 unit requirement per development is just not working. It needs to be more comprehensive so that we're looking at 25, you could have 5 petitions with 1,000 units near one another that don't trigger a traffic count. But yet the residents feel the impact of the traffic. So I'd like to take a look at that. Again, I'm happy to hear those updates from the staff analysis. Cumulative impact is something I've been saying for about 6 years, so I'm happy to hear that. If we could eliminate the term unintended consequences from our vocabulary, I think my work here would be done. So thank you all. Thank you for the presentations. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. New members, would you care to weigh in? You're welcome to comment if you want to, that's fine. Pro Tem, You always have a comment. JD, do you have one? Okay, go.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was really pleased to see these common themes and how you're tracking vulnerable displacement areas. I think that's going to help really much the community understand the impact of these plans, as well as what are we doing to mitigate these risks, and what other cross-departmental functions are we using to work together and not work in silos. I will say that looking at this continued engagement, thank you so much for the expansive timeline on engaging with the community. And I think these are opportunities, at least for District 5, for the city to engage FinCo, Charlotte East, and other, the ECON, the East Charlotte Coalition of Neighborhood folks, to really come together and have a conversation about the East, Middle, and Outer plans for that community. So, and just coming together so you don't have to do one for each separate group. You can bring them all together. So thank you so much. I think this is a great step forward. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, since you twisted my arm, I feel like I have to say something, and this is kudos to staff. Thank you. This is, as council has over the years talked about infrastructure, and the staff analysis, because I remember Councilmember Mayfield made a point last meeting when you said a developer was building and stopped, and we didn't know the status, and now you have captured that, Holly, as well as the staff analysis update. I will say this, staff, you're releasing this new material on January 20th. Perfect time. I have a big meeting with neighborhood breakfast leaders on January 24th.
Great.
So you can provide me about 70 copies. You'll make me look good as I go to my meeting. So thank you all so much for responding to that. I think it's something so helpful for this council. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so a couple of quick comments. It's interesting to me that a lot of this work, we're basically addressing things we kicked down the road, cans that we kicked down the road when we did the 2040 plan. And those of you who are here will remember there was a lot of debate about displacement and neighborhood character overlays. And so now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty of looking in more detail at those things. So I think that's a great thing. I will note also for a couple of months at least, we're in the unusual situation of having these two tracks that will be operating, and therefore we're going to get different staff reports for this group versus that group. And I will manage that. I didn't think it was ideal. It was one of the reasons we hope to get them all done at once, but it's a couple of months, right? But I will emphasize that I hope that we will all stay very focused in order to get to where we need to be by March. I hope we don't find ourselves kind of asking the same questions and grappling with the same issues in 3 months. So if we have to, and by majority vote, we may change the date again. But I'm just saying, I really think that the less time we spend in this condition of being in one mode for some petitions in some areas and in a different mode elsewhere, the better. So with that, and since there are no more questions, I think we can then move on to our next item. And Mr. Patton, it looks like we have time to talk about the text amendments.
So while Dave's getting settled here, he's going to give an update on our maintenance text amendment schedule and walk through what's in the maintenance, really focused on what's in this maintenance text amendment that is coming to hearing in just a few weeks. So with that, I will turn it over to Dave Pettin, who you all know
Ms.
very
Holmes,
well.
can we talk at a high level about text amendments and what they are?
Sure.
And how they kind of inform our process? Or Mr. Pettin, before we get into what these are, in general, we have text amendments for a reason, to update our policies. So can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, certainly. So, the UDO, as we talked about when we adopted it, was always going to be a living, breathing document, as we all love to say. So with that comes amendments to it. In the early few years, we did quite a few per year because we had a lot of things that we were learning as we kind of went along with implementation and understanding different challenges that were coming up, different problems that we weren't anticipating. So We did a lot of text amendments early on in those first few years. Last year in '25 was the first year we tried to get it down to, 2 amendments per year. We refer to those generally as maintenance amendments. Those are both policy items, so, big picture things, and then really kind of detailed technical things, design standards, things that really affect our plan reviewers and the development industry. And so we go through those process once we kind of learn, identify problems, identify things that we hear from stakeholders, both our own internal teams and our external teams. We put our heads together and try to come up with solutions, and those come out as changes to the UDO, which we refer to as text amendments. And so that's just generally what the process entails and how we get from point A to point B. It involves a lot of engagement, a lot of conversation, and a lot of problem solving. And it's something, again, we trying to get down to 2 per year. Hopefully we get down to even less than that. The goal would be to leave it alone for as long as we can. But, learning something new along the way does require us to kind of make repairs as we're going, which is what we plan to do each time we identify those.
So basically, language changes that are intended to address issues that have come to light based on our experience with it, clarify any ambiguities or issues like that, and therefore generally make the document more workable.
Yes.
And our goal always is to get to a place where the staff recommendation, in the case of consistency, aligns, and we do not have situations where we have an inconsistent item that the staff still recommends, and then we're left thinking, well, if we do that, but they do not constitute, and I think this is fair to say, any fundamental departure from the purposes of the UDO.
Right.
So we are really just treating this as a living document, making it work better in the spirit in which it was intended.
Correct.
I just wanted to get that out up front. Please go ahead and tell us what the late ones are.
All right, excellent. So we did file a text amendment earlier, or at the end of 2025, so just a couple months ago. If we can go to the next slide, just to kind of jump in. So again, this is for information only, just kind of give you an overview. We filed this initially on October 15th. We did provide an update to the text amendment on December 15th, so the version that is online and available is the latest one, and the one we'll be taking to hearing just in a couple weeks. Next slide. All right, so we haven't presented anything formally before on this text amendment to TPD or other council committees. Again, future action would be the public hearing on January 20th with a potential decision on February the 16th. Next slide. So today is, again, just an overview of what's in the text amendment, just some highlights, the schedule, the engagement that we're going to undertake here for this one, next steps, and then, of course, any opportunity for questions and discussion. Next slide. So again, this petition is 2025-118. We filed it back in October. We did an updated filing just a few weeks ago, right before the holidays. This is intended to address multiple items identified by both stakeholders and our staff. We did meet with our UDO Advisory Committee, or UAC, back in October, and then again in November, so 2 meetings with them between filing and where we are today. We do have some virtual community engagements right on the heel of tonight's meeting. That will be tomorrow afternoon at noon, and then January 8th in the evening, so 2 virtual sessions coming up this week, and then again, public hearing on January 20th, just in a couple weeks. Next slide. So just to get into some of the highlights, there's a lot of information that's in there. I did provide you all with a summary document that's online and available that kind of outlines all the changes that are in each article of the UDO, just kind of in a summary form, just to give you, again, the highlights of everything. These are just some of the things we picked out that we wanted to share with you all this evening. So first item is changes to our ADUs, or accessory dwelling units. A lot of us are familiar with the Queen City ADU program. That's a pilot program through Housing and Neighborhood Services. As we were going through that and partnering with them on that program, we started to look at our regs and look at some of the potential projects that could come about with our ADUs, realized that we might run into some challenges in some of our older historic neighborhoods where your houses are, sometimes smaller. They could be under 1,000 square feet. And so having a gross floor area that maybe wouldn't be more than a 400 square foot ADU might not accommodate everything that somebody would need to build that on their property or align with some of the goals of the ADU program. So we did increase that allotment to either 70% of the floor area or 600 square feet. And so whichever is greater. So it gives a little bit more flexibility for folks that want to pursue those types of projects and establish an ADU potentially on their property. So we hope that that's a positive change and one we've heard some positive feedback on from our advisory committee. Next slide. We also came to understand that there are some challenges with our outdoor markets, or generally farmers markets. They are not allowed in some of our districts where you might have a vacant lot or underutilized parcel in a neighborhood, or an area where you have challenges for access to food, and somebody might want to do an outdoor market or farmers market to improve that food access. So with that, we did understand that allowing these as temporary uses could be something that could help and assist in that. So we did open up some of our ML1 and ML2 districts, as well as IC1 and 2 in our office districts, to allow those outdoor markets. That's something, again, we heard some feedback from Carolina Farm Trust that they would like to expand some of their opportunities for that, and ran into some challenges that kind of prompted us to take a look at it and then look at that expansion again to allow that and improve some better food access for neighborhoods throughout Charlotte. Next slide. Also, again, working with our internal stakeholders, and this time our urban forestry team needed some changes to some of our tree protection sections of the ordinance. So we did work with them to identify some areas that needed a little bit of clarification. One is for our green area. That's going to clarify things related to high-quality tree incentives. So again, if you wanted to retain a high-quality tree, along with your required tree save, this would be something that has been incentivized in the ordinance now and is clarified in there on how you go about doing that. So we did add that again as an incentive to, again, promote high-quality tree retention on sites. So we feel that's a positive change. And then we also provided some additional opportunities in our enforcement section. That allows us some increased flexibility and options for tree protection and enforcement. There's still the monetary enforcement as well as the fee in lieu, and then also replanting. This would be some options like compaction, fertilization, things that we've done and provided some flexibility on just through working with unique situations. But again, this now clarifies that, increases that flexibility in the ordinance, so folks know they have some other options when it comes to any kind of challenges with enforcement that they may have on a site. Next slide. Another internal partner we worked with some changes in this round of the text amendment is our solid waste team. We wanted to add some language that includes some clear guidance and flexibility for solid waste, particularly for our duplex, triplex, and quadruplex developments. That would be based on the number of units provided. Again, these folks and projects can still pursue private collection, but if they wanted to pursue city services, we did provide some clarity and guidance on how to do that for those types of projects and at what levels and thresholds those kinds of requirements would be triggered. Also required some on-site space for waste and recycling to be co-located unless there's some site constraints that just make that non-feasible, and that's something that city staff can work together with folks in our permitting team and our solid waste team can look at a site and say, yeah, you're going to not have a chance to do both in one location, so let's put them in some different spots throughout the project, and hopefully that, again, provides some of that flexibility for providing solid waste services in our projects. Next slide. So again, this is just kind of a tree that kind of shows you getting from point A to point B. If you're planning for solid waste on a project, you kind of start with the general question of, is this a duplex, triplex, or quadruplex development that has more than 49 dwelling units? And if the answer is yes, then you're required to construct on-site solid waste storage. If it's no, you have another question you need to follow up with based on where they're located, if they're on individual lots or if they're on public streets. And you kind of go through that exercise to then come out with the end result to determine if solid waste is constructed on a site, how to do that, at what level and what locations, in order to, again, either set that project up for potential city services, whether now or in the future, or, go through the exercise of, again, providing private rollout, which is always an option for these projects. Next slide. We also had to make some modifications based on a recent House bill that was passed. That's House Bill 926 that was passed back in September of 2025 and became law on October 6th. The biggest impact for us and the biggest change that we have to make in the UDO, and some of you have heard about this, and we alluded to it, I think, at one of our last meetings in zoning, the wait period for refiling applications, for denied petitions, for rezoning, for variances, for other things that you would have some kind of wait period to resubmit. The state has now taken that ability for jurisdictions to have that wait period in their ordinances. So we did have that in our UDO. That was a carryover from our legacy ordinance as well. So we no longer can have that. So there is no longer a wait period. If your petition gets denied, you can turn around the next day and refile either a similar or modified petition. So again, that's really a change that we had to make to be compliant with state law. And so you will see that as one of the changes in the UDO moving forward in this text amendment. Next slide. We did also make some some more of the technical adjustments on our development standards. A lot of things that we hear about working with our partners, let's say in CMS or working with places of worship. A lot of times those types of uses do provide those modular buildings for extra capacity. Unfortunately, as we all know, those buildings usually don't have a lot of windows and doors, so they have trouble meeting our transparency standards. So we did modify those, particularly for modular buildings, so that schools won't run into problems in permitting. They can get those projects set up more quickly. We also offered some flexibility on design standards for healthcare institutions and hospitals, clarified some setbacks for when new wireless towers are built throughout the community. Also some flexibility for driveway widths. We had some conflicts between CDOT and NCDOT in regards to driveway standards, so we've cleaned that up in partnership with those two organizations and then updated our notice requirements for floodplain regulations. Next slide. Schedule for engagement. Again, we filed this back in October. We've had some UAC meetings back in October and November. We do have those virtual engagement sessions on January 6th and January 8th. We do have about 60 folks signed up for tomorrow's session. I think getting close to about 20 or so for our evening session on January 8th. So we should have a good turnout for those. Public hearing on January 20th. And then zoning committee tentatively scheduled now for February 3rd, as well as city council also tentative for February 16th. So again, we look forward to having that engagement this week and seeing if we hear any feedback that we need to incorporate into any kind of future changes after that public hearing. Next slide. So just some resources for everybody. I did, again, hand out the summary document that everybody should have a copy of in front of them. That's also available online. If you go to the UDO website, under the amendments page, you'll see a complete red line version of the entire UDO, all the changes, all 600-plus pages with red line versions. So if you really want to dig into it, you're certainly able to do that there. That summary document summarizes where all those proposed changes are. And then there are some registration links if you do want to participate in either of the virtual engagement sessions. You can find those registration options at the charlotteudo.org website. So with that, we're at questions and discussions, and we will take anything you might have for us.
Excellent.
Yes?
Of course.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation and for the updates. One, I would just like to share with committee and with staff, which you probably already know, I had a brief update with the housing team regarding the new ADU language and the pilot program, and we've received just about 300 applications that have come in. So staff thought it would be a much lower number. There were a couple of duplicates in there, but well over 250 that have come in wanting to utilize the new ADU pilot. So wanted to say kudos to planning staff for the language, and also just give everyone an update that there's definitely a lot of energy and seems to be excitement around that language. When we think about the outdoor markets, is that something where the different markets will have to have a permit, or we're stating these are the locations and how are we going to market to let them know? So like the market that we have right across the street at the church, they have a winter market, then they shut down for a period of time. Is there a marketing plan to let the different groups know that they can now utilize these areas around the city for potential farms?
We haven't come up with any marketing plan, but that's actually a good idea. We may want to put something out there to folks that do support those types of markets, to let them know that the places they can potentially set those up are expanded now. So I appreciate that feedback.
I
and we can
think that
certainly
would
get
be a
out
great
there.
opportunity for us, especially more and more people are actually reading the back of ingredients and seeing more and more things are bioengineered, so they're looking to support local farms. And we actually have a couple of great local farms here that also include meat. So however we can support that, I would love to know so that we can share it as well. When we think about the proposed tree protection changes, and this goes back to the question I noted earlier with thanking you for updating the language. So we have areas where a owner or a developer clear cut but never did the development. While we're looking at this ordinance, do we have any language in place? And I think this really might be a legal question, where there's any fines or penalties that's associated with that window, because we usually give a 5 to 7 year completion window, because like example, what was it, 2019, I think, 2019, 2020, on the backside of Freedom Drive, off Columbus Circle, there had been a lot of trees that was there, and basically what a lot of people didn't realize is there was a nightclub right off of Freedom, and the trees was the barrier. Well, that area was a floodplain, but a person bought the lot, got the approval, clear cut everything, which now took away the sound barrier and the protection, but also in that floodplain area, it took away the natural vegetation that was growing in there, but they never developed. So you created an impact on the residents, but also an impact environmentally, because there were a lot of wildlife, birds, other things that were drawn to that area because of the vegetation that was grown, even deer when they came out. But once that was clear cut, the development never happened, but you've now traffic, noise, fumes, other things. So it falls into that environmental piece.
I'm going to phone a friend.
Thank you, Dave. Tim Porter, Urban Forester. I will have to check with legal to answer some of that question, but in
Okay.
reality, if there's an approved plan and it's still applicable and active, that whoever develops that site would have to follow the regulations that were in place. But there is a reality in some cases where the time period expires and that plan may no longer be active or applicable. And currently, I don't believe we have any penalties to assess to property owners or potential development customers if they don't follow through on the project and provide the ultimate suite of tree canopy regulations.
So I think that's something we may have an opportunity to look into through our attorney staff to find out, because that is creating an impact that may be counter to our environmental and sustainability goals that we have for the city, just to ensure that we're protecting the neighborhood, the community, and protecting our interests when we're still working towards being Tree Charlotte. The final question regarding House Bill 926, the update on it. So, and please correct me if my interpretation of this is wrong, because the way it's feeling is that the way the state wrote this language is basically almost demanding that we approve any and everything that comes before us. Because if we choose to vote not to move forward with the project, they can come back versus waiting a year, 2 years, come back the very next month. When they come back, are they having to file a new filing fee and start the process all over?
Yeah, so it would essentially be a brand-new petition, brand-new process, whole nother round of community engagement. another public hearing, all of the things that they would have to have gone through before. They just don't have to wait in that time period. Not every place across the state had that kind of wait period. There were a lot of jurisdictions that did. There were plenty also that did not, but the state essentially just said nobody's going to have that across the board. And so I don't think it puts any additional pressure to feel like something needs to be approved just because there's not that wait period. It's really just a ability for somebody, if they do get denied, they want to pursue it, they don't have to take that 2-year time period. Our 2-year time period was a little bit unique as well. Somebody could have come back before that 2 years was up. It just took a little bit of extra council discretion to say, yeah, that's a different enough petition, we'll hear that within 2 years. But now, of course, it's, they could resubmit the same thing, but the whole process starts over again.
But I think there's also the reality that we can take into consideration. We are a fast-growing city, so our population is considerably different from some of our partners in the smaller towns or the area as far as how quickly staff can get through the process before it to come back. But I do appreciate hearing that it is a new filing fee. You're starting the process over, so now you're just getting back into the queue. That doesn't fast forward you in the process or accelerate you. You just get to come back sooner than a year or two.
Yeah, and if there's not a lot of change in what they submit, if they turn around the next day and submit the same thing, I don't see us looking at it much differently. So it's going to have to probably include some changes, or there's going to have to be a wait that they need to go through to let other things play out around them. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that folks take advantage of that or not. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Johnson, sorry, I couldn't see if you had your hand up first, but you're on.
Thank you. I did have my hand up. 2 questions. I wanted to ask Monica, and we've talked about this, the website. The websites for the community area plan were kind of confusing. There was about 3 different websites where you had to obtain information. One, to find out the address where you lived, which plan, and then another to find the comments, and another to find the details. And you talked about the combining the websites and updating. Can you give me an update on that?
Sure. Well, the first thing that you asked about, the location, being able to look up which area plan you're in, Kathy and I actually spoke earlier today that we're going to work with the webmaster to get that in more places like you recommended, so that you can find which area plan you're in, just acknowledging the fact that you may not know, or it may be hard for you to read the map and figure out which one you're in. So we're going to add that to the page. And then we're working, I'm pointing to Yolanda, who happens to be over here, our communications director and manager, is working on the migration of the website and how we manage that, as I mentioned to you previously.
So we will be moving the 2040 website to charlottenc.gov. And we are currently working with our corporate communication partners to get that done. We are very, very close, extremely.
So we can provide you an update as to that timeline as soon as we know with our communications team. But we'll add the find your area plan first. We can do that really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's basic information. And we've talked about this before, the need for a plain language team. I know when planners are talking to other planners or city employees, you understand the language and the vernacular. But however, we need to simplify this whole process. We've been saying that since the 2040. So I hope we can get that done very soon. So because there are individuals who just need to know the basic information to even get started. And then secondly, thank you for that. Secondly, as far as text amendments, and Mayor Pro Tem might be able to help me with this. I sent an email about this last week. In 2022, we worked very hard to have a petition denied. It was a historical denial. It wasn't withdrawn. It was denied right outside of Lexington subdivision because the residents really fought hard. 3 months later, I rode by there recently, and there's a development on the other side of the entrance. Mayor Pro Tem, right after that denial, proposed that we look at infill development. And so we talked about that, and I don't know that there was ever a resolution or an answer to that. That was in 2023. I wanted to know what the status of that was, and if the legislation from the state, if that halted that, or if that's something we can bring back before committee and council.
So, if I may, we did talk about that, and we had an issue because people were using the conservation provisions in the ordinance in inappropriate ways. So we introduced a new compact category, which basically closed one window and opened another one. And with that, that particular committee referral was basically concluded. That was the response that we had to that. And Ms. Craig, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, I think the way the referral language was, and I don't have it in front of me, but it was by right development in large areas. And so, and what we were seeing, as the Chair was talking about, was petition, or not, sorry, not petitions. We were seeing plans being filed for really intense development using what was at the time called a conservation subdivision development type, that people were using to build an excess amount of alleys, like reducing green space, and it wasn't really what we intended. And so we went through a process of bringing forward those two development types in the UDO so that we could make sure that we were getting the type of development that we were seeking. And so, yes, we, after those were approved, determined as, and I believe we talked about that in committee and said, we were officially closing this referral now that we've gotten those two things
So,
adopted.
Ms. Johnson, there's not an open referral. If you wanted to initiate a new one or propose one, that would be up to you. But we don't have an existing referral pursuant to which we would consider that. It was moved out of committee.
But just to really quick to answer Councilmember Johnson's questions about those developments, Monica has that information, and I think one of those plans was filed before we got that loophole essentially closed. And so I don't know if you want to talk about that.
Yeah, it was filed, so we closed the loophole in May 2024 and June 2024 with two different actions. One was getting rid of the old conservation subdivision and actually creating a new conservation subdivision, which really has much higher requirements around open space. And then we also passed the compact subdivision, which again had much higher requirements. So that was May 2024, June 2024. Any project that was filed prior to end of May 2024 that filed under conservation subdivision, the old tool was vested. So that one that was filed, that was the denied rezoning case, it was filed October 20th, 2023, and it was approved August 28th, 2024. So it was considered vested under the old, those old standards, which were not ideal. And then the other project was a rezoning case in 2023 that is a townhouse project. And so that's was zoned, it was 2023-036, but it was submitted, so it follows the rezoning standards of, I believe it's UR2, so urban residential 2. So it came in right before the UDO was adopted, so it's using an old zoning district and was a conditional plan. But we're happy to send you all the numbers and maps and stuff, and we can talk through it. But, I mean, we are glad we closed the loophole. We we've seen a definitely different quality of product since those loopholes have been closed.
I think I'd like to take a look at that and look at the original referral. I understand the conservation and those technical, but I still think the intent of that referral was to kind of really take a look at protecting our subdivisions. So I'd like to take a look at that, and if another referral does need to be filed, then I can do that. But I think we still hear this every month, where there's some need for some buffer or something near single-family neighborhoods. So I'd like to take a look at that again. I'd like to revisit that. We can talk offline about that.
Okay, so a couple of things I'll mention. We're just about out of time. Want to explain that these text amendments are done for people who are new here in the form of a petition. So it shows up on our zoning agenda. As you saw, the 926 thing, the old rule was that if you were denied, if your petition was unsuccessful, you couldn't resubmit in less than 2 years. And the reason for that was that people would come in with a really high-density, aggressive proposal. It would get turned down, and then they'd just move down a notch and come straight back. And that's something that could happen again now. So luckily, we do have the barrier, if you will, of needing to reinitiate, right? They're going to have to get back in line, they're going to have to pay again, and so on. So that puts a damper on that, but those things arose out of the idea that people were experimenting to see exactly what the most was they could get away with. A couple of things. On the tree policy, I notice we're talking about trees here, but in a larger sense, we still have a process for a plan, a policy around trees that I think is still in the works. Is that right?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We're actually meeting tomorrow to review project proposals for our next tree canopy action plan policy effort, hopefully looking to kick off in later this month or February.
So that is an important piece of everything that we're trying to do, the various things that we're trying to achieve. And right now, it's a little bit of a missing link, frankly. So we have some old policies that we are updating. On solid waste, it's hard to interpret those changes without understanding exactly what we used to do. So we had a number of units, for example, that required that you do this, and there was a graph that looked like that the old way. But when we make these changes, will there be any difference in the cost of solid waste services to current users? No. Okay, thank you.
My man.
We got 4 minutes left. That was commendable brevity. And sir, could you tell the clerk who you are, just so we have that on the record?
Rodney Jameson, Director of Solid Waste Services.
Thank you, Mr. Jameson.
So,
Put that out there on record. Oh, my gosh. You got me.
Sorry.
You got me.
But in particular, apartments are still considered commercial, is that right? Yeah, okay, so that's what I have, and unless somebody has something else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
motion to adjourn?
Second, all in favor, go home.
Aye. Great meeting, sir.
All right.